Okay, you're good to go.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us today. I am Kelly Coates. I'm the tribal representative on the OWEB board. And for my day job, I'm the Natural Resources Director for the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians. Um, Thanks for joining us for the January 2025 OWEB board meeting. I'm going to give a couple of reminders here to folks. I'm going to remind everybody that the meeting is being streamed live on OWEB's YouTube channel and being recorded. The meeting materials, so you can follow along with us, are in the board and committees section of the OWEB website. You can click on the relevant board meeting date and have access to all of the meeting materials. And I will give a quick overview of our agenda for today. So we'll start off with board member comments. Then we'll go into approval of the October 2024 meeting minutes. We'll have our public comment. We'll go into our directors updates, spending plan discussion. We will give people time for lunch today. Then we will have a presentation on telling the restoration story, a funding request for telling the restoration story. Ken is going to regale us with the 2024 tribal report, which I'm very excited about. And then we'll go into our committee updates. And then at the very end of the day, we will talk about, we'll have a little bit of a discussion on our committee structure, and then we'll adjourn for today, and then we will regroup again tomorrow morning. So I would like to, before we get started with our board member updates, which by the way is actually one of my favorite parts of the meeting because I feel like I learned so much from all of you about what's going on out there. I am going to hand it off to our director, Sarah O'Brien, just for a quick update before we go into the updates. So Sarah.
Hi, friends. Sarah O'Brien, Executive Director of OWEB for the record. I usually forget to introduce myself for the record. I'm trying to get better about that in time for legislative session and get in practice. I just want to note to folks before we dive into board member updates here that there was news coming out late last night and early this morning about a White House memo that put a freeze on grant payments and grant reviews and new agreements. I want to reassure folks that we're in close communication and coordination with the governor's office and our agency partners on this. We're expecting more details, hopefully today. We don't know if or how this might affect OWEB grant programs. Please don't put our federal partners on the spot by asking them questions that they can't answer, and just recognize there's a lot in motion at the federal level right now, and a lot of changes underway. So if any of our federal partners want to take a pass or a very light version on board member comments today, that's perfectly understandable. You guys are managing a lot of transitions. We'll share more updates when we have them, but I think we're hopeful that we're going to thread our way through this and that we see this as a temporary pause and are just waiting for more information at this point.
Thank you, Sarah. Okay, we will get started with board member updates, and I'm gonna just kind of go around the screen as I see you all come up. So I am going to start with Liz. What would you like to tell us today?
Liz Akpawa, board member representing the Board of Forestry. Good morning, everyone, on this January day. I'm going to just be brief. We had our January board meeting in Salem, which we honor recipients of the good work that they do. And as usual in January, it was lovely to see the work of management on the land, and it was always uplifting to do. Just on the PFA, where we are with the PFA is it keeps moving. I don't have anything really to update us on the post disturbance rules, but everything is still on the timeline that has been projected. The comments that were received and presented to the board from last July have been sent to the services, and the conversation is ongoing. As far as the HCP, it is also similar. We're still moving and working with the services on that. I think the big change in the last couple weeks at the end of our meeting in January, State Forester Cal Mukumoto announced his resignation. And it was, I don't have a lot to say about that because it was definitely a surprise to the board. And I speak for myself. It was a little dismaying that it was a surprise to the board. And those are just my own thoughts. Um, Kate Skinner is now filling in temporarily, and I think she's so far in this last week or so doing a very good job with that. So we will miss Cal, and just we keep on moving forward. Kelly, that's all I have.
Thank you so much, Liz. Lindsay.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome. Okay. So for the record, my name is Lindsay McCleary. I'm a public at-large voting member. I reside in West Salem, and I work for the Confederated Tribes of Grand Ronde's Natural Resources Department. Since our last meeting, I attended both the Grants Committee and the Climate and Water Committee meetings held in December of 2024. I participated as a technical advisory committee member for the city of Salem as they were revising their Minto Island Conservation Area land management plan. Our Tribal Natural Resources Department was awarded the Outstanding Partner Award by the Long Tom Watershed Council, and I got to attend their meeting and celebration in October to help accept that award. In November, I assisted with a presentation at a symposium titled Our Willamette Waters, which was hosted in Corvallis. It was an opportunity to talk about the tribal significance of the North Santiam watershed and to share conservation and restoration efforts in which the tribe is engaged. In partnership with the Institute of Applied Ecology, we reintroduced 5,000 Willamette daisy plant plugs to our Shonkowen Conservation Area along the North Santiam River. The planting event was held on November 15th, and it was really great weather, so we lucked out in that time of year, and we had over 30 folks on the site to help with this effort. So really thankful for the partnerships and the volunteerism to conduct that planting effort. I attended the Willamette Valley Conservation Partnership meeting hosted at the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife office in Salem. It was an opportunity to network, share, listen, and learn about all things oak and prairie. I continue to stay involved with the Upper Rogue Oak Initiative, FIP, focused on the Tribal Engagement Working Group, and also as a representative of the technical review team. In my role with the tribe, I'll be working on 2 big projects over the next couple of years, provided that grant funding is still stable for these programs. The first one is the Willamette Valley Resilient Landscapes Award under the America the Beautiful Challenge funding. The project has multiple partners, including 3 tribes, and is led by Pacific Birds Joint Venture, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and Oregon Wildlife Foundation. The project will restore over 2,000 acres of oak and prairie habitat, increase tribal burning across these landscapes, develop a stronger local conservation workforce, and increase collaboration on a landscape scale restoration. The second project is titled Restoring, Protecting, and Supporting Tribal Connection to Native Oak Habitat. That's an award under a Natural Resources Conservation Service Regional Conservation Partnership Program. It has multiple project partners, with the effort being led by Oregon Agricultural Trust, or OAT. And the focus area is in Lane County. And then just on a personal note, I was down in the Coos Bay area in December, and I happened to drive by the first restoration site that we looked at on our site visit. That's managed by the Coos Watershed Association. And I got to see water flowing from that river up onto the landscape of that floodplain. So that was really awesome. And I didn't know we were going to drive by it, and I just happened to look over, and there it was. So that was a treat for me. That's it.
Thanks, Lindsay. Really appreciate your updates. I'm so happy to hear that there's going to be more cultural burning on the landscape. That's awesome for the oak restoration project. That's great. Mark, what updates do you have for us today?
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Okay. For the record, Mark Labhart. I am the ODF&W Commissioner Representative on the OWEB board, a voting member, and I'm coming to you today from Sisters, where it is 6 degrees this morning, so a little bit chilly. My report's going to be a little bit lengthy today, so I apologize up front, because I wanted to cover a couple things that are a few things that I think the OWEB board, and particularly the public that's out there listening, might be interested in. I'm going to tell a story first, and it's about a conference that I attended called the Pew Charitable Trust Connectivity Corridors and Connectivity Conference. So the bustling conference room at the Pew Charitable Trust sponsored Corridors, Connectivity, and Crossings Conference sat biologists, commissioners, policymakers, tribal representatives, federal and state agencies, NGOs, and environmentalists, all who shared insights, stories, and hummed with energy. Among the 300 attendees sat Mark, a commissioner from the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. This was his first time attending such a gathering, and he was eager to learn and bring back solutions for his home state. The commissioner's journey to the conference began with a sobering statistic. Each year, 6,000 to 8,000 deer and elk were killed on Oregon's highways. These numbers haunted him. He had spent countless nights driving along Highway 20, the state's designated as the most dangerous stretch of wildlife crossing road in Oregon. His glinting eyes and praying he wouldn't add to the statistics. The conference had opened his eyes to the possibility. States like Utah had built 60 wildlife crossings, leveraging creative partnerships and funding. Wyoming, Idaho, Arizona showcased their own successes with underpasses and overpasses that had dramatically reduced wildlife collisions. California's achievements were particularly inspiring, with over 100 crossings and underpasses completed, and now a landmark 92 million overpass being built that united fragmented habitats in Southern California. In one session, he sat with tribal leaders who shared stories of ancestral migration routes disrupted by highways. Their insights resonated deeply with him. For centuries, these routes have been vital, not just for wildlife, but for the people who depended on the land, including tribes, and planning wildlife crossings wasn't just an ethical, it was essential for success. As the conference progressed, he connected with a group of Central Oregon Land Watch, Oregon Hunters Association, Theodore Roosevelt Foundation, the Warm Springs Tribe, ODOT Regional Manager, ODF&W, and Pew's Trust staff. They discussed the challenges of advocating for crossings in Oregon, a state often overshadowed by its more ambitious neighbors. We need to do better, one member said. Lives, human and animals, depend on it. On the final day of the session, behavioral studies caught his attention. A New Mexico researcher described how elk will hesitate and not cross highways at all if they have multiple lanes. Even historical corridors, and how deer followed their instincts despite the traffic going down the highway. It reminded him of a doe he had seen near Sutter Lake pacing nervously by the highway, and her fawn waiting on the other side. The conference closed with a powerful reminder. Federal funding was now available, but states like Oregon needed to act quickly as the funding required match. He left the conference determined. The $33 billion secured for the Southern Oregon I-5 crossing was significant and was a start, but it wasn't even close to being enough for the crossings in Northeast Oregon, Central Oregon, and Southern Oregon. Back in Oregon, he hoped to rally his colleagues, ODOT, federal agencies, community partners. He's willing to speak at town halls, write articles, and meet with lawmakers, with every story to share, and the lives lost, families devastated, deer and elk, some pregnant with this year's fawn or calf, and the possibility of a safer future. The momentum grew. Months later, he stood beside the team as construction began on a new wildlife overpass on Highway 20. It wasn't just a structure of steel and concrete. It was a bridge of hope, connecting habitats, saving lives, and proving that even the most dangerous roads can lead to change. End of the short story. So now my report. I'd like to first thank Sarah O'Brien, our Deputy Director, for providing this information. And because it's a little bit lengthy, Nicole has added it to the website. So for any folks out there, you don't need to take notes because Nicole's going to post it to the website after the meeting. So State Wildlife Action Plan. ODF&W is in the process of revising our State Wildlife Action Plan, more known as the SWAP, now as the Oregon Conservation Strategy. This revision builds on the success of 2006 and 2016 versions of the SWAP, refreshing the plan with the latest science, conservation status updates for species and habitats, and updates to the department's conservation priorities today and into the future under our changing climate. The SWAP revision has an updated website with new information for our partners and interested public. And when you see the attachment that Nicole will send out, it'll have a link to that website. The SWAP will be finalized by the department and come before the Fish and Wildlife Commission for approval in August. Next subject, fish passage barrier priority list. ODF&W has now updated the statewide fish passage barrier priority list, which is revised every 5 years. This priority list identifies the most critical man-made barriers to fish passage in our state and ranks them based on the amount of habitat quality, quantity blocked, current level of passage, number of species blocked, and other factors. This list is used to help direct enforcement and restoration efforts throughout Oregon and OWEB priorities, by the way. The update incorporates climate change factors into the scoring, including barriers that block access to cold water habitat. Again, the draft list is available on the website. The public comment period closed in November of 2024 and were shared with the Fish Passage Task Force in December. ODF&W plans to present the updated list to the Commission at their April 25 meeting. Next subject, high priority fish passage and screening project solicitation. ODF&W has approximately $11 million in grant funding to address high priority fish passage and screening projects across Oregon. The department expects the grant application process to begin in early February for those who are interested. Again, information on that program is on the website. And again, Nicole will attach that at the end of the meeting today. Oregon Conservation Recreation Fund grant application received as part of OCRS winter solicitations are currently undergoing technical staff and advisory committee review and anticipated to come before the commission at their March meeting. Roughly $1 million of OCRF funds will be awarded in this round. The Private Forest Accord grant program. The second round of grants offered by the PFA grant program are currently undergoing technical advisory committee review and are anticipated to come before the commission at their April 25 meeting. $10 million in PFA funds will be awarded in this round. Next, notes that are on the OWEB agenda. On the Director's Update, Priority 1, Strategy 1.3. This section discusses ODF&W's involvement in a cross-agency effort to identify best practices for engaging community and water projects. In the fall of 2024, ODF&W staff collaborated with OWEB to present an Oregon Association of Conservation Districts meeting at Hood River, aiming to enhance community engagement for water projects. House Bill 3293 requires some rule updates for state agencies that fund water projects. To date, we, along with OWEB and other agencies, sat on an Oregon Water Resources Department Rules Advisory Committee, and we anticipate initiating rulemaking process to recognize best practices and community engagement for water projects in 2025. Priority 5. This section highlights Tide Gate and tidal western wetland restoration projects, specifically mentioning the Coos Watershed Association Tide Gate. The FPA grant contributed $730,000 towards the Caladio Tide Gate and Beaver Slough Fish Passage project. The PFA staff conducted a site visit last year, confirming that this project is progressing as planned, with the grantee demonstrating exceptional partnership in their effort. And last but not least, ODF&W recorded 100 fall run Chinook salmon in Spencer Creek in a single day in November. A map the latest ODF&W fish update in regards to salmon monitoring on the Oregon side of the Klamath, thanks to Mark Herford, project leader, Klamath Adder's Fish Project. And this is part of that Klamath Post Dam Removal Restoration Project. So it's a big deal when you start, remove the dams, and you almost immediately start getting fish passage through there. So end of report. Sorry for taking so long, Kelly and Sarah, but I'd be glad to answer any questions if there are any. End of report.
Thanks, Mark. Really appreciate it. And I appreciate that you opened with the information about the wildlife crossing. And I want to just share with you that we've been partnering with the Southern Oregon Wildlife Crossing Group and ODOT and others, and found out in December that they were awarded from Federal Highways, $33 million for the construction of the overpass at milepost 1.7 on I-5 for a wildlife crossing. So we are pretty excited about that. And yeah, the more projects like that we can get going in our state, the better. So wanted to give you a little bit of good news there too. So okay, let's go with Jamie. Jamie, what do you have to tell us today?
Get my volume. Good morning, everyone. Jamie McLeod-Skinner, OWEB board member at large. I live in Central Oregon. Also work in emergency preparedness and as executive director for Affordable Homeownership Project. Given the dramatic policy changes that we're seeing at the federal level, I was actually going to defer the time to our federal partners to share. I really appreciate Sarah's comments on some of the pressures on them, but do want to encourage them at this time and just say how much we support you and really appreciate all your great work. So appreciate if you need to limit your comments, but just know your work is deeply respected and appreciated, especially here in Oregon. And also I'll say, along the lines of the dramatic changes we're seeing in federal policy, I want to do, and Oregon's commitment to be a safe and welcoming state, I want to just do a friendly reminder to our diverse partners and folks in Oregon, bring attention to Oregon's Department of Justice website under the Attorney General's tab that talks about Oregon's sanctuary promise. And for those who are feeling, or whose families are feeling pressured and potentially harassed, there's a information on that site. There's also a reporting process to engage the Department of Justice for those who are caught between some of the conflict between the new federal policy and Oregon state law. Specific to OWEB, I wanted to just note that Central Oregon, Mark has mentioned the weather we're experiencing. We've been experiencing much higher precipitation, but lower snow patch. So it's going to be interesting to see how that impacts this summer in terms of stream flow, if we've got enough water storage, even though we've had higher precipitation rates. To Mark and Kelly's comments on wildlife crossing, delighted to hear the news about I-5, but I know it's a huge issue along 97. And that's in many conversations with the Klamath tribes, they've also had that wish list of some of those crossings because Mark, to that point, 97 in the evenings especially. They literally call it deer o'clock when you're driving, and it's incredibly dangerous. But one of the things that we'll talk about more during the our Water and Climate Committee update, but really want to flag for our partners and those listening, is that the co-chairs of Oregon's Legislative Water Caucus are very interested in getting feedback. We've got some great representatives across the state on both sides of the aisle, that great partnership that Oregon can really represent when we're at our very best, leaning into trying to find solutions on water issues. And so they're in the information gathering stage at this point. So wanted to, again, we'll talk about that more in the committee update, but wanted to do that reminder to members of the public, but also to all of our different partners, state and federal partners, to share that information, because we've got some real opportunities now that we've got the legislative session going on. But otherwise, again, much respect and appreciation to all of our colleagues, but especially those who are caught in some of the unsteadiness and uncertainty of this time. So much respect to all our federal partners. And with that, good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Jamie. Okay, let's go to Russ.
Kelly, thank you. Good morning, team. For the record, this is Russ Hoflick, member at large. I split my time between Lincoln City, and today I'm in Portland. It's great to see all of you, but be it virtually. I'm excited that during this meeting, you will have an opportunity to hear from the new executive director of the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts, Joe Buttafuoco. What I want to focus on, however, this morning is, in my short comments, is a trend that I'm seeing in the region for the Oregon Land Trust community at large. What we're beginning to experience in the land trust community is an unprecedented and perhaps historic rise in large-scale, ecologically significant properties coming on the market. Let me give you some highlights as I check in at year's end, and for that matter, since our last meeting with the land trusts. I'm going to highlight on 8 of the 33 land trusts, which I think will give you a sense of the unusual situation that we're facing. The Blue Mountain Land Trust is today working on grassland conservation easements in the John Day Valley, the Grand Ronde Valley, and the Columbia Plateau that are totaling about 11,000 acres. The North Coast Land Conservancy is advancing multiple additions to the Rainforest Reserve Project that are totaling about 700 acres. The Oregon Agricultural Trust has its hands full with farmland easements in the Willamette Valley and Eastern Oregon that are exceeding 2,000 acres. The Oregon Desert Land Trust is working on several major acquisitions that are exceeding 9,000 acres. The Pacific Forest Trust and Southern Oregon Land Conservancy are reporting that they're working on 4 projects around the Cascade-Siskiyou National Monument, totaling about 1,300 acres. In Central Oregon, the Deschutes Land Trust is working with 4 critical conservation opportunities, totaling over 15,000 acres that include about 18 plus miles of significant aquatic habitat. On the Dark Coast, the Wild Rivers Land Trust is working with 5 new landowners to acquire about 1,500 acres of forest and wetland habitat. And lastly, the Mackenzie River Trust is reporting an uptick in early signs that the global real estate investment trusts are expressing interest in burned over private forest land that they hope to pick up at quote unquote fire sale prices. Strategic portions of these lands may be of significance to OWEB's conservation portfolio. What this, I believe, shows us is that we're seeing early evidence that there's generational transfers that we've all been talking about and expect to be seeing in the years to come, but they're beginning to hit us as we approach 2025 and beyond. How we at OWEB prepare for this increase and uptick in activity is going to be both a challenge and opportunity. But again, this is just a report of 8 of the 33 land trusts that are out there working day to day on conservation activities that will be put in front of us at some point in the future. So thank you for the chance to give you an update.
Thank you, Russ. How about Jesse?
Good morning, everybody. Jesse Kirschner, non-voting board member representing Oregon State University Extension. I will also keep my remarks fairly brief. A couple of high-level announcements or just things to be aware of. I think I mentioned this last time, but the search is still underway for OSU Extension's Vice Provost for Extension and Engagement and the Director of OSU Extension Service. So Chris Elliott continues to serve in that interim role, but that search is active, and I think they're accepting applications right now. It was also recently announced that the OSU Provost and Executive Vice President Ed Fazer was stepping down. He's going to become president at St. Louis University. So that's a big change for OSU. So currently that search is also underway, looking for the new provost and executive vice president. And then I wanted to do just a couple of, specific project shout outs within OSU Extension. So one of the things, there's a new extension publication that was released looking at Oregon regulations for rainwater harvesting in tanks or cisterns. Which might be of interest to some folks on this. I also wanted to mention, for those of you that may or may not be aware, that the South Coast experienced a tsunami evacuation warning in early December, which really, I think, alerted a lot of those South Coast communities to where they maybe weren't as prepared and didn't quite have evacuation routes and other information that they needed. And so many of those communities have reached out to OSU Extension, the Coastal Hazards Extension Specialist, to begin working on updating their preparedness and their tsunami evacuation guidelines. And then that Coastal Hazards Extension Specialist works with Dogami to help communities, and they offer creating custom tsunami evacuation maps for those communities. And so that's been an active area of interest since that was very recent. And then I also wanted to mention the OSU has now, I think it's only in its second year, but OSU gives out 2 awards. One is a OSU Community Partnership Engagement Award, where they're trying to recognize the links between engaged research with community partners. So specifically doing research that helps to address community needs. And they also have a Community Engaged Scholarship Team Award. And so this year's Community Partnership Engagement Award went to a partnership looking at the risk of whale entanglement in fishing gear. And so it was particularly around Dungeness crab fishing gear. And there was a multi-year project looking at whale locations and how that overlapped with where crab gear gets deployed off the Oregon coast, and then how that may affect regulations, and then working with federal and state partners, particularly ODFW and NOAA, on adjusting regulations to avoid whale entanglement. And so that was the award for this year. And I just wanted to mention that because there was a lot of folks within OSU Extension that were involved in that particular award. And with that, I'll turn it over to whoever's next. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Jesse. Okay, let's go with Liza Jane.
Good morning, everybody. I miss you. It feels like it's been a really long time, and I don't like Zoom, but I'm glad that we can get together this way. Is anybody else sick of Zoom, or is this just me? I don't know, but because today it's not that cold, Mark, but it's 13, I think, but the mountains are just buried in snow, just standing up there smiling, and the sky is blue as a bluebird, and it's really beautiful. We're having a easy winter so far, but it's early, so it's been good. Mark mentioned the ORCF, which I serve on. We looked at 52 proposals and we reviewed those as committee members. We only have $1 million, and it's heartbreaking because the proposals that I looked at, they're phenomenal. They're so good. It's such good work. People are so creative and passionate about where they live and what they want to improvements they want to make or what they want to learn. It's really inspiring just to see that people care and they want to do the work. To crossings first, I'll say there is an amazing book. If you haven't read it, it was a gift to me and I've bought several copies. I'm passing it forward and I want to tell you all, if you haven't read it, it's called Crossings and it's by Ben Goldfarb. And he's a really good writer, but the information in there is really important about the impact of road ecology and how it's just incredible. I care very much about elk and deer, and they're big and we can see them, but there's so many animals that our roadways impact all over the world. So I've been involved for 3 years now in a group that it's called the Wallowa County Wildlife Crossings Coalition, and we have a feasibility study going on, and we're having our first workshop to choose the spots along a 20-mile stretch of Highway 82. Part of that goes through our property and is the highest in Northeast Oregon for killing animals. So we're moving along and it's going well. We have great contractors and we've done several site visits, walking that 20 miles, looking at all the possibilities. And so it's fun to see that moving forward. And, it also allows us to do better with our habitat work along the highway. It's always a challenge to make it better for deer when there's a runway through the middle to wipe them out. So, and gosh, I think other than that, just a request to remember the value of, I know I don't need to say it, but private lands. Our project for crossings is going to be 100% private land, which is, can be interesting and positive and complicated. But the other part of that is please, all of us remember about acronyms. Go ahead and expand on those. I'm sure there's other people listening that don't know them all. And so it's valuable to at least once say what that acronym means as we share information with each other. Other than that, a pass. Great to be here.
Thank you, Liza Jane. Great reminder about the acronyms too. I feel like sometimes I just speak entirely in acronyms for entire paragraphs and just assume everybody knows what I'm talking about. So, okay, Bruce, what do you have for us today?
Thank you, Kelly. Not much, actually. I'll get us back on track. It's been a slow quarter here on the Upper North Coast. I'm Bruce Buckmaster, a member at large to the board. In the last quarter, I've had the opportunity to attend a couple of North Coast Watershed Association events, and it has reaffirmed to me the importance of community outreach and how well our watershed associations are doing it across the state, and how important it is to have community buy-in for projects, particularly here, working with the timber industry, and the relationship between the association and the industry has improved so dramatically over the last few years. And I believe it's because of that type of outreach. One of the things I really enjoy about OWEB is I hear things or I read things on Nature magazine's daily update on my internet, and shortly after, I will hear more in-depth information coming out of OWEB or one of its partners. Recently, I've just been intrigued by the discovery or the further information on the High Cascades Aquifer that is being mapped and what impact that will have on water policy, if any, and how climate changes might affect that and what it's. So I read a blurb, hear a blurb, and wait for OWEB to give me in-depth information. So I look forward to that. Lastly, I'd like to welcome Woody. Come on in, Woody, the water's fine. And do a quick shout out to the irreplaceable, but soon to be replaced, Dan Shively. I will miss his wise counsel and his wry and good humor. He is the contribution he has made to the organization is immense. To us as individuals, I think is something we will cherish for a long time. So thank you, Dan. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Bruce. And yeah, just echo that thank you to Dan Shively. He's going to be missed for sure. Mark Webb.
I'd hoped you missed me.
Never.
So Mark Webb here, Grant County. I was going to tease Mark Labhart and Eliza Jane that Grant County is the hardscrabble county between the Gentile Cascades and Sisters and something similar for the Eagle Caps in Malala County, but I'll pass, having just said what I wanted to say. So I am the liaison, an EQC member liaison for DEQ to OWEB, and I'll just read the updates that they provided. I've attempted to summarize these in the past, and they're so succinct and tightly written that I simply butcher them, so I'm going to read them. So 2 updates. One is the drinking water program. Department of Environmental Quality, or DEQ's drinking water source program, frequently collaborates with sister agencies and drinking water utilities on source water protection activities. Recent collaborations with OWEB include the following: supporting OWEB as they implement their drinking water source program grant, drinking water source protection grant program by providing technical support during program rollout and serving on the proposal review committee. DEQ's set of 3 coastal workshops last October focused on source water protection, forest stewardship, land conservation, and funding resources. They were well received by local water providers and the communities. DEQ and workshop participants appreciated the information presented by OWEB regarding the Drinking Water Source Program Protection Grant. Supporting the Drinking Water Providers Partnership, which coordinates an annual grant program to support source watershed projects that provide benefits to both drinking water systems and native fish. Funding for this comes from the U.S. Forest Service, the BLM, and the EPA. Second update, TMDLs, forget, what is that? The maximum daily load. I remember these things when I'm not talking to people. TMDL updates. DEQ is developing the Willamette River mainstream and main stem and major tributaries temperature replacement TMDLs. And for those who don't know, the maximum daily loads refers to levels of pollutants. Daily loads can include temperature, overly high temperatures, or other kinds of pollutants. Comment period for the Willamette River main stem and major tributaries closed in October 2024. DEQ and EPA filed a joint motion to the court to amend the final order and judgment to extend project deadlines for the remaining TMDLs on October 28th, 2024. including requesting a 4-month extension for the Willamette main stem and major tributaries project area TMDL. And I'll just say there were TMDLs in place for these water systems, but some groups challenged how they were arrived at. The court sided with the plaintiffs, and DEQ has had to redo some of these. Speaking in non-Department of Justice terminology, the court's deadline was unrealistic, and we requested that they give us more time to complete these in a responsible manner, and we're waiting to hear on that. So the EPA has taken the lead to develop the UMQUAL temperature replacement TMDLs. Due to the deadlines associated with completing these TMDLs, EPA has taken the lead to issue the TMDL and is working closely with DEQ on its development. Again, a tight time frame, and so EPA is actually helping in this particular water system. Watershed. The comment period closed in November 2024, and this TMDL is included in the joint motion to the court to amend the final order and judgment to extend project deadlines. So we're open for more time. Finally, DEQ will also be actively working on the following TMDLs in 2025, including working with external groups such as working groups and rulemaking advisory committees where relevant. So the co-kill TMDLs for bacteria, temperature, and other pollutants. DEQ has worked on some of this TMDL in the past and is working toward completing and issuing this TMDL in 2025. The John Day Basin and Rogue TMDLs for temperature. These TMDLs are due in spring 2026, according to the court's schedule. The Snake River TMDL for mercury and the Snake River TMDL for temperature. So updates for the Drinking Water Protection Program and TMDLs.
Thank you, Mark, for that update. Okay, I would like to give Woody Wolf a chance to introduce himself. I'll give a little bit of background for folks. This is his first meeting with us. He's our delegate from the Water Resources Commission, and also he has some spotty internet, so you'll see him going on and off camera as his bandwidth allows him to. So, Woody, what would you like us to know today? And hopefully by letting you go a little bit further down the line, I know that was really helpful for me when I started, so you could hear the updates from everybody, so you kind of know what to talk about. So we try to ease folks in that are new. So,
well, good morning, everybody. I look forward to being a board member. My name is Woody Wolf. I'm a 6th generation from Wallowa County. I guess most of all of you are familiar with Liza Jane, and our properties are, 12 or 13 apart from each other. And I'm an export producer and have a wife and 2 sons. May or may not be interested in the business someday. Filling the required position representing the Oregon Water Resources, of which I've been a commission member for 3 years, a little over 3 years now. And we have been most recently working on the IWRS, which is the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. Started on revamping, and I slightly behind on reconstructing that document, and to what degree we were delayed to a request from the governor's office to do so, relative to the number of department heads that were being replaced from acting directors to permanent directors at the time, and are moving forward with that. as well as seems like a plethora of rulemakings that are coming up. The moment that if I gave you the rulemaking numbers and what they were allocated to, I would probably mismatch the moment without the documentation in front of me. I apologize, fairly backlit from the sun in my environment, so I'm looking at and can't really see my face very well, which may or may not be a blessing at this point. But the background is clear and nice. Really, that's all I had. I just, having me, and I look forward to in-person meetings. I will echo Liza Jane's sentiment about Zoom meetings. They're functional, but I do prefer the in. So happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Woody. Nice to meet you, and we are happy to have you on the board with us. So, I just want to give a moment for Claire, Aaron, Dan, for our federal partners. You all have updates for us. Feel free. I will call on you, but I don't want you to feel like you have to give an update today if you don't have one. So if you have updates, if you could just raise your hand and then I will just call on you that way. Aaron, great.
There we go. Thank you, Kelly. Good morning, everyone. My name is Aaron Curtis. I work at the Bureau of Land Management, Oregon, Washington State Office in Portland in our Division of Resources. I just wanted to pass along a few updates. I've sent these to Nicole as well, and so along with links if anybody's interested in finding further information on these updates. But just wanted to pass along. We've recently completed the resource management plan for the Cascade-Siskiyou National Monument, a Lakeview District Resource Management Plan amendment. We also approved the Oregon portion of a Greater Sage Grouse Resource Management Plan amendment. As well as an environmental impact statement for the Holt Dam and Reservoir safety issues that we're dealing with in Northwest Oregon. And then our current priorities. We are close to, again, finalizing the programmatic environmental assessment for riparian and aquatic restoration activities in Eastern Oregon and Washington. And we are also working on 2 other environmental impact statement level projects related to grazing management. Those are the Louse Canyon and Bridge Creek environmental impact statements. So, and again, there'll be hopefully links to all of those, but touch base with me, and thank you for all of the interagency support so far this morning. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Aaron. Claire.
Good morning, everyone. Claire Takella with the Natural Resources Conservation Service. I appreciate just the recognition of our current situation, and we are really eagerly awaiting guidance from our national leadership, just so that we're better able to communicate with our partners on some of the implications of the executive orders as they're interpreted. But in the meantime, we're continued to focus on completing our mission critical work that we do every day. So some of the things that are coming up for us, February 28th is going to be a very popular deadline in our world. But for our environmental quality incentives program, we should have all of our 2025 applications assessed and ranked by that deadline, so we can move forward with obligation thereafter. It's also the deadline to complete fiscal year 24 CSP payments to those producers who requested to receive the payment in 2025 for tax purposes. And it is also our CSP, or Conservation Stewardship Program application deadline for 2025. And then really looking at a really robust FY 2025 agricultural conservation easement program sign up through ALE or the agricultural land easements, breaking down the acronyms. We received 9 applications covering 24,000 acres with requested federal cost share of $16 million, just to kind of echo on, I think some of Russ's comments earlier about that easement need in the state right now. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Claire. Dan.
Hello, everybody. Great to see everybody. And I get the Zoom comments from our friends out in Eastern Oregon, especially when they describe the outside as blue sky and snow on the mountains. It's like, whoa, wait, yeah, I'd rather be there than on a Zoom call. My name is Dan Brown. I'm with the Environmental Protection Agency. I'm a ex officio member of the OWEB board, which basically means I'm a non-voting member. And I just wanted to share some late breaking news with Mark Webb, who mentioned the cases that EPA and DEQ brought regarding the temperature TMDL timeline. Just late last week, Mark, we did get an extension on the Willamette and Umpqua TMDLs for 4 months, just as an FYI. Other than that, it was the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act last month. 50 years of great work bringing clean water to folks' tap, and that deserves some celebration. And you know, EPA's been working for many, many years and will continue to work for many, many years on clean water and clean air and clean land. And currently, we're working with the new administration to understand and implement its priorities, and everything will be great. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dan. I think, I mean, we're all just trying to be glass half full right now, aren't we? Together, we'll get through it. So I think I've gotten everyone except Barbara and I. Yes. Okay. So, I would like to pass it to my co-chair, Barbara Boyer, for updates.
Well, good morning, everybody. Barbara Boyer. I sit here representing the State Board of Agriculture, but I like to remind folks I sit on the Board of Agriculture as the Soil and Water Conservation Commission Chair. It's a dedicated seat, which is rare in this country, that there's a dedicated seat on the Board of Agriculture. A couple of updates. We had our meeting in Newport in December, and we had several panels that really don't pertain to anything OWEB, but it was agritourism panel update, and the land use laws and how they work together. But the one we got a lot of publicity about was our resolution on agriculture overtime. We're asking for a relook at that. So we got quite a bit of publicity on that particular. We're not policymakers, we're a recommending board. So it's just one of our recommendations as for the ag industry. We also are working on our industry report. Every 2 years, we are to give the legislators an update on the industry. So our deadline is coming up at the end of this month. So we're working hard on that. And then we got to tour the Hatfield Marine Science Center. Wow, that was impressive. And I just was really surprised. I'd never gone that deep into, when I've gotten off that exit, I don't normally go that far. And I was surprised how many partners are actually in that whole vicinity. So it was really neat to get the tour. And the highlight for me was the top floor. I don't know how many of you have been there, but boy, just that it's for the community and the tsunami. They're outside the tsunami zone at the 27 feet or something crazy like that. And then the storage that they've got 48 hours worth of food and supplies for 1,000 people. Just was really impressive. So that was the highlight of that meeting for me. And then one other thing I wanted to let you know is in November, our Yamhill Soil and Water Conservation District had our annual meeting, which we are required by statute to have. We had 135 people in attendance, and we honored Willamette River Keeper and their partnership with us with the weeds along the Willamette River. We've been working on 21 miles of the Willamette River on some of the noxious weeds. And Oregon Lottery highlighted this project with a video, it's a really great video. If anybody wants to see it, it's on the Oregon Lottery page. So I think with that, that is all I have today. Thank you. And just all I want to end with is let's just all take care of each other.
Thank you, Barbara. Okay. So again, for the record, my name is Kelly Coates. I'm the tribal representative on the OWEB board. And for my updates today, as far as OWEB goes, I attended a very interesting Climate and Water Committee meeting December 11th with OWEB, where we had Rep. Helm and Rep. Owens come and talk with us about some of the water packages that they are getting ready for this legislative session. If folks have not, that was recorded. It's on our YouTube site. So if folks haven't seen it, it was a really great conversation, really interesting information, and I would recommend just going back and watching that if you have a chance. Obviously, water issues are something that I not only, as OWEB tracking this, but I am also tracking this for my, well, I guess I'll just call it my day job. So I also attended the Governor's Natural Resources Agency Directors Cabinet meeting on December 4th with Sarah and Barbara, where the majority of the Natural Resources Agency directors and the Governor's Natural Resources staff, and then the chairs and co-chairs for various boards and committees from the different agencies got together and just had some really good discussion. We also saw a fantastic presentation by Eric Quimps on traditional first foods celebration, and just it was just every time I see that presentation, I am just completely inspired. So it was a really, really great meeting. Really good to get together with everyone. I am planning to go back to DC with a multi-state delegation. This is our annual Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund, or PCSRF, trip back to DC. We were planning on doing it in November and we postponed it. I believe we'll be going out in early March now for that. So I'll give you all a report out on that at the next meeting, how that goes. Let's see, other things that I've been doing sort of separate from OWEB. I was really honored to be asked to give the keynote speech at the Northwest Aquaculture Conference in Seaside on December 10th. That was really, really great. It was a really interesting, different group of folks, and had a lot of fun, and was just really honored to be asked to do that. We are tracking, obviously, we're in legislative session now, so we are tracking very closely state budgets, agency budgets, really watching that closely. I mentioned tracking water as well, and just natural resources, legislative issues and POPs. I wanted to share kind of a big win for my team this year. As we all know, because we are in, we're restoration, a lot of us are restoration practitioners. A lot of the work that we do from project inception to project completion can take multiple years to get everything together, get permits, get a contractor, and get everything ready to go. And so my team started a project in 2019 to do restoration of a side channel on the Rogue River on some tribal property. And this year, finally, in the fall of 2024, we completed our planting. So we did our in-stream portion of it this summer. We completed our planting this fall. I'm getting really great photos. We're super excited to see what happens this spring when the native plants start to actually grow, as opposed to just like stopping growing right now because it's so cold and the ground is frozen. But we were really excited about that. And it was just a really big win for our team after, 5 years of trying to get this project done. So, I guess I would just say, keep at it, perseverance, patience, all very, very necessary with these restoration projects. And I want to give a big shout out to my fisheries team for getting it done. Really, really proud of them. So, Liza Jane, I see your hand up.
I'm feeling your pain, Kelly. I just wanted to add that we're making progress in that department. We waited 18 years from start to finish. So we're doing better. It's not good enough, but I feel your pain, and perseverance is definitely the key. So good job.
Thanks, Liza Jane. That makes me feel better. Yeah, it's funny. I have these conversations with my team sometimes about how the work that we do for restoration, we may not even see the full benefits of it within our lifetime, right? So maybe the next generation will, but it's really, I mean, we are long-term, 7 generations into the future planning for this stuff, right? So when you actually get to see some on the ground work completed, it feels really, really good. So, okay, so let me check our agenda here.
Kelly, I was just about to send you a note. I think we have a break scheduled at 10:05. We could start director's report now if that's of interest to the co-chairs and see if we can finish it by the break. I know it's a long meeting day for folks, so probably compressing the schedule as much as we can will be helpful.
Yeah, I support that.
I'd be fine with that. I'm getting thumbs up from people and head nods. So yeah, let's go ahead and do that. So we will skip forward to director's
Nicole
update.
has a hands up and she can tell me if I got out of line here.
Oh, sorry, Nicole.
No, you're totally fine. I also wanted to let you know that all the folks signed up for public comment are on, so we can continue as we go without jumping around. So those are our options as you see fit.
My cat has a feeling about this, but hang on. She's like batting my face while we talk. I apologize. My office doesn't have a door, so my cat will be an active participant in director's report today.
Great.
Kelly, I see Jamie's hand up.
Oh, Jamie.
We just have to put the minutes.
I'm sorry, Jamie. It was really hard for me to hear that. Can you say that again?
I'm sorry. Did we just have to approve the minutes?
Did you
Yeah.
hear?
Yes, I think what you said is we still have to approve the October meeting minutes. Yes.
We
Yeah.
can do that in whichever order you want.
So we could just continue. So can I propose something really quickly to the group? How about we go ahead and move forward with the October meeting minutes now and get that done. And then we can skip to director's updates until 10:25 because I know public comment, we don't want to make folks wait. So would that work? I'm going to ask Nicole. Would that work?
Yes, although I want to say our public commenters are already online. So it's possible that they can go ahead. We can continue with the schedule as scheduled and not wait till 10:25.
And just a reminder, we had promised folks a bio break at some point in there, so that we have a 10:05 break on the agenda.
So in
Coffee
theory,
time.
we could do the meeting minutes, then the public comment, then take a break, and then listen to Sarah. But yeah, those are our options.
All right, I'm supportive of just sticking with the agenda as it is in front of us right now. So
continue with meeting
yes.
minutes now, Barbara.
Yes, please. All right, well, I am going to move down to agenda item B and looking for questions or comments or edits on the October 2024 meeting minutes. If there are not any, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move the board approve the minutes from the October 22, 23, 24 board meeting.
I second.
It's been moved by Laphart, second by McCleary. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Woody, I need to see your face. Please.
I'm going to abstain since I was not there.
Okay, thank you. For the record, that's great to know, so I appreciate it. All right. I guess the motion passes with one abstention. So, all right, we are going to move on down to public comment, and we have, I forgot how many people. I've got to look it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 or 7. 7 signed up. So I am going to call Chris Gannon first, and then Andrea Kreiner, you will be on deck. So Chris, I'm going to give you each 3 minutes for your public comment today.
Good morning. Can you hear me, board?
Yes, Chris, I can hear you.
Good morning, co-chairs, board members, and staff. For the record, I'm Chris Gannon of the Crooked River Watershed Council located in Prineville, Oregon. Today I just come to you with I think a very benign sort of request to consider a proposal. It's a concept really to bring more funds into OWEB's granting program. I think many of you are painfully aware, as we all are, that the gap between what OWEB can fund and the recommended projects for funding from the TRT continues to kind of widen every year. A lot of good projects just can't be funded for lack of funding. So this concept would challenge us all to work together in a collaborative fashion to bring more funds into OWEB to make more grants, basically. In summary, I think the best way to do this, one way to do this, is bring new funds. I think there are a lot of corporate interests out there that might join OWEB in terms of the tens of millions that the state spends every biennium on conservation in the state. So I guess it's a collegial challenge for all of us to consider maybe a new way to bring more money in. I would be the first one to stand in line with you and help in this effort if it was something you were to undertake, maybe even an exploratory level initially. So I submitted a letter, happy to answer any questions, but the basic concept is to bring more money in through corporate sponsorships at the front end of OWEB's grant making rather than the back end of OWEB's grant making. So unless there are any complications with that proposal, I would love to take any questions, save a couple of minutes for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you've got some great comments in your written also. So appreciate your time today, Chris. All right, Andrea Kreiner, and then hold on, I'm going to tell you who's on deck. Sorry, I only have one screen today. I don't have 2 going. Joe Buttafuoco, you will be following Andrea. So Andrea, I'll give you 3 minutes today, please.
Thank you. Chair Boyer, Co-Chair Coates, and board members, good morning. My name is Andrea Kreiner. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, and I'm here this morning representing the Oregon Conservation Partnership. I'm so very happy that I'm joined, and you'll hear after me, today by my 2 new best friends, Joe Buttafuoco, the new Executive Director of COLT, and Terry Pre-Grigsby, the new Executive Director of NOWSI. They'll be introducing themselves, but man, am I glad to have them on board and have our partnership fully staffed up again. I'm proud to report that the partnership's big project in support of our members, the Grant Hub, is now live and will be hosting a training webinar on February 26th. It's still a work in progress with more grants and more search categories being added, but this will be an invaluable tool, especially as we add more private and foundation funding opportunities. On another key product, the Natural Carbon Solutions Guide has also been finalized and is available on OACD's website. This is a guide for when a landowner comes into a district saying, I want to do X, to see if there's a link from X to carbon sequestration and potential funding. So this link is integral with the Grant Hub. And now that we have a full slate of executive directors, we've started meeting to discuss the future of the partnership and how we can best help our member organizations, the districts, watershed councils, and land trusts to, one, have stronger, healthier organizations, and two, to identify and overcome barriers to getting restoration projects on the ground. To do this, we're going to continue focusing on targeting our training and advocacy to efforts where they're the most needed and increasing public support through continuing and building on our recent earned media successes. Thank you, as always, for the opportunity to share our work with you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
So Jamie, you have a clarifying question?
Yes, Andrea mentioned that the website that's now available.
Jamie, you're really hard to hear. Jamie, I cannot hear you at all. It's like you're underwater. Why don't you try and turn your camera off and speak? See if that would help.
Can you hear me
No,
now?
that is not helping. Sorry. Do you want to put it, Nicole, is it okay if she puts it in the chat? Do you want to try and put it in the chat, Jamie?
Just a note, we can't see the chat, so you need to read it
I
to
will.
us.
Yeah, I will.
Oh my God.
I believe the chat may be disabled for this
Yeah.
particular meeting.
Okay, sorry, Jamie. You want to try and speak again one more time to give it a shot?
The website for the grants.
Yeah.
It will, right now it's linked to from the OACD website, so oacd.org. But I need to work with our web designers to make sure we can get it up very front and forward on the OregonConservation.org website. But it's not up there yet. Right now it's linked to through our website.
Thank you. All right, so Joe Buttafuoco, you're up next, and then Terry Prieg-Rigsby, you are on deck. Welcome, Joe.
Morning, everyone. Co-Chair Coates, Co-Chair Boyer, and members of the board, thank you for the time today to provide comments. My name is Joe Buttafuoco. I'm proud to announce I am the new Executive Director for Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. It's a pleasure to be with you all today at my first OWEB board meeting, representing COLT and the amazing work of our members. I'm also representing the Oregon Conservation Partnership, as Andrea mentioned. COLT's over 30 members include land trusts, SWCDs, and conservation groups working across Oregon to protect and restore fish and wildlife habitat and clean water for all people forever. So I joined COLT in this role in October of last year, ending 14 years with the Nature Conservancy in my previous role as Associate Director of Stewardship. I had served on COLT's board since 2020. I came to Oregon back in 2001 from New Jersey and spent my career here caring for conserved lands and managing stewardship programs. Over this time, the land trust community has grown significantly in its capacity and collective impact. We are poised to scale up our efforts, and OWEB will be instrumental to our success moving forward. I come into this role strongly committed to the work of the Oregon Land Justice Project and our land trust efforts to build relationships with Indigenous people and to support their efforts to reclaim lands and culture. Through this project, land trusts are learning how to be allies and commit our organizations to promoting Indigenous land access, land return, and tribal sovereignty. Another of my major priorities is engaging OWEB staff and leadership to improve program delivery of the land acquisition program. We've been having some really good conversations around that, and I hope the board will support OWEB staff in these efforts moving forward. As one of the only dedicated funders of land acquisition in the state, it is key this program is adequately funded and high functioning, serving the goals of Measure 76 and delivering lasting conservation outcomes. Securing the long-term protection of land through easements and acquisitions ensures public restoration investments endure. And there is incredible opportunity to do more land acquisition in Oregon through this program and the focused investment partnerships. CULT and our members are committed to this partnership with OWEB, and we thank the board and staff for their care and dedication to the land, water, and people of Oregon. I look forward to listening and learning during this board meeting, and I hope to connect with each of you as I continue to onboard into this role. Back to the Zoom comments, I'm pretty excited for when we're all in person and I can meet you all. So thanks again for the time, everybody.
Excellent. Thanks a lot, Joe. Looking forward to meeting you in person. So Terry, you are up next, and then Amy Steiner, you're on deck.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Boyer, Co-Chair Coates, and other OWEB board members. My name is Terry Prieg-Rigsby, and I'm the new Executive Director of the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils. A quick note about my background. I have served on my local watershed council for 25 years and my local soil and water conservation district for 19 years. Professionally, I worked as a senior performance auditor under several Oregon secretaries of state, and then moved on to working with nonprofit organizations to support capacity building, grant acquisition and reporting, and compliance with state and federal nonprofit laws. So I'm really excited to apply my volunteer and work experience to my role at NOWC and to help watershed councils throughout the state succeed. So far, I've had the opportunity to meet with over 20 watershed council directors and coordinators, and my goal, of course, is to meet with all of them to learn how NOWC can best support them, including through the provision of new and relevant webinars and the upcoming Watershed Council Camp, which used to be which hasn't occurred since 2019, and this year we will be calling it the Watershed Council Gathering, and it will occur in May. Through the conversations I've had with folks, I've heard two key themes rise to the top. The first is that watershed councils are committed to local workforce development and the local economy through their contracting practices, as well as working with organizations such as the Northwest Youth Corps. And thanks to OWEB Deputy Director Page, I'm now in conversations with the Northwest Youth Corps and the Higher Education Coordinating Commission to determine the best way to connect their programs with watershed councils to get critical work done on the ground and also to build the bench for the next generation of skilled conservation employees and leaders. I've also heard over and over how effective watershed councils are at leveraging their capacity grants and bringing in additional funding. So for example, the Upper Watersheds Deschutes Council used OWEB funding to access 3 additional grants to complete a project in the Old Mill District along the Deschutes River. And they were able to leverage OWEB funding at a nearly 6-to-1 match. Another example I learned about is from the Greater Oregon City Watershed Council, where they've used OWEB funds to begin implementing their Strategic Restoration Action Plan for native fish in the Abernathy Creek watershed, and they've raised $750,000, which is a near 7-to-1 match for OWEB's investment. And lastly, just yesterday, I learned about the Clackamas River Basin Council, who've used their capacity dollars to be nimble and apply for federal funds, including $800,000 to support wildlife recovery on the lands impacted by the Riverside and Beachy Creek fires, as well as $1.26 million to restore over 5 miles of aquatic habitat. So as a former auditor and someone that helps nonprofits grow their stability, I know that bringing in these external dollars is critical for our states. So thank you, OWEB staff and NAUSI board and fellow members of the partnership for welcoming me in and helping me to get up to speed as quickly as possible in my first month. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Amy, you are you ready? I know you just came on. Are you prepared or do you want me to skip over you for a minute?
I am ready to go.
Okay. All right. So, and Jan Lee, you're on deck. So go ahead, Amy, please.
Great, thank you. My name is Amy Steiner. I'm the Executive Director for the South Fork John Day Watershed Council. I'm a Grant County native, born and raised, third generation rancher, wife and mother of two. When I started for the council in 2014, they had $25,000 to their name. They did not meet OWEB's new thresholds. We lacked bylaws, policies, action plans, work plans, but most difficult for us was the 500 people within our remote service area. My board voted to expand our territory, reaching 540 people and covering nearly 600,000 acres. I remember many late nights sitting at my dinner table with Sue Greer, toddlers running around, getting everything put together. Thanks to Sue and my dedicated directors, we were able to pull it off, and in 2015, we received our first full OWEB Capacity Grant Award. We went from 0.5 FTE, 2 open projects, and $25,000 to our current 2.5 FTE, 31 open projects with over $4.5 million in secured funds. Capacity funds contribute to securing project funding, which supports local contractors. For example, we just received our second round of RCPP funding for over $3.3 million, which will stay in our community. Another example of how capacity funding is put to work was this last fire season. In the South Fork John Day Watershed, we experienced 2 separate mega fires, the Falls and Rail Ridge, burning over 320,000 acres. The relationships built with our landowners and agencies allowed us to host multiple community information meetings, provide contact information to both private landowners and the managing fire teams. We leveraged capacity funding to secure over 7 tons of seed for post-fire recovery that we distributed to over 25 different landowners. OWEB capacity funding is vital, but doesn't cover 100% of our needs. We've been able to leverage OWEB dollars across multiple funders like the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs, Bella Vista Foundation, Oregon Community Foundation, and the Healy Foundation. For every $1 invested by OWEB, we've been able to turn that into $30 back into the community. I cannot express enough gratitude toward the support OWEB has provided through their council capacity funding. Over the last 11 years, I've seen the importance of councils to our communities and natural resources. This means more to me than you can realize to be able to contribute to my hometown, our local economy, and protect and restore the natural resources we depend on. So, thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Good job. You did that right under 3 minutes. Thank you. All right, Jan Lee, you're up, please. And then I did not see who's on deck. I think there's Justin Farrell. You will be last after Jan, please.
Thank you. Board members, I'm Jan Lee, and I'm speaking today as the current president of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. I'm also an elected board member of the Clackamas Soil and Water Conservation District. We appreciate the funding opportunities that you all provide. And my remarks really speak to some of the increased basic requirements specific to districts. These continue to require our basic costs to increase significantly. Our soil and water conservation districts are local governments and, as you know, special districts under Oregon law. And we have elected officials serving on our boards. As a result of our local government designation, we need to follow a broad range of state and federal legal and regulatory requirements. A couple of those that have become quite spendy include the full municipal audits that each district is required to file annually. That audit averages around $10,000 a year, looking at all of the 45 districts, and varies from $7,000 to $18,000 plus staff time per district. And our public notices for all of our meetings, which includes committees, board meetings, our annual meeting, posting our budget, etc., averages another $1,000 per district per year. So we have these extenuating costs of $11,000 per district each year on average. And this does not include all of the other requirements from state agencies that districts have to fund to operate legally, and definitely not the staff time to prepare and implement that. So districts file reports annually with ODA for this funding for the capacity grants. I just reviewed one of those last week, 36 pages, including a document for scope of work, a document outlining expenditures, and an agreement listing all the requirements. And then quarterly updates are required to show progress. It's also been reported to me that funds are not received until 2 to 3 months after the request has been made. So there's perhaps a little tinkering that could be done on these capacity grants, not only to allow all the work that needs to be accomplished, but to find a way to deal with some of these escalating expenses. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jan. All right, Justin, I see you there. I will give you 3 minutes, please.
Hello, board. My name is Justin Farrell, manager of Lake County SWCDs. There's 2 districts within our county. I just wanted to build a little bit on what Jan Lee had presented. I've been a district employee that turned into a manager position later in my career. I've been there for 19 years now. And so for 19 years, we've operated predominantly in Lake County off the scope of funds, capacity grant. And you can't see me, but I did air quotes with capacity grant because we have several requirements as listed by Jan, with the capacity funds predominantly being that the responsibility to implement the SB 1010 program through the ag water quality with ODA. And so our amount of unrestricted capacity funds is very minimal. And in an area the size of Lake County, for instance, where it takes 120 miles to drive from one end to the other, the budget we have to work with to recruit new landowners and implement good projects, build projects that aren't directly tied to SB 1010, it's a very challenging act that we deal with on a daily basis. So I'm just here to campaign for any amount of either increased capacity funding or reduced requirements within the existing capacity funding for SWCDs to help to build the flexibility that we need to be able to implement good conservation projects on the ground. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Justin. All right, that ends our verbal public comment, but I did want to list some of the written comment that we did receive. Stan Dean from Jackson Soil Water Conservation District, Dean Moberg, Cami Lorraine, Carson Kendrick. So those were some written ones that we did receive. So thank you, everybody. We appreciate you engaging with us. All right, I will pass the baton. Well, do we want to? It's break time, isn't it? All right. So let's take a break and see everybody back here at 10:20, please.
Hey, Nicole, are you there? Test, test.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, my mouse is dipping in and out because why not? That's fun.
No worries. Yeah, I'm having all sorts of just testing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Yeah, you were really garbled earlier, so hopefully this new camera helps.
Yeah, I was using another system, so I've just swapped out. So thank you so
Yeah.
much. Appreciate your help.
No worries. So see you in a bit.
Okay, everyone. It's 10:20. Are we ready to get started again?
Nicole, we set?
Yep, we're all good to go.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. We are headed into our director's updates. So Sarah, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thanks, Kelly. I'm calling in from my home near Estacada, Oregon today, and I want to share with Mark and my East Oregon colleagues that it is a balmy 24 here. So if you want to come over and enjoy the good weather anytime, I'm from Iowa, so this is not cold, just for the record. I want to, here, let me pull up my slides. I do want to, I'm going to welcome a new staff member in a minute here, and I also just want to take a minute to echo other folks in welcoming Woody to the team here when Meg Reeve left the Water Resources Commission, and we knew we needed to find another representative from the WRC to join this group. I felt like we kind of hit the jackpot when we first talked to Director Gall and found out that he had a member that had on the ranch, on the ground experience working on water transactions, and also has been a great partner for OWEB staff through his service on the Oregon Ag Heritage Commission for some time, and really a key part of standing up that program and the rulemaking effort and sort of first rounds of awards. So Woody, great to have you with us, and thanks for making it work from your remote location today. I also want to introduce a new member of the OWEB team and allow her to say hi and introduce herself a little bit more. Nicole Manis joined us January 2nd as the manager of the new Environmental Restoration Council program. So this is the Monsanto funding that folks will remember from last legislative session, has some OWEB staff support. Funding decisions for that will be under a new Environmental Restoration Council being stood up with a lot of governors and a couple of legislative appointments coming up associated with that. So Nicole's getting her feet under her very quickly, and just given kind of the intersection and OWEB staff being on point to sort of administer those funds and manage the new council, we wanted to have a chance for her to say hi, and you all get to know a new member of staff. Nicole, go ahead.
Thanks, Sarah. Good morning, everybody. Morning, OWEB board, and those who are joining online. Nicole Manis. I am now a new team member of the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board and the manager for the Environmental Restoration Council. It's a huge honor to be joining this team and to be leading this new program of work. My background, I come from the nonprofit world in Oregon. I have lived and worked here for 15 years. I'm based in Corvallis, Oregon. And prior to that, I was living in British Columbia. I worked for a university, nonprofit, collaborative there. My background is that I am Canadian and have been, I think I said I've been living here for 15 years. So fairly new, but to this program, and this program is new, but we are hitting the ground running, building a program of work and a work plan for 2025. And really grateful to the OWEB team for welcoming me and helping me to get sort of established in the state government system, working really closely with the Governor's Natural Resource Office to get this program kind of developed and defined, and looking to build our new council this year. So we're hoping to have a council established in 2025 and start getting accounts established and funds established so that we can put this money to good work on behalf of Oregonians. If folks have questions or want to follow up, I have an OWEB email address. We'd be happy to chat or connect offline. And I think that would be a good intro and update for this setting. So thank you.
That sounds good to me, Nicole. I will try to leave some time at the end of director's reports here if there are questions on that or any of our other updates today. Can folks see my slides okay? Okay, I thought so. I just want to take a minute at the beginning of our kind of director's report conversation here to pull up and remind ourselves of the strategic plan that you guys passed at your last meeting, and just kind of ground our efforts and the rest of our conversation in that. When I introduce OWEB, and I'm getting better at doing that without stumbling over my words, 6 months into the job, I feel like I can at least say, hi, I'm from OWEB and explain the agency without getting in too much trouble. I really focus on kind of the, I don't know, I almost want to say luxurious mission that we have in front of us here, which is to invest in local capacity that restores and protects Oregon's watershed health, and to do that not only through grant making, but with an approach to grant making that's really nested in, and this shows up even in our statutory language. We do grant making in our watershed health mandate in a way that supports local capacity, local values, local priorities, in a way that's strategic and science-based, and brings in sort of interagency and public-private priorities and knowledge and expertise to be able to direct these investments. And in a way that does a good job of tracking and communicating the outcomes of conservation investments, both from OWEB and from our other partners. So that's a pretty cool way of going about and doing business. And I think, as somebody that had a little bit of a finger in our early foundations and ballot measures and constitutional language, it's really cool to see how this work has evolved and how that vision of an agency that makes those investments in those particular ways has evolved over time. And our how is really important. The way that we do our work is really important. And I think that shows up so much in the comments of all of our board members and public comments this morning. I think it also shows up in our strategic plan, and it's really cool to sort of think about the foundations of the agency and then see them identified and sort of called out in these different strategic priorities that we have identified collaboratively and will continue to pursue over the course of the next biennium and beyond. Some quick updates. I'll start on the right, which is backwards from usual, but I do want to draw folks' attention to the series of staff reports that are there in writing. I won't revisit a ton of that material for you, but we have rulemaking updates. We'll see rulemaking in the course of this meeting, and we have potential to request some additional engagement from the board ongoing throughout the year here. You heard our budget and legislative updates, or you heard our budget updates and an overview of governor's request budget at our October meeting. We're going out doing informational meetings right now with our Joint Ways and Means subcommittee members and having some great conversations, really able to share the mandate from the governor's office that Jeff Huntington came and shared last time, and to be able to say that we're working really closely with the governor's office and with the chief financial office to be able to build a sustainable staffing structure, and our GRB supports that and gets us well launched along the way to be able to build that more sustainable structure for OWEB. We have Eric Hartstein here on the line if folks have any other questions about legislative updates. It's been a pretty quiet session for us so far. We have seen a bill come in with some additional funding potentially for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. And so we're kind of working with our legislative contacts and partners to make sure we can get any information that legislators need to move that conversation forward. Had their first hearing earlier this week. The 2024 Wildfire Response Program is out and on the ground. Folks will remember that the board approved that, I believe, at the last meeting, freeing up to $2 million for these kind of responsive TA-focused grants to local partners working collaboratively to address immediate post-fire response issues. That's open until May. But we do encourage folks to get applications in as early as possible. And I know that there are a lot of those already kind of brewing and stewing on the landscape, which is great to see folks working together on that. Klamath restoration charges forward. I forget who my member was that mentioned the fish showing up above previous historical dams. That's exciting news. I think I shared at the last meeting. I had a chance to be in the ODFW office in Klamath Falls when the field biologist came rushing in to say that they had seen the first salmon upstream of a dam site and rapidly approaching Keno. So that's really cool. And we're approaching the end of our $15 million commitment. It says in the memo, but I believe it's something like 13.5 million of that 15 million are now out the door to the Klamath River Renewal Corporation. I know this is the problem when I say my acronyms out loud. Sometimes I get them wrong, but I'm trying, Liza Jane. So we're excited to have that funding on the ground and to be talking to partners about, potential collaborative efforts to follow up on that. Hope to see some applications coming out of that basin in the next few cycles with some cool collaborative work there. And then you'll see a staff report too that provides, as we have in the past, a more detailed version of strategic plan updates. A couple of our members mentioned those. I think Mark Labhart flagged a couple that our agencies have worked on together. A couple of quick highlights. We're really pleased to have been doing a robust public engagement process around natural and working lands funding that we're statutorily directed to prioritize access to those funds by disproportionately impacted or traditionally marginalized communities, and really felt like that required some extra outreach, and our colleague Alexa Taylor has been out making sure that we do an appropriate level of outreach and good structure and communication, making sure that folks who might traditionally not be thinking about OWEB as a funder know those funds are available and what they'll be targeted to. So it's great to see that engagement taking place. Good contribution not only to our strategic plan, but to our DEI resolution and action plan. There's been a ton of just capacity support that I see out from our team supporting our focused investment partnerships over the last quarter. We talked, I think, in October about a gathering that took place there in October that all the FIPs were invited to. Really cool event for helping folks learn from each other, peer learning, and some training provided by external partners there as well. They're having trainings, they're having office hours, they're having presentations. So as you learn more about FIPs and hear the FIP Cohort 3 reports later today, just know that our staff put a lot of time and effort into helping those partners be well supported in the challenging work that they do to put together these big strategic action plans and to implement them over the course of multiple biennia, juggling often a lot of different kinds of funding. It's a tricky thing. And so we're pleased to have a lot of that kind of additional technical assistance going on behind the scenes. Finally, our new drinking water source protection program. That's one that I can say, but I can't say the acronym. I can never remember how many S's and P's it has in it. Applications are in. I do have a little one-pager that we've been using as a handout to legislators if folks are interested in that. Just recognizing this is something that came up from last biennia. It took us a while to launch because it was a really, really new program, well within our core mission area, but a new set of grantee partners with its focus on municipal water providers, and our first use of lottery bonds, which has I still don't really understand bonding as well as I probably should in general, and it's turned out to have some sort of complexities behind the scenes to be able to launch and be ready to capture the combination of general funds and lottery bond funds that came with that program. So we had $5 million. We have $5 million to get out. We got about $6 million in OWEB, or we got about $6 million in applications. So it will be a competitive program, and applicants have also proposed about $7 million in match. So kind of similar to the comments that we heard earlier. I see a lot of folks leveraging other sources of investment there. We did also, as folks may remember, do a survey on potential demand a while ago as we were getting ready to launch the program, and saw as much as 15 million in sort of immediate demand if we were to combine first and a second cycle of funding is available. So we have some additional data there suggesting we may have folks come in through the door if a second round of funding proves to be available, which it is currently not. We've been talking a little bit internally about the volume of grant making that OWEB does that is delegated to me as the executive director by the board. This includes our federal partnerships, the sort of with BLM and NRCS and BLM and NRCS. As well as stuff that is like living under a FIP umbrella and then comes out the door through project-specific applications under the FIP program. We're working on putting together a good way to display that information to you guys. It's delegated to me. I have the right to make the decision. You gave me that right. I think it makes a lot of sense, in particular with these funding sources where we're kind of more of a pass-through or a partner to our federal partners in getting their grant dollars out the door. But we wanted to come up with a better way to daylight these for you in case questions come up and to just have visibility for the board. That has at times amounted to a pretty significant amount of money. So we added it up over the last quarter since we last met with you. We have put out almost $11 million in those awards. You can see an outline of the specifics there. I don't memorize these. We do have robust internal processes to track and make sure we get multiple eyes on them and everything's above board. If folks would like more or different information in this area going forward, or if you have any questions about the delegated awards that went forward this quarter, we're happy to process and share this information in whatever way is most useful. It's a large volume of kind of time-sensitive decisions. And so we appreciate the board's trust in being able to make sure that we can get these out the door in a responsive way between board meeting cycles. But if there's more or different information that would be helpful here in the interest of transparency, please don't hesitate to let us know. With that, I'm going to turn a little bit to board focus and just share with you guys some context. We heard feedback from members after our last couple of meetings, and as I get my feet under me as a new director, that'd be helpful to be able to see kind of an arc of multiple meetings. What are we going to focus on this year? What are the things that you might see coming up multiple meetings in a row? And the new year's always a good place for that kind of conversation. I did also, Linda, our publication specialist, finally, I let her make me a nice version of the bookends slide with sloppy clip art that I shared with you at the October meeting. And as usual, everything that Linda works on is not only prettier, but also communicates its meaning much more effectively than when I slap clip art together at the last minute when I have a good idea. So thanks to Linda for her support in working through this. I did a little fine tuning based on our conversation last time, but I just want to remind folks, and we'll bring this up again as we talk about board committees structure the board's committee structure a little bit later today. The two places where statute kind of directs us for our OWEB board to be focused, and where board members have historically really leaned in and provided a lot of valuable contributions, direction, and guidance to staff, are the two things that I described as bookends last time. So at the front end, before we implement something, whether it's a new program or a policy change or a decision about the strategic direction of investments, a grant decision, we like and we need to hear from the board. Where should we be heading? This is your chance to provide us with kind of policy and strategic direction. And that could be in a lot of different areas. And then that was, I think, a little bit coming out of our conversation with our colleague from Department of Justice when we talked about rulemaking. She had a little bit of a focus on the board's sort of rulemaking sort of role, and we wanted to elaborate a little bit more robust version of that. So there's the first bookend. The second bookend then is oversight and accountability. We've got the operations here in the middle. We are implementing stuff at the board's direction as a result of our constitutional mandate, of statute, of rule, of policy, of direction of the governor's office. You guys tell us the direction we're headed up here. We implement it in the middle, and then we want and value your accountability around whether we're implementing it the way that we talked about and consistent and honoring the guidance that we've been given from all of those different sources. So this is the second place where I feel like we really want to ask the board's robust feedback among both our voting and our non-voting members. Did we say what we said we would? That can be in things like tracking progress and consistency around our investments. Are we putting our dollars in the places that we said we were? Are we communicating the outcomes in a good way? Are we, when we get your guidance and guidance from our external partners on stuff like rulemaking and program design, are we listening and doing our best to implement that in the process? And so on and so forth. And then there's kind of an adaptive management loop there. I know a lot of us are natural resource nerds, so we like to talk about adaptive management a lot, where at that point we can talk about lessons learned and make sure that we're bringing that back to the next conversation. So with that bookends kind of focus in mind, and again, we can dig into that a little bit more when we talk about board committees later today. I just want to highlight some of the things that we have coming up in the course of the year here. We'll complete our 2024 rulemaking efforts probably today. We have water acquisition rulemaking that we anticipate asking the board to fire up in July. I want to share that we had originally said last year we were going to ask the board also to initiate rulemaking on our capacity grants. You heard a lot of public comment about capacity grants today, and I think most of those are more directed towards our spending plan conversation. We're feeling some staff strain related to the governor's initiatives and figuring out how to balance the staffing that we think we will have coming out of this budget cycle with the governor's priorities, with the sort of rulemaking that we had in mind here. And so we may be asking for a revised timeline on that capacity rulemaking. We're doing kind of an internal assessment right now to make sure that we have enough capacity to follow through on our kind of most urgent commitments here. We'll provide some updates on that at the last meeting, but that's since your written materials were developed. So if you look at the rulemaking note and director's reports, it will still say capacity grant making in July. We may come back to you with a different request on that. FIP Cohort 3 presentations, that's a big opportunity to connect with the folks that are doing the work on the ground, the folks that actually implement our mission. Today, you'll hear from FIP Cohort 3. I'll go ahead and highlight actually stuff that we'll be talking about today. We'll have a big focus across the next 3 meetings on our 25-27 spending plan. So you'll help us kind of identify strategic direction for investments throughout the biennium. Starting at our next meeting and to July and beyond, we'll be talking about FIP ecological priorities. We'll have a lot of kind of board governance homework to do this year. We may have new committees based on our conversation later today. I'd love for those committees, whatever they are, to have a formal charter and work plan to make sure that we're kind of coordinating and communicating well about the outcomes that those committees want to take on. We will have co-chair election later this year because Chair Boyer will be term limiting out, not from the board, but from the co-chair position. And we have 2 members, Liza Jane and Bruce, that we're going to have to say goodbye to later this year. So we better find a place to get you guys in person and have a robust celebration and have a chance to thank you for your service. And we are already talking to the governor's office about their sort of recruitment and appointments timeline for those seats. So we will have an anticipation that at the end of this year, we'll have a couple of new public members joining us because of Bruce and Liza Jane's second term ending. We have committed to, and we will follow through on our commitment in our DEI action plan to provide a DEI training opportunity for the board. I'll share some details later on if folks are interested, but our internal DEI team, the IDEA team, has been providing really cool training opportunities to our staff consistent with the board's resolution and consistent with our DEI action plan. Super excited and appreciative to that team to keep that moving forward. Sometime in the next meeting or 2 here, we'll develop a board opportunity associated with that and set aside some time. And that's just everything that's not a grant decision. And you guys are a grant decision board on top of everything else. We will have a lot headed your way. We'll talk about OAHP today, open solicitation later in the year, drinking water source protection, water acquisitions. You will have a decision on the next biennium of funding for FIP Cohort 3. And we'll get started on our next round of capacity grants as well, I believe, in the course of this biennium. So that will, I guess the last thing I'll mention too on our radar for this year, and a place where this will come up again in board committee discussion, but we'll be really looking to the board for kind of strategic guidance and landscape scanning and input, the program improvements that we have planned and are already underway related to the governor's expectations letter that, again, Jeff shared with you all and talked about at our last meeting. We'll talk about land acquisitions a little bit more tomorrow and the work that's already ongoing with Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts and some of our other partners. Kind of holding some listening sessions and getting feedback from folks about the direction in that letter. As I mentioned, we're working on staffing stabilization with our budget. And then we have some conversations coming up probably later in the year about, is there a way to simplify our program structure to make the front door of OWEB a little bit easier to approach, to kind of nest our existing 21 or 22 programs in a way that provides folks with a little bit more integrated front door. So that's a lot. I tried to bold the ones that we're talking about today, but it is a lot. And so today's meeting and tomorrow's meeting, you're going to be in learn and share mode a lot. We had a chance to hear from folks today. Board member updates is always a great opportunity to do that. Committee updates when we get to them, and public comments, of course. You'll hear, as Kelly said, some cool stories around the Lostine River Collaborative and outcomes from that work, and also Tribal Report. You'll hear some updates on our land acquisitions program, and we also have some informational items on specific transaction changes associated with that program. Coming up tomorrow morning, you'll hear from FIP reports, and it is so cool to hear FIPs talk about the work that they're doing that I hope that feels like kind of a luxurious spot in your day to sit down and hear about the good work partners are doing on the ground. We don't have a decision today or this meeting on spending plan priorities. We don't have numbers to give you sort of estimated revenue expectations to tie to that yet, but we will probably in April. And so we want to start getting some high level direction from the board in terms of our investment priorities and spending planned ideas for 25 to 27. That'll allow us to come back with some numbers for you in April with a little bit of kind of conceptual direction from the board about where we might want to weigh more heavily or less heavily. And finally, we do have a few board actions today. They're starred, I believe, on your agenda. We have telling the restoration story funding decision that we'll get to. I think that's right after the Lostine Collaborative. We'll talk about 2025 board committees, and I would love to have you tell me what to do with that going forward so that we can get our committee cycle back up and running and decide what we want that to look like in 2025. And then you will talk about a lot of rules today, but it'll all be stuff that you've talked about before, and we've had robust engagement and either a rack or a pretty quick fix on technical edits. So we'll ask for your decision on a number of different rulemaking efforts today. That's all. 2 days. You can do all that in 2 days, I bet. And thanks for your patience, everybody, in meeting online today. I know it can be a little bit more challenging, and at the same time, boy, we would be in trouble if we didn't have this option in front of us between the weather and legislative session. It's great to be able to get together with everybody, even though we have some travel restrictions. Questions on any of that? Feel like that was a mouthful. Whenever they give me 30 minutes, I'm like, you guys don't want to listen to me for 30 minutes. So I hope you have some good questions. Lindsay?
Yeah, thanks. For the record, Lindsay McCleary. I don't have any questions, just a couple statements. First, I know that the OWEB board makes a lot of decisions that get deferred to your plate. So it was really great to see that snapshot of the dams and just like some numbers tied to that, number of grant extensions or additional funding. That was really helpful. And I really loved the board 2025 outlook. It's really helpful for like continuity to kind of see, okay, this is what we're going to focus on this year. So thank you so much for putting that together, and for staff for the visual slides. It was really clean. It looked really great. And just want to welcome Nicole to the OWEB team. Really excited for her to be in that position and look forward to hearing more as that program rolls out.
Thanks so much, Lindsay. I better let my chair recognize speakers here. I got sideways, sorry. I forget I'm not the facilitator anymore.
It's okay. I was just going to let you run with it. You're doing a great job. Bruce.
Thanks, Sarah. That was very helpful. I have a quick question on your first board focus slide under policy and strategy. I suspect it goes under the first bullet point, but where would you include resolutions, board resolutions in that slide?
That is a great question, Bruce. I was going to pull it up. I can just add board resolutions to that. I think of it as, yeah, I see policy and strategy in the headline, but then I don't see another reference to board adopted policy or resolutions in there. So I can add that unless somebody else sees a different place that it fits better.
Mark.
Well, it goes without saying, Sarah, but I think the others would agree with me. I really appreciate how you've laid it all out for us. So it gives us a template, a plan, and what to look forward to, rather than just every meeting having something new come up. So I really appreciate how you've laid it all out. So thank you.
Thanks, Mark. We do reserve the right to completely change our story tomorrow, but it's
Understand.
good to have a default plan at least, and
I
then we can tell
understand.
you when we amend it.
That's the real world, but I appreciate the template.
Thanks.
And sorry, Sarah, if I got ahead of you, were you gonna ask Bruce where to put that? I saw hands up and I just went with it.
Go for it. I think I can figure out where to put it there, and I appreciate the addition. I think it makes a ton of sense.
Okay, great. Russ.
So, Sarah, it caught me by surprise when you mentioned that Bruce and Liza Jane will be terming out. And I think about the attributes that the two of them bring to the OWEB board, particularly wisdom, grace, passion, boots on the ground, just a congeniality, just the general passion for the work. What can we do to help you begin to struggle through finding people with the right skills to help fill those positions? This is not easy. These are extraordinary individuals, but let us know how we could help.
Thanks, Russ. I mean, I have the luxury of saying that this is above my pay grade. They're the governor's appointments, so it's a governor's hard job, not mine. We do really want to send a robust list of ideas up to the governor's office. If folks have ideas, feel free to flag names or sort of criteria and concepts for Nicole and I. I think we'll, sorry, Nicole Bettinardi and I. Nicole Manis has her own council to build. And we welcome recommendations for that one as well. I do think that we will probably request an okay from the governor's office to send out a broader sort of gov delivery notification. I think we'll come back to it in our April board meeting and sort of request a more structured conversation there. We're definitely hearing from the governor's office an interest in building the bench in terms of the folks that serve on our state boards and commissions. We have a little bit of a habit sometimes of poaching from each other when somebody steps off one board and ends up on another one. And I poach from other boards and commissions all the time because I'm required to from statute, and you get to serve on two at the same time. But we want to really send a ton of ideas and partnerships and thoughts onto the governor's office as they wrestle with this decision, and we have a key contact at the appointments office or at executive appointments that'll be helping us through that. So thanks, Russ. Just send me any names you think of.
Okay. I'm not seeing any additional questions on the director's report. So I think it's probably time to move on to our next agenda item, which is it's agenda item E, the spending plan discussion. And it's perfect because Sarah is up for this one as well. And Eric Williams.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. You guys are stuck with me for another half hour or more here. I have some slides to share on this one as well. I know that Eric Williams is with us on the call today. You know, I normally would lean heavily on any and all of our staff that have been part of this process before, and I will. But I'm learning to ride without my training wheels a little bit. I'm going to try to run the sort of spending plan presentation and start our discussion off here. And then very quickly, I'll get in over my head and Eric Williams's face will pop up and he'll tell you all the information that you need to know to actually navigate this conversation going forward. Does that sound okay? And we can call other staff in as we need to too. Let me find my right presentation here. No, you know, I just always want to make sure that I'm sharing the right screen. How does that look? Does that look like a slide with some spending plan discussion?
Yes.
Excellent. Thanks. So I mentioned in director's report, this is our first crack at this conversation. I'll remind you what a spending plan is, why we have one, what the timeline will look like. We'll share some very high level sort of revenue outlook concepts. We are not at a point yet where we're able to put firm numbers to those. And then I'll kind of walk you through the pie chart of the way that spending has been allocated in our existing spending plan and edited over time or amended over time. Then I'm just going to ask for your high-level discussion and feedback. This is a point where a temperature check from the board on a number of kind of different strategic investment questions will be really helpful. And as I mentioned, it'll help us bring you something in April that that is close enough to make for a good amendments discussion rather than asking us to start from scratch, kind of guessing where we want to spend our resources over the coming biennium. So Stephanie always kind of introduces this conversation by saying that as long as she has worked in state government, she never worked with an agency that had a spending plan before. And so it was a new concept to her and something that's pretty unique to our agency and the way that we do business. It's the plan that we use to determine the distribution of grant funding that's approved by the legislature each biennium. We'll get a big chunk of some combination of lottery, federal, general, and other funds out of legislative session. And at this point, of course, we're guessing what that will be based on a number of different factors. But this is the document that we'll use to sort of figure out where those investments get steered in different proportions over the course of the biennium. That includes not only Measure 76 lottery funds, which have kind of traditionally been OWEB's bread and butter, but also the federal funds that we run through cooperative agreements and granting relationships with our federal agency partners, our salmon license plate revenues, and I need to put it on my to-do list to go out and get my salmon license plate. I think that's probably something that the director should have in order to be able to stand up here with a straight face and talk about license plate revenue with you. General funds, as we've seen, kind of peaked over the last couple of years, and we're kind of waiting to see what that level of investment might look like for newer existing programs today and other funds as available. Our biggest chunks are those Measure 76 lottery funds and Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds, which are managed through a grant relationship with NOAA Fisheries. Folks who've been around for a while will know that our spending plan is frequently updated. I think that it's been updated at every meeting that I've participated in, and I suspect that many of you have probably updated it at every meeting that you've been a part of. But just as we just talked about with the sort of board focus for the year with Mark's comment, it's pretty important to have a plan in place and to know when you're changing the plan. And so the spending plan is our document and our framework that helps us do that and to describe changes in investment or proposed changes in investment to you in a way that makes sense and we can seek your guidance and feedback. We started out the 23-25 biennium with a spending plan of about 149 million based on legislatively adopted budget. Things changed in the course of the year, and in this biennium, things got bigger rather than smaller, which is always good news for us in being able to serve our grantees well. The most recent spending plan amendments that you approved amounted to about 205.9 million. So when I introduce OWEB out in the landscape, and you would not believe how much of my job is providing welcoming comments at other people's meetings, I always say we're an agency of about 8 people sending $100 million out the door every year and with pretty good customer service results and sort of strategic investment track record. And that's a lot of money any way you slice it. So, a pat on the back to you guys and to staff for building this machine and running it long before my time to be able to get that kind of investment out the door the way that we do. And with the focus, as I said, on local capacity and priorities that we do. This is kind of what our process is going to look like. We're going to have this high-level discussion today. We have staff folks from each of our sections, managers from each of our sections here to answer any questions that you might have on the portfolio. And just, again, looking for your temperature read. April, we'll present back categories in some greater detail and proposed investment amounts with some numbers associated with them. more discussion, more feedback, a little bit of fine tuning. In July, we'll present the spending plan with at least legislatively adopted budget that stands behind us and kind of helps us fine tune the amount that we're looking at, and have those final revenue numbers and deliberation and aim for a vote in that meeting. We are in the process of working on a PCSRF, Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund application for the next round to NOAA fisheries right now. And so July 2026 is when we would potentially be coming back to you guys with any other information that we might have on a federal fiscal year 26 award associated with those funds. And we'll keep coming to you with additions and adjustments on the rationale for that as needed. So revenue outlook, we're still kind of in waiting mode here for the next outlook. As far as I can tell, in state government, you make it through one revenue outlook and then you wait for the next one to come almost immediately, and they get progressively closer to the end of session, and they mean a lot more to us and get a little bit more refined. What we're hearing from our conversations with our agency partners in the leadership is an expectation that lottery funds are likely to continue growing, but likely to grow more slowly than we have seen in some of the sort of years of recovery since the big COVID impacts. So we're looking at a stabilization, no expectations of like precisely stagnation or loss, but potentially sort of slowing of our traditional measure 76 lottery funds available here. The federal funding landscape remains uncertain, but even before we headed into this round of current executive orders that a couple of folks have referenced, we knew that there would likely be a significant reduction in Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds compared to the bill and IRA levels of investment. So prior to that, we were at about, I think it was 15 million, and Courtney can give me a thumbs up or thumbs down on that. We've been up now to 22 million, and I've been kind of planning around a return to pre-bill IRA investment levels, even prior to any conversations related to the administration change. We'll have questions for you today on our reserve. You guys put together, we have had a longstanding reserve policy, had some increased deposits in that reserve at the board's direction, I believe, in order to sort of prepare ourselves for this reduction in bill and IRA funding and know that we have a little bit of a rainy day fund together. We'll have some questions for you about whether it's time to start tapping that fund or whether to hold steady and consider other kinds of rainy days that we should be planning for, or when is the right time to consider releasing some of those funds in our investments. I mentioned earlier, we expect to complete the Klamath restoration commitment, the $15 million state commitment to the restoration post-dam removal within this biennium. So you probably won't see that on our spending plan going forward. And then we've also shared, I think, with the grants committee, and I think it was reported back even at our last meeting, some proposed changes to the focused investment partnership application cycle that we've had some pretty thorough vetting with external partners, with grantees. Don't need any board action on this necessarily, but we've really wanted to daylight it with the board so folks can be anticipating some changes in timing. The changes that we're implementing on that cycle mean that the next set of investments would land in the following biennium. We would start that process in this biennium, but the actual awards would be in the 27-29 biennium, if you can believe that. Those numbers are starting to get quite high, and at the point at which we hit 2030, then I assume we'll all be wearing jetpacks and we can use those to get around to our spending plan conversations. But you'll want to plan for that too. So we may see, we'll see some FIP investment in this cycle due to existing commitments and some stuff carrying forward and continued funding of existing FIPs. Then you can expect a new cohort coming through in time for the 27-29 spending plan. So just to kind of make our allocations this year in mind that we're kind of not skipping a cycle, but delaying a cycle in a way that has implications for the spending plan. This is what our big pie chart looks like, and I'm going to do my best to kind of describe these big slices to you. The reason I like looking at this in a pie chart is that we don't know what the size of the pie is, but we know we won't be able to grow all the slices of the pie and still have a pie at the end of the day. So I want to really encourage the board, as you're providing us with feedback and sort of direction on your interests and investment here, to think about the nature of the pie and the fact that we do not expect the overall pie to grow much, if at all, over the course of the next biennium. And so we will continue to track that. And one of the questions we'll be asking you today is, if we do get more funding than anticipated, that's at the board's discretion to allocate, where should we put that? What are our priorities? But we want to kind of avoid a conversation where you say, grow this, grow that, grow that, grow that, grow that, and we actually can't grow the pie at all. So we want to sort of set the context that there are allocations decisions to be made here that are kind of relative to one another. As you look around the pie, I will share that some of these titles are not terribly intuitive to folks, and we're working on trying to kind of update these spending plan categories, and may have some more to share on that in time for our April meeting. But we wanted you to be able to compare apples to apples and looking at the 23-25 biennium spending plan, and then sort of looking at this thing as we go forward. So open solicitation is kind of our old school bread and butter: restoration, restoration, acquisitions, technical assistance, monitoring, all the stuff that sort of falls under our normal open solicitation cycle. We've tagged some stuff in there over time, like wildfire recovery dollars from 2024, one example, that sort of fit the open solicitation profile, even though they might be a little bit out of the normal application process. We have talked, and we'll talk a lot more today, about focused investment partnerships. So these are the big multi-biennia collaborative projects that we send significant amounts of funding to over the course of multiple biennia to help partners kind of double down and make strategic investments in an area. Operating capacity, you heard from our partners today the importance of those funds to be able to get on the ground proposals and projects together and sort of have the institutional capacity to do that well, and some really cool stories about how that funding has paid off in the direction of not only other applications to other funding sources, but just the development of cool projects and programs within the state. We have that little purple wedge called other prior committed funding. That includes, if folks will remember, a governor's line item at $1 million per biennium. That's at the governor's discretion how to spend those funds. I want to give folks an early heads up. We may hear from the governor's office in April that they're interested in seeing if the board would approve a rollover of 23-25 biennium funds into the 25-27 biennium in order to be able to make a larger strategic investment that is of interest to the governor in the 25-27 biennium. To my knowledge, we haven't done that before, but we're kind of getting ready to do our homework and come to with that conversation in April. This also includes stuff like the Klamath, I believe it includes the Klamath Restoration Commitment, Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership, things where we've committed historically to provide a specific amount of funding to state and regional priorities. And those have generally kind of carried over from year to year unless they're a time sensitive investment. Other funds is the one where I always run into trouble. This is our federal programs primarily. And so these are agreements with BLM, Good Neighbor Authority, agreements with NRCS to be able to get federal funding out the ground through a grant making door that folks are familiar with here at OWEB, and really value our partnership with our federal partners in that area. No, the orange one is that. I apologize. I'll have to go back and look up other funds. The take home is, however, that these are the things that are within the board's purview in terms of board designated funds. I'm sorry, other funds is probably the legislatively directed general funds. So our drinking water source protection, our Oregon Ag Heritage Program. Somebody will come on and tell me if I switch the blue and the orange. I can't remember which one of those is which, but I believe the other funds is our legislative programs. So those we implement at the direction of the legislature. Our federal partnerships, by and large, they sort of direct decision-making related to those. These are the four that we really have to play around with in terms of board decision-making around the spending plan. If I take those into their own pie chart and draw them out, you'll see operating capacity at about 13% there, describing again, as partners have said, the importance of those funds to kind of get folks to the point in districts and councils and statewide partnerships to the point where they're getting proposals on the ground and leveraging other fund sources to do that. Open solicitation at about 50%, and then focused investment partnerships. We'll ask staff for some more details on this later if it's of interest to folks. My understanding is that that's typically, the board has typically directed that to stay at or around the 30% level. In figuring out the balance between those big multi-year commitments and sort of the collaborative effort and strategic focus that those involve, as opposed to our open solicitation door, where kind of ground up, one-off projects come through. I will say, just kind of as my own experience learning about this stuff as director, as a new director, I think the line between those realms of work is increasingly blurred. I mean, we know who's coming in through the FIP door and who's receiving those funds, but I know you guys appreciated Liz Redden and the open solicitation team last time showed you that sort of project development, like starting with engagement and technical assistance, going to different kinds of programs. And so even an open solicitation, I think there's, there is a route through there where it's not one-off funding, like we're just going to fund tree planting or we're just going to fund this, that, or the other thing. We're increasingly seeing big, complex, collaborative, multi-stage projects coming through open solicitation too. So I just have to say openly, I struggle with how to share, the kind of strategic distinction between those two funds. But you'll hear more about that from staff later on, and we'll be able to think about how to strike that right balance in terms of figuring out the outcomes and the investments for different categories. So I have some questions for you to kind of contemplate, and I'm going to hand it back over to the co-chairs for kind of, discussion and guidance here. A couple of considerations and constraints to keep in mind as you start to think through this. We talked about the proportion of funding for FIPS versus open solicitation. I know a lot of you have been around a lot longer than I have. It'd be great to hear a little bit about how that conversation has gone in the past and what factors might or might not have changed. Capacity funds versus other categories. I know that within the last couple of years, there's been a pretty significant increase in capacity funds for all the reasons that you heard shared in public comment today. So, we're looking for some direction on how to balance that with other investments. We also know that our partners are facing inflationary and other pressures that can make it real hard to make those dollars go as far as they used to. We talked a little bit about the purpose of the reserve. I want to share, I just remember hearing in our October and our July meetings an interest from members in, can we put aside a kind of a rainy day fund for natural disasters, recognizing that we have a cycle of fire, drought, and probably sometimes flood disasters here, that we can't really be caught by surprise by that anymore. We know it's kind of part of the current cycle that we're living in. Do we want to continue to build the reserve or maintain the reserve with the anticipation of having, building towards some kind of a disaster fund like that? Or, given the challenges with the federal funding landscape, do we want to consider moving the other direction and talk about a timeline for freeing up some of those reserve funds that we had originally anticipated to buffer the end of Bill and IRA investments? It is a little bit difficult in the chart there to see, but a significant amount of those federal funds are through the Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Fund. We can talk about how to split and divide, but those need to be spent to address limiting factors in watersheds with anadromous species. And so that's a salmonid habitat thing. And so we do a lot of work behind the scenes to sort of mix and match different funding sources to make sure that those PCSRF ones match their intent and NOAA Fisheries direction around that. But just know that's a chunk that has its own kind of constraints on it. There are sort of hidden in the chart there, and I can pull up our spending plan and provide more detail if it's helpful. There is an OWEB responsibility for a state portion of USDA CREP cost share that I believe is nested within the standing commitments or the existing commitments portion, but I'll double check that once I take my slides down. And then again, the governor's priority line item is a standing item, but there may be some interest in taking a different approach to that this biennium. So those are the things that we know. And there are so many things that we don't know. I woke up this morning with more things that I didn't know than I went to bed with last night. So we'd love your feedback on where we should be focusing our effort and our investment as we go here. What should we try to hold steady on, kind of regardless of funding? If we have more money, where should it go? How do we manage this reserve going forward? How much do we leave there, and how much do we focus on sort of immediate needs or preparing for time-sensitive needs in the future? And then just any other questions or info that you guys want to share with us, or ideas that you'd like staff to bring back additional information in time for our next meeting and a more robust discussion. I'm going to pull down my slides. I can pull them back up if it's helpful. I'm going to ask our co-chairs to manage the conversation while I try to get the sunlight out of my eye. And I'm listening and I'm talking, but I'm going to get a migraine if I keep this up.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, it looks like Lindsay, your hand is up.
Yeah, thanks for that great overview of kind of the synopsis of where we're currently at. I really like that the FIP is at 20% and open solicitation is at 35%. I feel like that's really the heart of what we do. There are some kind of pass-through funds or other legislative funding that comes into OWEB, but really I feel like being a granting agency and being on the grant committee, that is a lot of what we do, and that right now, you know, is 55% of the budget. I also liked in the comments, public comment today, just that reflection on how much OWEB funding is sort of seed funding to bring in and attract other dollars. And so I am really comfortable with open solicitation staying around the 35% mark, knowing that there's a lot of other funding sources out there to do kind of what OWEB is funding through open solicitation, specifically some of those restoration grants. I hear the need on the operating capacity, and I remember Courtney bringing up probably last year or sometime in the last year and a half or so, a bump in that. Maybe it was a cost of living, I can't remember. I would love to see us, we're at 9% right now. I would love to see us go up to maybe 10 or 12% because like Kelly Coates mentioned, you know, we are a lot of practitioners on the ground, and there is no match, there is no projects, there is no seed money if there isn't a human in the seat sort of passionate and driving those projects. So I would really be supportive of adding some additional percentages to the capacity piece of the pie.
Thank you, Lindsay. Dan.
Dan, you look unmuted, but we can't hear you. Are you double muted?
I was double muted, but I think I'm doubly unmuted.
We can hear you now.
All right. First, I did want to chime in and echo Russ's, like, the loss of Liza Jane and Bruce. However, Sarah said something that made me feel a little bit better about them leaving, because I couldn't imagine either one of them with a jetpack coming to a future meeting. So at least there's that. What I wanted to say about the spending plan is, you know, in my opinion, the real magic of OWEB is the sort of capacity funding, and we heard, you know, support for that in both the written and verbal comments today from Amy, and Stan Dean from Jackson Soil and Water Conservation District. I just love hearing these boots on the ground, telling us how important that capacity money is and what they're doing with it. And so I think that's where the magic lies with OWEB personally. And so that's my comment. My question is, this is probably a super oversimplification, but when I think of the FIP, I feel like the FIP is a combination of all the other OWEB grants, right? I mean, a big part of it is capacity, and a big part of it is open solicitation and technical assistance. So it's sort of like when we're talking about like open capacity versus FIP, it seems to me what we're talking about is like who's managing the money, right? Whether it's OWEB staff or whether it's the partners in the FIP. And again, that's like a super oversimplification, and I could have that totally wrong, but that's kind of what I feel like. So I just wanted to check on is that like a realistic analogy? And then do we have any sense of, the the operating capacity of the FIP versus the operating capacity of, the watersheds and the SWCDs, et cetera, et cetera. I'm kind of rambling a little bit, and hopefully some of that makes sense to people.
I think it does. I'm going to ask Eric Williams to join me here at the virtual table and fact check us both a little bit on your FIP framing, Dan, because I think I'd probably get us further into trouble rather than further out. Before Eric talks, I want to say if you can't picture Liza Jane on a jetpack, you've clearly never seen Liza Jane on a horse, because it is not hard to picture at all. Go ahead, Eric.
Does the horse get a jetpack? That's what I want to know. So I think, Dan, thanks for that question. I think the best way to describe it is that with the FIP, the lead partner typically in the FIP partnership gets what we call a partnership technical assistance grant that essentially serves to fund the capacity of the partnership. Because there's a need to keep those folks organized, keep them meeting regularly, keep them communicating regularly, have the infrastructure in place to be able to implement the partnerships project. So I think in that way, it's similar to our general capacity grants. It's just that it's serving the partnership versus the whatever geography that a district or a council might serve.
Eric, while you've got the mic, do you want to correct for the record anything erroneous that I might have said in the course of my presentation before we continue on to board member?
I think the blue and orange pie slices, because we have 3 categories that are called other something, are very confusing. But in the end, you got it right.
Really? That is
Yes.
almost shocking, because I took detailed notes and then lost them and couldn't find them at the last minute. So I'm glad that came out about right. So the blue is primarily legislative general fund. The
Yeah.
orange is primarily federal funds. Is that
The
right?
other thing I'd note about the slices is the other one of the other categories, the other prior committed, is a bit larger in the current biennium because of the Klamath Dam removal, and that expense won't be there again. And then the other thing to note that's been that Sarah talked about before is if we do not have a FIP solicitation that results in awards in the next biennium, that 10, 11 million bucks that the board typically puts in the spending plan for new FIP initiatives would not necessarily be needed. So those are 2 things to keep in mind that could impact how funds are allocated. But with respect to the FIP timing, what that means is we probably can't create a long-term ongoing fund demand that goes beyond the next biennium, because we'll be back with requests to fund new FIPs in 27, 29.
So we don't want to put ourselves in a situation, Eric, where, for example, we might use that space up for capacity and then find ourselves struggling in the next biennium to meet our investment. We don't want to reverse course.
We don't want to use
capacity
it
funding.
to fund something that we're then going to have to pull back in the succeeding biennium.
Thanks for that. Co-chair, sorry, back to you. I just wanted to make sure that we got everything right for the record there.
Great. No, appreciate the clarification. Okay, next up I have Bruce.
I think Liza Jane just went through a naming of her horse not too long ago. Jetpack might be a good name for her. I don't have anything to name. Somebody is going to have to take on the role that, or should, I believe, take on the role that Liza Jane and I have assumed as the board historian, board context history. On the reserve issue, the long discussion was about what is a prudent reserve? How do we design it? What should we have tucked away to meet our obligations, and for how long if something bad happens? And if I remember correctly, Liza Jane, you might correct me if I'm wrong, we looked at least a quarter of our funding so that grantees would not get stuck holding the bag. We had enough set aside back that we could keep going. It didn't consider operating expenses because that was outside of our we simply couldn't do that. That's your worry, Sarah. So anyway, I think that's where we were. It was a specific time period that the number came from. Staff looked at it and said, okay, if we had this amount of money, we could continue to pay out and not leave anybody hanging in it. But at a certain point, if monies didn't come back in, we would have bigger problems. But that's where the prudent reserve came up and why it was named that originally. So.
Thanks, Bruce. I do want to flag real quick that we do work closely with DAS, the Oregon Department of Administrative Services, who is the home for the Chief Financial Office, and with our partner agencies that draw on lottery operations funding. That does have basically a reserve, and we work closely with DAS on that in the process of annual budget or a biennial budget agency budget development process. So it is there. And it's actually more DAS's problem than mine, probably. But I appreciate your mentioning that, Bruce, and want to reassure folks that those conversations do also take place at that level. And anything named prudent is a good idea in my book. That attracts a reminder that we're doing it for a reason. I really like that framing.
Thanks, Bruce. Mark Webb.
So several things. First, I really feel strongly that operational capacity is important to support. I know from my experience with our collaborative that it's pretty hard to find funding just to help, say, the Forest Service plan projects and so on. So it's easier to find project dollars where you're actually doing that work on the ground than it is to find funding to help entities set up to do the work. So I feel strongly to the extent that open solicitations or staff capacity veers towards discretionary and helps watershed councils and the like just support staff day to day, that's pretty important for them to do the kind of work that we want to see end up on the ground eventually. In terms of the reserve fund, I don't know that OWEB has the authority, but I also feel strongly it'd be nice if you could invest that, so that you're getting a better return on that. And I'd like to see that built up personally. There may be a time when you would really want to spin that down for projects or support, but there might be also a way, as long as the legislators don't start robbing OWEB when they see that build up, that you could use it for staff capacity with OWEB as well. So not just thinking about how to spend it, but maybe about how to grow it, I think is important. And I don't know that OWEB has that authority within the state. And then I also don't know, I'm thinking about FIP, very supportive of FIP. I'm glad that Eric pointed out part of that is operational support. But again, just back to my experience with our collaborative on the Maui here, there are ways that the Forest Service could do their work cheaper. So rather than just talking about how much we're going to spend to support FIPS, I wonder if there isn't room for a conversation about how to reconfigure treatments sometimes so that the money that is spent is more effectively spent. I mean, if you had a 10% savings over 10 years on projects that are worth millions of dollars, that adds up. And again, I don't know that that's an authority or an ability that we have, but I would like to see us talk about that a bit more or think about that instead of just how much we're spending.
Thanks, Mark. Liza Jane? No, you're good. Okay. I saw your hand up and I wrote everybody down in order, so I just wanted to make sure. Okay. Mark Labhart.
Thank you, Kelly. So when I got this packet, when I looked through Agenda E, I was curious how this was going to be portrayed. And so I'm a little, maybe, I think my initial thought is that this discussion is really premature. And the reason I say that is for two reasons. One, we don't have our legislative approved budget yet, so we don't know what the legislature is going to do to all of these categories. But I assume, and based on past experience, that they don't do too much to it because it's lottery funding, it's very little general fund, it's federal funds. I mean, they pretty well allocate it as we have, and they haven't messed with it too much. So I'm assuming that the general pies will be the same. My worry is that with the current administration and what we're hearing about federal funding, that federal funding could have a huge decrease or potential decrease or a delay in how federal funding from our various partners comes our way. And so that could change the percentage of pies that we have and the commitment that we've made through our Oregon legislative process says we'll get this amount of federal funding and we're going to use it here. And if we don't get that, then some of our partners that we fund are going to say, oh my Lord, we're in big trouble. We need to move things around. And so we would have to, as OWEB and staff, have that discussion of how we do that. And so, you know, we could say, well, yeah, open solicitation and FIP and all of these are, we need to do X, Y, and Z, but I'm wondering if we're a little bit premature. So just a caution there for that. The other point is the reserve. And so the reserve is interesting because we may have to use that reserve if we get reduced funding. But I'm also, I think, a believer of what I've heard some of the others say is we need to make sure that we have a reserve funding and that it continue to build so that we do have, because it seems like every biennium, and I've been in this now for 6 years, it seems like we always have a need for some of these special projects that come up because of drought or fire or things. And so we need to be able to have that reserve funding there in the event that we can't use other funding, but we'd be able to spend that. So I'm a little bit leery about, you know, how do we allocate that? But we do need to have a reserve. We need to build it up, and we need to make sure that we use it appropriately. In terms of the governor's request, you know, of course, if that's general fund, which maybe Eric, could you tell me, is that general fund or is that other funds? Other funds. Okay, so then that solves that question because if the governor says, yeah, I'd like to carry it over and it's allowed by law, you bet. Let's carry that over, and then that would give the governor additional funding for another biennium to use for a bigger project. But I was thinking of this general fund. You know, and general fund goes away at the end of the biennium if you don't use it. So, so summary. I think maybe some of this discussion is preliminary until we get a budget and we come back when the legislature approves our budget and we have a clearer picture of what federal funding looks like. And then we have a real serious discussion about, funding lost here, funding gained here, reduced here, those kind of things. Because all of our partners are going to be going, what are we going to get? What do we can't get? So that's my thoughts. Thanks.
Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Liz.
Good morning, everyone. And I just gonna remember my manners and welcome Woody. And I'm gonna look forward to meeting you in April and seeing something beyond your beautiful silhouette in the background, Woody. So I'm kind of on the same thinking that Mark, you are. And I think I'm going to kind of go at a less specific level and kind of look back at this. And my comments are about how do we help our federal partners help us. And so I'm going to talk a little bit about tone, because I, like probably many of you, have been watching the news in the last week, and I go through these big mood swings. And I'm kind of getting my feet on the ground a little bit and saying, okay, what's important to focus on here? So I'm kind of leaning into why about, how can we help our federal partners sort of remember, how OWEB is so efficient, and trying to figure out at the federal level what's going to be appealing to them. And I think as I went through my OWEB reading and then just listening today, some of the things that I think will sort of trigger some connection are things like the fact that we work with both natural and working landscapes. And that's a really nice connection, I think, that we need to just keep on emphasizing. I think that as this administration understands, especially the Department of Ag and Interior, as they get their secretaries in place, that already with the Southern California wildfires, they will have to get connected with that and see how really important it is as a disturbance agent across the country, and especially in the West. And so talking about pace and scale and connecting that to wildland fires and the importance that OWEB has with getting people back on their feet. We talked about seeding immediately after and that distribution. So I think those are the things that I'm trying to put my headspace in to make that connection. And then lastly, gosh, OWEB always comes up as such an efficient and successful organization as we distribute and what we heard today, local. And I think that's so important. So those are just some of my thoughts that are bubbling up, not so coherent, but I'm just sort of wanting to help our federal partners help us and focus on the tone that we already have so much success in and that we already do so well. So those are just my comments. And apologies for not sticking to the exact questions there, Sarah.
No, it's really helpful, Liz. And I do, before we continue, just want to note, I know it's really preliminary and it's a time of great uncertainty and upheaval. And we got to get your temperature read. So I know it's hard to sort of figure out how to chime in at this phase. This is a super helpful conversation and it allows us to start with board guidance before we start putting the pieces together. And that will allow us to turn around much more quickly for our partners once a legislatively approved budget is available. So we're not starting the conversation after we have an approved budget and delaying cycles. So I know it's weird and I just appreciate it. It's a really helpful conversation already.
They're great questions.
Thanks, Liz. Russ.
So this is a very helpful conversation, and Woody, I also welcome you to the team here. It's going to be exciting to have your voice in these conversations. I think about, maybe it's my age, I have been through Democratic shifts to Republican shifts and watched the different voices that have to lead the conversations. And the key is to always be in the conversations and think about, as you were just saying, Liz, that it's about jobs, it's about the economy, it's about rural voices, it's about water, it's about fire. And those are going to be the messages that we will have to continue to reinforce, and what our federal partners are doing to help reinforce that, not only in Oregon, but around the nation. So what we do here in Oregon and how we leverage those voices back to DC, our roles as board members to be advocates and leaders in those conversations will be very helpful. But one of the most important things and the unique thing about OWEB on its 25th anniversary, or beyond its 25th anniversary, is our delivery mechanism in Oregon. And the fact that we have soil and water conservation districts, councils, tribes, and land trusts all uniting to leverage federal funds, to leverage state funds in ways that you simply do not see across other states in the nation. And to be able to make sure that our delegation, our Republican representative for Oregon, who covers the vast majority of our state, to get closer to him, to understand clearly what we're doing to leverage those federal funds for, again, the purposes I just defined, is going to be absolutely vital. So who we bring into the tent, I think is very, very important at this moment. As to the timing of whether we revisit this at a certain point, I think will be important. But I think about something more fundamental here, and that is, you think about the mission of OWEB, and you think about not losing momentum, no matter what this transition may bring to us. The question I have is, there is a new colleague on the block, and that is a group of people who are going to be working with us to implement the Monsanto project. How aligned will their outcomes be, and how important will it be to partner with the OWEB team to use our leveraging skills to get where our alignment of purpose is the same, to get the leveraged impacts on the ground? And will they invite these partners who are experts on delivery into the room, into the table for the conversation? So when I look at the other category, where is that $700 million going to be allocated, and how, as it relates to our mission, and to think about that in the context of our work?
Russ, you framed that as a question. I think it was mostly a rhetorical question, and
Yes, it
your
was.
point's well taken. I do want to make sure folks are clear. Monsanto funds will not show up in your spending plan or in the pie charts, because they're not allocated or managed by this board. They'll be managed by the new council. So I just want to be clear that that's never going to show up in your pie chart as far as we understand, with sort of the way that the program is building now. But you're not in any way to undermine your broader point there, Russ, of
I think
the
you understood my
opportunity for
point.
coordination there.
Thank you, Russ. Jamie.
Hi, and I worked on my IT system, so hopefully folks can hear me. A couple of comments that I had were really kind of reiterating or making special points, and kind of piggybacking off other really great comments from my colleagues. Really appreciate the presentation on the pie chart. And Sarah, I do like the pie chart for the same reason you mentioned. I was also thinking, though, in terms of the minimum amount needed for taking care of our team and those basic costs. And so it might be helpful to also, so it's not just shrinking at that same rate, but that's a fix that can only go, let me see, that piece of the pie can only shrink so low if we have to shrink the overall pie. And so just noting that there is a minimum on for our basic operations. And that is to make sure we can keep that functionality and keep the support for the team that we need to provide. So it would be helpful just to get a sense of what those numbers look like also. So it's not, anyway, that when I think of a pie chart, I think of it expanding or shrinking, but there is that bare minimum. And I want to make sure, per the comment of a couple folks, that we don't lose that focus and support for our team. In terms of both Marks make comments that I think I really want to touch on is the reserves, and if there's that possibility of securing them. Mark Webb mentioned that. I think that's an interesting concept, but how we also protect, and if we can carry them over, and what some of those mechanisms may be. I think there may be some challenges that come up with that, but I think that's worth exploring to see if we have that, can maintain that rainy day fund and potentially get a return on reserves. I thought that was a really great idea. In the timing, a couple of people mentioned being a bit premature for both state and federal, so just want to really appreciate that. In terms of telling OWEB's story, and a couple of people mentioned this, but Liz, you started out by mentioning it. We heard just in the public comment today, Amy Stein from South Fork, John Day, Watershed Council, was talking about the support that OWEB provides for rural communities and some of those partnerships. I think helping to tell that story helps to show a real value of OWEB across the board that I think will resonate well, regardless of administration that's in place. But I think how, things that may emerge in Oregon can also, they can be of value in the conversation with our legislature here, but there also are things that I think would align with the policy of the new federal administration. And when there's real focus and concern about some of the impacts on rural communities and those economic impacts, I think leaning into that as part of our story, and just going into that point of telling our story and figuring out new ways to frame it so that different audiences can hear the value, the accountability piece. So keep doing what we're doing well. That's always a real key thing of what OWEB does. But I think that some of those key themes resonate really well. But the other piece is responding to emerging issues. And I think that's where there may be some challenges, because some of the things we're seeing in terms of climate impacts, in terms of water impacts, there may or may not be as much interest in those areas. But I think that's where we also may want to, those may be the areas where we spend some of our reserves, because if there's not going to be some of that federal support in those areas, those impacts are still going to be felt. So we'll still need to find ways to invest. And so in terms of those pie chart, whereas that's probably the overall, I think it's going to be an interesting data that is yet to be determined on what percentages of that pie chart comes from a state and federal. And I think that will be part of that conversation, even through this legislative session with our partners with the governor's office, to just keep them informed on what we're seeing at the federal level, to see where we may need to, how we may need to allocate some of those state funds to make sure that we're not losing ground on some of those key priorities for OWEB.
Thank you, Jamie. And then I think it was Bruce and then Lindsay. Okay.
This discussion makes clear to me that when we create a category or a particular fund, that we need to attach the purpose, the scope, and the rationale with it, and that it stays with it. So if we pick it up 2, 3, 4 years down the road, revisit it, we know exactly what it was intended to do and why it was there. The prudent reserve discussion was not a rainy day fund. It wasn't. That wasn't its purpose. It was basically a breathing space fund. If something happens to our funding that comes into us, if there is a glitch on how we're getting money from the state, from lottery, whether there's a delay in Pacific salmon recovery. Whatever happens, do we have enough money to keep our partners, our grantees going, not to put them in a horrible position for a short period of time? And we came up with a period of time for that. Longer term problems, funding that it goes away and is not coming back, that's a whole different issue. And we can't have enough of a reserve to cover that. Everybody's going to suffer. But the purpose for this prudent reserve was, okay, short-term funding to OWEB is interrupted. How do we keep things going, keep our people whole until we get it resolved, with the intention of getting resolved. Now, all these discussions on other types of reserves are great discussions, but I just want to keep in focus what the one we're talking about was designed to do.
Thank you, Bruce. Lindsay.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. That is super helpful. And thank you for focusing this discussion. I really appreciate the checking of the temperature now, because this discussion is going to show back up in April and again in July. And I think it's really good to kind of have this preliminary discussion, and wanted to just touch on the reserve conversation and maybe might provide a suggestion for April. I'm looking in the current spending plan and I can't find the line item for reserves. Maybe it's in there and I'm just missing it. But I think for April, what might be helpful is what's in there now, and then looking back at potentially the last 5 spending plans, looking at how much was in there, how much we added, how much we've spent and what we've spent it on. And then also, like, where is it held? How quick can we have access to that? I would be interested in that, and that might help kind of look at the history of where we've come to help guide where we're going.
We can definitely bring that in April. We'll work on ways to show that. And Bruce, I want to acknowledge your point too. I think in my introduction, I merged 3 different conversations about the reserve in a way that made it look like I was reframing the original concept, and that was not my intent at all. We can bring some documentation of that to the next meeting too, and kind of clarify how that conversation has evolved. But I apologize if I was inaccurate and it sounded like I was describing it as having 3 purposes. I was just trying to describe other things that I've heard from the board about potential uses of different kinds of reserves over time. But thank you for the course correction.
Thanks, Lindsay. Jesse.
Lindsay, I couldn't find it either, and I was thinking the same thing. I was like, how much is there even in reserves? But I just, so something that has come up for me in this conversation, I think Mark Labhart made me think of this, which is how much of our grantees, that 25% match requirement, for example, for restoration, is through federal funding. Something for us to keep in mind, like as this federal funding landscape changes, is it going to be harder for our grantees to be able to secure match for OWEB dollars? If that changes, I don't know. And then if it is harder to get federal dollars, is that going to be harder for like soil water conservation districts, watershed councils to keep staff? So are we going to need to invest more in operational capacity just to keep these places afloat until like the funding landscape maybe stabilizes or just becomes, I don't know, maybe something more that isn't quite as uncertain as it is maybe right now. And so I obviously have no answers for that right now, but it's an evolving conversation and just something I think to be keeping in mind as we look to April, and the importance of reserves. I also am agreeing with that. And again, with something with the federal changes, thinking about needing to have some money set aside for responding to emergencies, fire, flooding, droughts as they come up. If it is going to be harder to get some relief in other cases, it might be something that OWEB really wants to think about setting money aside for.
Thanks, Jesse. Mark Webb.
I just wonder, Bruce, were you speaking to how you understood me to be talking about the reserve fund? And I asked, what I was envisioning is two things. One, I don't believe we could ever, if we invested it, fully take care of OWEB's appropriate expenses and investments. So that wasn't my intent. My intent was, again, based on county government, it's pretty easy for people to ask for money when there's money sitting in a pot. So we want to be very thoughtful about that, and we don't want it to just sit there. If we have the statutory authority, we want it to grow so that we can do the kind of things I think you were talking about as needed. So just to provide those clarifications, and apologies for making it sound like we're going to just grow it big enough so that we don't need lottery funds and we can take care of everybody and make everybody happy.
Remember which funds you're using to grow the reserve before you get excited about substituting them for something else. I appreciate that. Stephanie's in the process of looking up kind of our current estimate of our current reserve amount. We'll bring more on sideboards to the April meeting. I think the discussion here has been really helpful to make sure that we bring the information we need to that meeting to have a more robust discussion around the use and the type of the reserve and how it's managed. We'll make sure our fiscal officer is in that meeting too. So Steph will come on camera when she has an answer for us, or we'll come back to it after the lunch if we need to.
Sounds great. Liza Jane.
Thank you, Kelly. I was hoping somebody else would bring this up so I listened for a while there. My thoughts aren't real cohesive, but on the capacity funding, I think that's really important. And I hear our public comments, our watershed councils, the story from Grant County, I think, today was awesome example of what some supporting people to do the work is really valuable. I also always get concerned about building bureaucracies of people doing lots of little things and making a big organization, which it uses a lot of money, but it also doesn't, it kind of gets in the way of getting work done. And so I'm concerned about making sure that the OWEB staff is supported well. I don't think we get to decide that, but I'm going to say it. And that the people out in Oregon doing this work are also supported well so they can do the work. And I'd like to see efforts at saving money. Restoration work is getting ridiculously expensive. And I want to see efforts made or incentives provided for saving money, getting good work done, but just, really trying to, it was a long time ago that I just wanted to dump a couple logs in the river and make it move over. I haven't totally let go of that concept, but I've learned. I just wanted those words out here in the discussion that I support it. I think it's valuable, and I think we need to continue to find ways to make money by saving it so we can spread more around and make sure we don't create mini bureaucracies all over the state, which make it difficult to do these projects.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Mark Labhart.
Just real quickly, I just wanted to add some weight to Lindsay's comment. I think that's a really good idea to look at some history, and if it's not too much trouble for staff to do that, like in a bar chart or whatever, so we can kind of see the history of how we've spent that in the past. I think that was just an outstanding idea. So.
Just one brief update on that. In the July board meeting where we rebalanced the spending plan, we had a little bit of a discussion on reserve, and there was an attachment to the staff report at that time that had dollar figures and percentages. We had established 7.5% as a rough goal. And when you did the rebalance, that was increased to a little over 9% or $14 million that were held in reserve. And just to give you an idea of the relative proportion that's currently in there. Don't have the figures for the past few biennia, but we can certainly get that for you.
Well, and I was hopefully I'm not referring to the reserve. I'm referring to the whole scenario that Lindsay had proposed, to take a look at all of those boxes and see how we spent it in the past. So not just the reserve. So I don't know if that was part of the discussion or not, but Lindsay's point was really valid, I thought.
So Mark, you're talking about how the pie chart evolved over multiple biennia, as well as how the reserve has evolved across multiple biennia.
Yeah, the reserve part of the pie chart. Just look at how we've spent money in the past on FIPS and all the categories in there. So I think that would be really helpful to kind of see what we've done in the past, and if we want to continue that as a board, if we want to recommend continuing that, or we want to modify it or change and see how it looks. So I think that would be really helpful for me anyway.
Stephanie, did you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, thanks, Eric, for referring everyone to the July staff report. That was a great resource in terms of where we started with reserves at the July board meeting, 14.47 million in reserves. The board then took 2 million of reserves at the October meeting for the immediate wildfire response grants. So that leaves us with a reserve of about 12.5 million. So just wanted to add that part.
Thank you. Bruce.
I just wanted to assure Mark that there was no criticism involved in my comments. I liked all of the comments regarding should we have a reserve here, there, where we might have it, what it might encompass. I just wanted to get back to why we had the reserve, the original prudent reserve issue, how it was addressed and what it was intended to do, how we would expand it going forward, how we would adjust it going forward. Those are all great discussions. So there was no criticism involved.
Friends, this has been a super helpful conversation. I think we've got a bunch that we can take back as we start to get actual numbers to attach to these concepts, come back with you, not only with a proposal in April, but with some more information on kind of historical context, reserve evolution over time, and maybe the approach that we take to that for our operations budget. I do want to note, I think both Jamie and someone else, maybe Lindsay, mentioned kind of our internal operations dollars, the OWEB funding. And so that's not depicted in the pie chart. We can bring some context on that to the April meeting as well. I will tell folks, just based on our governor's recommended budget, it's about 22 million for the 200+ million that we put out the door. So it hovers around 10% of our grant funding, at least in the recent biennia and this, proposed one for this year. So I super appreciate board members' attention to that. And as we're really focused on the grants portion, I'm glad you brought it up, and we'll bring enough context that you can see that more clearly next time, because I think it's a really important piece of the puzzle. And I appreciate board members naming it, even though we didn't make it very easy to see what was going on.
Thanks. Jamie, you have a question?
Yeah, and not so much a question. Thank you for that, Sarah. And just to acknowledge, as my colleague said before, obviously the board does not control that piece, but just wanted to make sure that we were aware of it. So thanks for that.
Yeah, so glad you brought it up.
Okay. I am not seeing any other hands raised for comments on this particular agenda item. Let's see, we've got about 7 minutes until our lunch break, but I don't think we can fit anything else into that 7 minutes unless I'm missing something, Nicole.
I think you might have to just give people 7 extra minutes for lunch. I don't know. You can spend 7 minutes checking your email and then still get lunch and take a walk if you're really thoughtful with your time. So.
Right. Okay, let's do that. And then we will plan on being back here at 1 p.m. Right.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks,
Great
everyone.
conversation.
Hey Nicole, this is Ken. Can you hear me? I was just gonna do an audio check because we're up after lunch.
Hey, Ken, this is Jamie. I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a good lunch. I'll see you in a little bit.
Looking forward to it. Take care.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks.
Just waiting for a few more folks to show their faces to make sure we're all back and have a quorum before us. All right, everybody, it's 1 o'clock and we are going to reconvene this meeting. My internet just told me it was unstable, so can you hear me okay?
We can hear you fine so far, Barbara.
Thank you. Thanks,
My
Lindsay. I
internet
see that.
tells
Thank
me
you.
I'm unstable, so, there you go.
All right. Thank you. So we are starting the afternoon with agenda item F, and we have Audrey and Courtney who are going to present telling the restoration story. Welcome, ladies.
Thank you, co-chairs. And is the screen share working correctly? Thank you. Thank you. For the record, I'm Audrey Hatch, the Conservation Outcomes Coordinator at OWEB. The staff report for agenda item F is found on page 47 of the ebook for this meeting. Courtney's staff will not join today. She is out sick. However, I will be joined by the grantee in a few moments, here, Jessica Humphreys. First, I would like to provide a short overview of the Telling the Restoration Story grant offering. It is a small targeted grant offering. It is funded through the board spending plan item that is called Quantifying Conservation Outputs and Outcomes. This offering, Telling the Restoration Story, was initiated back in 2016, and it was initiated because of strong board member interest. So to identify Telling the Restoration Story projects, staff, myself, and my colleague Ken Fetcho, OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring and Tribal Liaison, work alongside with grants program staff, regional program representatives, and others to identify areas on the landscape that have received significant OWEB investments, and also places where there's sufficient monitoring data available to help document the restoration outcomes. And so far, the focus of the offering has been on areas where significant amounts of OWEB's open solicitation, so restoration, land, and water acquisitions types of funding have been invested in the past, along with, in many cases, OWEB monitoring funding. Once an area of focus has been identified, Telling the Restoration Story funding covers data compilation and analysis, and it covers the production of outreach products. So examples include fact sheets, videos, and online story maps. As these products are completed, those outreach materials and technical reports that are funded through the Telling the Restoration Story offering, they are made available online. They are found through the Project Data and Reporting tab that's on OWEB's website. Presentations have been provided at several board meetings in the past. And in addition to this board, these outreach products are of interest to policymakers and legislators. They are highlighted in federal funding applications. They are highlighted in the Oregon Plan Biennial Report. Additionally, grantees to the offering identify a specific audience that's relevant to their efforts. Also, grantee organizations host the resulting online products, such as story maps, and grantees circulate those products through their own communication channels, for example, through targeted social media campaigns. As staff explore each potential Telling the Restoration Story project, we actively discuss with the grantee and the application team how to reach non-traditional audiences, and we discuss whether something like translation services would be helpful for the outreach product depending on the intended audience. And so today, we will get an update on the Lostine project, and Jessica Humphreys with Trout Unlimited, formerly with the Freshwater Trust, will provide an overview of the story map and technical report, and then we will view the short video. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Audrey. Can everybody hear me? Yeah? Okay. Good afternoon, Chairs Boyer and Coates and members of the board. My name is Jessica Humphreys. I'm the Oregon Flow Restoration Director for Trout Unlimited. I am based in Lostine, Oregon, and have been working on in-stream flow restoration in Northeast Oregon since 2016. While I'm the one presenting today, these products are a result of a collaboration between other staff at TU, as partners and as Brian Rummel, as obviously had other that we work with.
I'm gonna hop in real quick. Jessica,
Yeah.
could you try turning off your camera? Your audio was breaking up for me at least.
Yeah, I was having the same effect.
Sorry, I thought it was my
Yeah, I
computer.
saw
so
Barbara
thanks,
turn off her camera.
Thanks for speaking up. I thought it was me.
No, Jessica looks like she might be frozen. Let's just give her a minute if that's okay, Chair Boyer.
I'll send her a chat. Thank you.
Just want to say while we're waiting, and since Liza Jane and Woody are here, that I had not spent time on the Lostine until I went out to visit Liza Jane and Kobe and Enterprise and Wallowa County this last summer, and think it's a good new competitor in my book for the prettiest river in the world. I hate to say that to folks that live statewide and are listening statewide, but man, got to camp with my family along the Lostine there for several days, and it was just a really special place.
Maybe a tour in the future is warranted.
Board members are up for camping, right? As part of a later meeting, we can
Heck
just kind of
yeah.
put you guys up in group tents and.
Yeah.
I was
Group
told,
tents.
and
I
maybe
don't
Mark,
know about that. I can bring my own backpack tent.
maybe Mark can confirm or deny, but I heard that the Fish and Wildlife Commission had a retreat recently that involved a rustic location and bunk beds. So we maybe can expand our horizons in our future field trips and get a little bit more rustic too.
I can confirm, Sarah, that bunk beds have happened in the past at an OWEB board meeting. And I also see Jessica's back.
Oh, great.
I asked her to try without camera. And Jessica, can we test your audio?
Yes, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Much better.
I apologize for that. I guess my internet is unstable today as well, but only when I'm trying to present, apparently, because I've been using it all day. So I'll just pick up where I left off and go through quickly because I know we'd like to watch the video as part of this. So this grant offering gave us a really unique opportunity to pick our heads up from the day-to-day work of implementing projects and gain some perspective on how much work has been done and how many people have been involved in over 3 decades of restoration work and research on the Lostine. Developing these products has given us a tremendous amount of respect for the work that has been done here, as well as hope for our future efforts. The collaboration in this basin, I think, is almost unparalleled, and I've had the privilege of seeing firsthand what can be accomplished when private landowners, tribes, NGOs, and agencies come together around a common goal. So in order to tell the restoration story of the Lostine, we endeavored to create 3 products, a story map, a video, and then our partner, the Nez Perce tribe, completed a synthesis report of their more than decade-long research on Chinook passage relative to flow and barriers in the Lostine. And I do just have to say here that I, as part of this process, gained significant respect for folks who specialize in communications and outreach. I now know how hard that is. trying to tell a concise story and get your message across. It's quite difficult, especially when we're trying to encompass 3 decades worth of work. But I think that ultimately we're pleased with the products we were able to produce. And for the first product that I'll talk about it is the story map. There's a few screenshots being shown on the presentation. It's a pretty extensive story map. We attempted to cover the story, or to tell the story of the Lostine River, starting with the Nez Perce tribe and their history on the landscape, moving through providing information on fish populations and hatchery efforts, and then into some of the physical habitat restoration, diversion restoration, and in-stream flow restoration efforts. Throughout the story map, we've embedded information. There's a section with embedded information from the Nez Perce tribe telemetry study, as well as the video that you all will get to see. There's also numerous photos and data, and then a mapping section that's shown here that kind of walks us through significant sites on the Lostine that have been part of the research work or ongoing restoration efforts. And then, as I mentioned, there was, as part of this, a comprehensive report, a 27-page report by the Nez Perce tribe, completed, titled Monitoring Spring Summer Chinook Salmon Spawning Migration in the Lostine River, Oregon, Summary of Report Radio Telemetry Tracking from 2008 through 2021. And then the final product was the video that you all are about to see, where we attempted to capture some of the people involved with restoration on the Lostine, with a particular emphasis in this product on the in-stream flow restoration work and the minimum flow agreement. As I've mentioned, as I previously mentioned, communication and outreach is, kind of outside of our day-to-day focus for all of us who were working on this. But ultimately, as we all know, they're very useful, important tools to have, and something we need to be able to point to highlight the work that's been done and explain to people the history and what we've been doing here over many, many years of efforts. So having this opportunity from OWEB to create the products has been much appreciated. And the way we're using them currently and into the future, I think are going to have pretty significant impacts for us. The Nez Perce Tribe Telemetry Study Report, it's research they've been doing for more than a decade, and this gave them capacity to develop the synthesis report that we've then distributed to restoration partners in the area for folks who are working on the Lostine. This type of information is really useful in grant applications and reporting, things like that. And the results from the study are also super impactful for future work, because we can see how what we've done in the past, what impacts ultimately we've had for those that we can measure and pinpoint. And then the story map and the video are going to be highlighted in an upcoming blog post and social media post within Trout Unlimited. And we're doing that in partnership with the Nez Perce tribe. And that's supposed to come out in February of 2025. And then ultimately, those products are going to live on Trout Unlimited's Oregon Flow Restoration webpage that we have been developing over the past year, but it's going to be, for me, kind of the cornerstone of that webpage, and for the program we're building throughout the state. So I'll leave it there for questions or to move straight into the video. Audrey, whatever you think is best. And thank you all so much.
Thank you, Jessica. While we've got your audio working, and the video is about 13 minutes long, I would just briefly pause and see if there are any questions over what's presented so far, and then we can watch the video.
Jamie, you've got your hand raised. Oh, Jamie, you're on mute.
You
Nope.
might be double muted like
you're
Dan
double-
was, Jamie. You don't look muted to us, but we can't hear you.
Nope, still can't hear you.
We had it fixed for a while there too. Jamie and Nicole were working together to get the earlier problem fixed, and now it's a new problem.
All right.
Okay.
So not seeing any.
Nicole, I'm sure we'll reconnect with Jamie here and see if we can get reconnected.
Okay.
And I think we'll have time a minute or two after the video too.
All
So if
right,
it's
let's
all
go
right,
for it.
co-chairs, I will now share the video. It's about 13 minutes long. Thanks for your patience while I do the sharing. Let's see here.
I just want to note for the board that this is like having read aloud time in kindergarten after lunch. It's an opportunity to sit and listen and reflect and digest while we're learning. And so I appreciate the staff effort that went into setting up a smooth agenda here, because we really did think this would be a cool thing to help us retransition after lunch.
Perfect timing, Sarah. Thank you. I will start the video, I believe, now.
I think I was 13 the first time my dad put me in the big articulating track.
Audrey, unmute yourself. When you muted yourself, we lost the audio.
There wasn't enough water at the next ditch down, so we'd go do it again.
From what I hear and read, things are pretty desperate before the flow agreements, the minimum flow agreements that were established.
Yeah, like a lot of the work that Freshwater Trust and Charlotte Limited has done, identifying that there was low flows. I think the fisheries managers, it was pretty obvious when there's no water flowing through Lostine, and fish just simply couldn't walk up the river to go spawn.
Previously, probably just 4 or 5 years ago, there was no protected water in the Lostine River, the lower Lostine.
And if one ditch feels that they're on the short end of their water versus another ditch is getting too much water, neighbors don't become so neighborly anymore.
Audrey, I'm wondering if you shut off your video, if it might help with the audio.
This office conducts salmon and steelhead restoration projects and habitat improvement projects. We all work for the Nez Perce tribe here. The story begins way back in time. So even before time immemorial, the creator called all his creation together, and he told them humans would soon enter this valley. And without the help of the creatures, the humans would have a very difficult time making a living here. And so immediately after he said this, Salmon stepped forward and said, we will help these humans. We'll offer our bodies to these humans, and they can eat our flesh. These fish were so abundant that the Nez Perce tribe, the people here, became not just healthy, but powerful people. Socially, they were well off and wealthy. They were wealthy because there were so many fish that it became a trade item. And that is how the Nez Perce tribe view these fish. They are a gift to the people. And there's a covenant relationship between the humans of this valley and those fish. 50% of what people ate here came from the ocean. The ocean is 600 miles, over 600 miles away, but 50% of what they ate came from the ocean.
You know, these fish are facing a number of cumulative effects. They've swam out as juveniles, almost 600 miles to the ocean, gone out into the ocean however many miles, and then navigated back as adults another 500 plus miles through 8 dams and the gauntlet that is the main stem, you know, Columbia River and Snake River. in the ocean. And so to get back to their natal stream and have yet another series of obstacles when your focus is on procreating, to be able to as seamlessly as we can get those fish to their spawning grounds is extremely important.
One of our focus studies in the Lostine is evaluating the movement of adult Chinook when they come back into the river in the late summer and early fall, and relating those movement patterns or lack thereof to environmental conditions, temperature and flow, as well as the 13 different irrigation diversion structures that adult salmon will need to pass in order to at least get up to this point in the watershed where we're at today. The information that we're collecting, whether it's the status of the population, how many are out there, the trend of it across time from year to year, or the interaction with the fish, whether it's their movement, survival, growth, to environmental conditions, can really help to inform restoration. It's rewarding as a researcher to have that empirical data to help justify the value of past restoration work, then also to inform future work and improve on it if it needs to be improved.
Very seldom have we been to average on our snowpack in the last 10 years. I think as that continues, unless it changes, we're going to see it get harder for everybody to have the amount of water that they've been used to in their lifetime. I am Tom Smith. I am a small landowner here in Lostine, and I also am been elected as the president of the Lostine Ditch, and I am a retired NRCS district conservationist from the Wallowa County area. I moved for the job here in Enterprise with NRCS in 1988. At that time, we set up some programs to start monitoring how much water was actually coming out of the river via the ditches and going through the system, and started recording usage during the irrigation season. During those meetings early on, the fisheries people were identifying a critical period in which there wasn't enough water for fish to move up through the system. You know, the question was asked, would you guys be willing to shut off water for a short period of time so that we can see how the fish move through the system during that increase in flow? And I think it had a visible impact. They could see the fish moving. And I think that is what spawned the idea of trying to maintain a minimum stream flow through this portion of the river, and what generated the idea of the in-stream flow lease with these upper ditches.
During the time when water was pretty scarce in the Lostine River, especially in the late summer, flows were gone, frankly. The federal government, through NOAA Fisheries, they asked to meet with the Nez Perce tribe and ODFW here. They came to our office. They came, but not as fish biologists. And we were quickly made aware of who we were actually sitting around the table with. After introductions were made, we actually saw them flip open their wallets, and they were the enforcement part of NOAA Fisheries. And they said that they were there to enforce some of the ESA type of regulations, and that enforcement would be directed at the irrigators who were withdrawing water from the Lostine River. Sitting with us with our ODFW counterparts, but also a tribal department manager of fisheries, his name's David Johnson. And he just stopped them in their tracks. He interjected and said, "Don't do this. You don't have to shut down these irrigators. We can find a win-win solution." So here was an Indian standing shoulder to shoulder with Wallowa County irrigators, saying we can find a different solution. And that changed the whole tone of the discussion between ODFW, Nez Perce Tribe, and NOAA Fisheries. And that started us down a path that led to eventually a water agreement with the irrigators. And as I said, I haven't seen Lostine River go dry since.
My name is Woody Wolf. I'm a farmer and rancher. I live in Wallowa County, Oregon, between the towns of Wallowa and Lostine. I'm sixth generation agricultural business operator. I think I was 13 the first time my dad put me in the big articulating tractor and said, go build a gravel push-up dam at this ditch. And then we'd go check it and there wasn't enough water coming out of it to irrigate with. And so then we'd go get a big roll of plastic and lay it out. And then, of course, all of a sudden there wasn't enough water at the next ditch down. So we'd go do it again. And then sometime in the 90s, the Bureau of Reclamation came through. They just came in and said, what would make things easier for you guys? And said, well, if we had a way to manage the water at low flows. So they systematically went through most of the ditch diversions on the lower Lostine and put in a fish-friendly obstruction that would allow us to divert water. The most recent restoration project was facilitated through the Nez Perce Tribal Fisheries, which basically, with an attempt to minimal impact, the intent was to reconnect the floodplain and the stream, so at high flows, the energy of the river is spread out over a larger area, and then at low flows, it recedes back into the channel while creating more pools, places for the fish to rest and habitat during low flows.
You know, I'm hopeful that we can get a real cultural shift in the way we do things and the way we think about the natural world and each other, even in terms of how important freshwater resources are. They're very limited resource on our planet, and so far we don't have a super good track record or a good portions of populations of taking care of those resources. So it gives me hope, or I have to be hopeful, because it's really important to me. And we all, at the end of the day, really rely on these resources. You know, I mean, fresh, clean, cold water is a necessary element for all of us. So I think we can rally around that.
Private landowners are seeing some of the benefits of these projects. Folks like Woody and people who have kind of forged the path, and they can see maybe it's not so scary, and they can see the benefits to the resources and hopefully to their operations also.
Letting some water go by will manage the water more sincerely for fish purposes. That the tribes and the biologists were probably very instrumental in keeping the regulatory agencies out of the county. Everybody working together and everybody stepping up to the plate has made this system work today. Not to say that it works perfectly, but it's working, and that's been a great deal.
The Nez Perce tribe, they're there speaking for those fish. They would say, as all the Columbia tribes say, we are salmon people. And it is in their DNA. I think they're doing heroic things, but they can't do it alone. The entire society is going to have to make that decision. And what they want to see from the future, for the future.
Thanks, folks. I wanted to note for the record, Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator, I wanted to note again or emphasize again, the link to play the video is available. It is embedded in the story map, the Lostine story map that Jessica talked about. And all the story map is available on the OWEB website. So it's under Project Data and Reporting, Telling the Story, Lostine. And then within the story map is the link to the video. Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome to see, although the audio kept coming in and out on me, so I'll probably want to watch it again when I've got a little more stable connection. Does Liza Jane, you have something you'd like to add?
Yeah, I do great work by my neighbors, and I tried to find it on YouTube so I could show other people without having to open my laptop world. Is that something that can happen, or does it already happen?
To be able to access it on YouTube, Liza Jane, is that what you're asking?
Yes, it is.
I don't think so. Well, actually, let's let Audrey answer that, but we can send out the link, after today's meeting regardless, so you have
Well,
the direct link. You don't have to go
I
search
did
it.
get to watch it. I've already watched it from those links that Audrey.
Okay.
But if you're sitting in your living room and you want to show your friends a cool story, and Trout Unlimited has a bunch of these, you can go there and see there, but Lostine wasn't included. I just think it's better than more people would see it than just the people we're directing it to it now, if it could be just out there.
Yeah, thanks, Liza Jane. I think I'll actually turn to Jessica to speak a little bit, but I did understand that it sounds like the website where this will be shared and some additional kind of targeted social media outreach is being planned by Trout Unlimited. One comment before I turn it over to Jessica is just that it's my understanding that it's my understanding that unless someone shares and hosts the video on YouTube, you can't go onto YouTube and search for it, but you would be able to find it through the OWEB website and through Trout Unlimited. Jessica, anything to add?
Only that I think that's a great idea. And as part of this, when we get the blog post out in the social media, we'll probably then host it on YouTube also. It's just currently on our Vimeo account, so we can have a direct link to it on Vimeo, but that's a very good point. YouTube's going to make it much more accessible. So we'll make sure to include that.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
You had your hand up for a second. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Ken? Okay, thank you. All right, Dan.
Yeah, just to reiterate that, I'm happy to hear Jessica that there is a whole other kind of social media push. I had watched the video already and I read the report and it was amazing and I thought it was awesome. And I checked in with my young adults and asked them like, hey, have you seen this? And they're like, what are you talking about? Is it on TikTok? If it's not on TikTok, we don't see it. So just I think it's like, who are we trying to reach with these messages? And I think it's these up and rising young adults who are super smart and energetic, and we need to figure out how to bring them into the fold. And it ain't gonna be by sending them to a website because I mean, that works great for me, but these younger folks don't seem to do that stuff.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. I will keep that in mind. I'm now working with our communications person that we have for the West Coast region for Trout Unlimited now, so they have some good ideas in that regard. And we did also have them make the videographer a 1 minute trailer because this communications person comment was the 13-minute video is so long, like you gotta have something smaller for people to digest too. So we do have that will be part of the social media push.
All right, Mark Webb.
Jessica, can you speak to the deals, deals that you made with landowners, I assume water right holders, to get that water in stream or keep it in stream late season? Were those in-stream leases? What were they?
So in the video specifically, where a lot of the references are to the Upper Lostine Minimum Flow Agreement. And that's probably our most impactful in-stream flow restoration work on the Lostine, although we do have some leases and conserved water projects and permanent transfers as well. But the minimum flow agreement is a cooperative agreement among the upper four ditches that are withdrawing almost all of the water in the upper Lostine. There are a few individuals as well signed on to the agreement. But again, a cooperative agreement to maintain a flow that's currently set at 15 CFS at the Cottle Lane gauge, which is right in the town of Lostine. Those numbers, again, were informed by the Nez Perce tribe telemetry research on what was, going to be minimum passable flows for us in that upper reach that we were not reaching prior to the minimum flow agreement, which first started in 2004. So we're 20 years into that. And again, it's just a cooperative agreement among right now Trout Unlimited and the four main ditch companies to manage their diversions to meet that minimum flow. And it's been incredibly successful and one of my favorite projects to work on because of the cooperative nature of it. It's outside, it's not a regulatory thing. It's not with OWRD. It's just with the irrigators, and they are compensated for it for their efforts. And they also receive some bonus funds is the term we've used for maintaining higher flows than 15 CFS, which they've used for irrigation efficiency projects, including like automated diversions and things that just let them manage their water more efficiently over time.
Are they pretty excited by the outcomes? I would assume they are. Just curious.
Yes, that's one of my
Okay.
favorite parts about the agreement. The landowner, they like seeing the river run. They are able to manage the water still to do a fair amount of irrigating, varies year to year with water availability. But yeah, it's a really strong relationship, and the irrigators are very invested in it, both in the river and then what they get out of it from the compensation and
Okay.
the irrigation infrastructure upgrades.
All right,
Thanks.
we're going to take one last question so we can keep the agenda moving forward. So Russ?
Yeah, thank you. So if the audience, one of the audiences is legislators. The question I have is it doesn't speak to OWEB's role. At least I couldn't hear that. And the question is the compensation, how much and what is the source of the compensation? And what is the role of OWEB in ensuring that this is sustained over time? And if we don't have the finances clear in the presentation, it's hard to be able to have this be relevant to others who review it so they could replicate it in other locations. So if the farmer is getting a certain amount of cash because of this agreement, it's helpful to know the details. If the audience is a legislator trying to tell a story, or if it's even OWEB board members, and we don't see that in the 13-minute video. I love it. I love the message. I love the work, but that information is really, I think, critical when you sit down face to face with somebody who's a political decision maker.
The Audrey Hatch for the record, I am the Conservation Outcomes Coordinator with OWEB. I can speak briefly, and then if Jessica wants to add anything on, or my colleagues, but very briefly, thanks for the question. The information regarding OWEB's investments in the different types of restoration projects, as well as monitoring and technical assistance, is something that is collected routinely when we initiate these projects before they are explored with grantees. So there is over $1.2 million in restoration funding invested, and approximately $315,000 in monitoring funds invested in the area. But that's work that's done prior to initiating one of the projects. And then briefly, I will add that when we say that the products are used by policymakers and legislators in addition to the OWEB board, we mean that the information about these projects is part of the Oregon Plan biennial report, and may be available and as part of the agency's budget presentation or other ways that the agency chooses to highlight outcomes from our investment. So that is what is meant by working with the legislators as an audience. Jessica, Sarah, Ken, others want to add on anything? Thank you.
I'll just say that I completely understand that point. It's a very good thing to call out in telling like such a long, trying to encapsulate such a long history and different types of projects. There's a lot of different funding and a lot of different things at play that made it hard to include that in a very clear way. But one thing I did like about the story map is that it is something that can be a bit of a living document for us and be updated and include different things over time. So more funding information specific could always be put into at least that document. I know the video doesn't capture it, but things like that could evolve over time just because of the nature of the product. But there is OWEB funding, obviously, over the course of the history of the Lostine, significant contributions from the Columbia Basin Water Transaction Program, those types of things, among many others. So, yeah, very, very good point.
All right. So thank you very much for that. And we're going to move on down the agenda because I'm trying to leave enough time for our last agenda item so we're not rushed like we were at our last board meeting.
Madam Chair, I don't want to undermine your effort. I do just want to say that we didn't know Woody was joining the board when we decided to feature this story. So Woody, you had a great role there. I hope your experience has been very positive. It sounds like it was with the work. We've been planning this for a while. It was honestly a coincidence, but we were so cool. It's so cool to see a familiar face there.
All right, moving on down to agenda G. And we're going to have a request. We have a request by Ken and Audrey.
Thank you, co-chairs and members of the board. Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator, joined by my colleague Ken Fetcho, who is OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator and Tribal Liaison. And the staff report for agenda item G is found on page 50 of the ebook for this meeting. Since we provided an overview of the offering with the immediately previous item, we will just mention a couple of points at this time to recap and explain the request. OWEB's Quantifying Conservation Outputs and Outcomes is a budget item that provides funding to evaluate types of restoration actions within a geographic area that is often larger than the typical OWEB monitoring project or over a longer duration of time. So the scale is a little bit different than the traditional OWEB monitoring projects. These quantifying conservation outcomes are targeted investments. That means they're identified and developed with staff working with local restoration partners, and telling the restoration story is funded through this item called quantifying outcomes. So telling the restoration story, as you know, supports grants. Funding supports the compilation, analysis, interpretation of existing data from a project or multiple projects and the production of the outreach materials. And as mentioned previously, the audience includes this board. The audience includes policymakers and legislators. In addition, each grantee identifies a more specific audience, so their outreach materials can be used to communicate with landowners, local community members, and restoration practitioners or natural resources managers working to restore similar landscapes. As staff explore each of these potential projects, we actively discuss how to reach non-traditional audiences and, for example, explore providing translation services, if appropriate, to the outreach products from each project. 11 Telling the Restoration Story projects have been completed so far, with products available on the Telling the Restoration Story web page. That is on the OWEB webpage under Project Data and Reporting tab. And additionally, in addition to those 11 completed projects, 4 are currently funded with work underway. And very briefly, those 4 projects are looking at describing outcomes from bull trout restoration in Sun Creek. That's in the Klamath Basin. They're looking at watershed scale fish recovery improvements in the Sandy River Basin up near the Portland metro area. And they're looking at Plants for People. That is a series of projects describing how traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous management techniques have helped to restore diverse riparian, prairie, and oak habitat in the Willamette Valley. And the final project currently underway is looking at how restoration actions have improved water quality and stream habitat in the Rogue Basin, specifically in Bear and Little Butte basins. At this time, conversations are underway with some potential application teams for potential future upcoming Telling the Restoration Story projects. And just to give you a sense of what those are focusing on, topics include a project that would demonstrate restoration outcomes and benefits from acquisition projects around mixed-use urban areas on the North Coast, projects that would synthesize multiple types of biological data and demonstrate outcomes from Mill Creek on the North Coast and Whitechoose Creek in Central Oregon, projects that would describe water quality outcomes in the Umpqua Basin, and a project that would describe results from the Bridge Creek intensively monitored watershed. Telling the Restoration Story does help the agency achieve progress towards several of the 4 of the 6 priorities in the updated strategic plan. Specifically, priority 1, building awareness of the relationship between people and watershed protection and restoration. Priority 4, advanced learning about watershed restoration effectiveness. And it also helps advance and achieve progress towards priority 5, increasing the connection of urban and working lands to watershed health, and priority 6, bold and innovative actions toward climate resilience. Telling the Restoration Story grantees typically are offered up to approximately $50,000 for project completion. At this time, additional funding is needed to be able to provide the offering to new potential grantees. So to summarize, staff recommend the board allocate up to $250,000 in support of Telling the Restoration Story grants, with funds from quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes, line item of the 2023-25 spending plan, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through agreements with an award date of January 28th, 2025. My colleague Ken Fetcho and I are happy to respond to any questions. Thank you.
All right. Oh, I see Jamie's got her hand up.
Can you hear me now?
Ooh, you're really, I can hear you, but really your volume's very low.
Is this better?
We're just gonna have to strain to hear you. It's not any better, but you're better than you were before.
Go to Bruce. I'm going to try something else.
Okay, thank you. Bruce?
Thanks, Audrey. You say there are 11 of these videos that we've done?
11 Telling the Restoration Story projects have been completed and are included on the OWEB webpage. Not each of them completed a video. The specific types of products that they produce depends on the project.
So do we have any sense of how many people we have told the story to, which is ending a sentence in a preposition, sorry.
Well, if I may, we're sharing this story with you. We really intended this as for these projects that we bring to you as you're our audience. Now, each of our partners, they have their own audience that they're actively willing to share, their story through a variety of forums. But I think it's hard to quantify that. But really, Bruce, when we kind of conceived of this, the board members are our audience that we're directly trying to communicate with around this. So I hope that's helpful.
Well, Can I do a follow-up, Chair?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
So if we're looking at 50K for 11, so $500,000 to communicate to us. I love them. I think they're wonderful. My only concern is I would love us to think about how we could expand the audience and tell the story to a lot more people. OPB, the anything, what the broader audience to tell people about OWEB and the work that our partners are doing. To spend that much money just to tell us, I'm not comfortable with, but to spend that much money to tell a wider audience, I would support 100%.
Yeah, and in each of so again, when we scope these projects with the grantees, they do talk about the audiences they are targeting and communicating with. It's just hard for us to quantify that, but I think it's a valid question, and we can probably do more follow-up to better understand like how they're sharing those and the audiences and try to quantify that for you. We could also just look at the number of hits on the website too, to better understand how many people are clicking on all those different stories.
All right, Jamie, let's try it.
Is this better?
Absolutely, yes.
Woo! Okay, thanks. Great job, Nicole. So fabulous video and very powerful. The question I was going to have was also brought up by others, and it's this conversation right now, getting the word out. So I really appreciate the comment about the audience, but the board only represents the public, and even legislators respond to the public. And so I would love to see a greater discussion on messaging and audience and getting the word out to the public, because that's who we're really trying to impact with these messaging. And so, I don't know if there's necessarily time now to have that conversation, but it could be referred to a committee or even an ad hoc committee. But I think that piece needs further discussion, because I've heard from a couple folks, even when Russ and Dan's comments, I think we're also touching on that. And it wasn't, I think staff's doing a great job and staff's being responsive to what they've heard in the past. But I think there's some different ideas that board members have and maybe experience we bring from some of the work we've done in terms of outreach. And that's we're seeing as it's just an opportunity for a deeper discussion so that we can make this more broad. So I absolutely support this funding. But I think the intent that I'm hearing from others and that I definitely feel is, how do we get word of this tremendous impact out to others? Because that will shape future funding for it. It also really underscores the power and value of this work, and also gets other people to join in this work. And that's always why I've really been a big supporter of getting, telling the story, because when people hear the story, they're moved by it. And so I think there's some opportunity there, maybe incorporate some board members into having that conversation in terms of how we can better expand that audience and get the word out.
So before I call on Liza Jane, Audrey, did you want to add to that point?
Thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, the opportunity to say that I think some of this conversation around looking at follow-up, number of hits on the website, and looking at how the products are being used. Some of this has been explored in the past as part of a larger communication strategy or a communications plan that could include things like the Oregon Plan Biennial Report. So I just wanted to provide that context. Thanks.
Thank you. Liza Jane.
I'm not going to say anything new, but I do remember being part of the board when we developed this. And I think it's I'll be blunt and say, I think it's really arrogant to decide who's appropriate to see the information in the projects. And Dan, you're spot on. Like, website is so old school, and expect people to go there to be inspired, I think would be short. And I'd really like to see these offered in Spanish as well, just as a solid needs to happen. Not whether you live in a community where there's Spanish speaking people or that's not who your brochure is going to go to. No one would benefit from that. I just think we need to really push on being more inclusive in everything we do, which means get this in front of everyone. As Montana said in the video, there's so much benefit of private landowners seeing what other private landowners are doing, and it reduces that fear. And so they're more likely to open a conversation and talk about maybe doing some conservation work on their place. And so just a really broad audience. And Audrey, I appreciate all the work. I know that's where you're aiming, but I'm just asking that we continue to work towards that.
So before I call on Russ, Director O'Brien, did you have something you wanted to add to this conversation?
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation and the guidance and direction. I want to remind folks that you're seeing the video before the social media campaign that goes with it. And so I totally understand and I think we can work in the direction that everybody's describing here. I just don't want to underestimate the work that's already taking place by partners that we might not be seeing as a part of our board presentation today. So we showed you this story because we had 15 minutes to talk about it. That doesn't mean there's not other communication efforts going on around these grants and these partnerships. And so I do want to, make sure that we're respectful of the efforts that all of our grantees are putting into this, and you're not seeing all of it today. I do also want to note we have a new position at the Governor's Natural Resource Office, Anka Matika, who came to us at GNRO from the Governor's Press Office. That's kind of a shared policy and communications position that I think will really help us in the direction that you guys are describing. She's working closely with Linda. We have the opportunity to connect some of these grantee stories. And so, message received. I'm not arguing with anything you guys say. There's more than it looks like, and we have more coming. Remember that we have one full-time publications person, and that's the extent of our communications team. Most of our nonprofit partners are even more sparsely, funded and resourced and staffed in communications than we are. So we can absolutely work in this direction. And it takes us a little while to catch up with the modern. I did have a legislator tell me the other day that OWEB needs a TikTok presence. So I'm still not on Facebook.
Russ,
we're working on it.
Did you have something to this topic?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So from experience of dealing with communications at an organization and trying to increase awareness, visibility, and impact, I think it's important to understand what the baseline is and what your objectives are. And I think that that's probably worthy of a deeper conversation. That may not have been the intent today, but I am not clear what your baseline public awareness is or legislative favorability is of the organization. I've certainly not seen any polls as of late that make reference to OWEB and its the public attitude towards OWEB. But I want to be very, very clear. I'm uncomfortable with the OWEB board being an audience that is causing a investment of $250,000. If there's and I don't think that it is our role to educate youth about conservation. That is not the intent of OWEB. So what is our audience? What is the target goal? What is the baseline awareness of that audience? And how are we progressing along a spectrum to get to that point? So I would like to have a more comprehensive conversation about communications before we go ahead and commit precious little resources to an effort that is, for me, outside of context of the objective of increasing legislative awareness of what we are doing.
Mark Webb?
Yeah, I was just curious in terms of expanding the scope or the audience. I think this was great. I'm sympathetic to hoping it goes beyond us, but does OWEB ever reach out to OPB? I know they've done some pretty interesting series and stories on other kinds of restoration activities, and something from the coast to Eastern Oregon would be, I think, of interest to them and pretty phenomenal, and sort of support what others are saying about expanding that and making it worthwhile. So just curious if you've considered OPB, reaching out to them, putting something together.
Mark, I can respond to that if that's okay with you, Audrey. I have done some initial outreach recently, and I'm afraid our news is a little too good sometimes for mainstream media. The receptiveness of our media contacts, and I don't want to point fingers at any particular media outlet here, but I have been told that it's just not bad enough news for headlines. And so that's an interesting challenge, and why I think it'll be really important for us to work with folks like Anka that can help navigate through that world and understand, like, as we're developing these relationships, what are folks looking for? I personally, I find stuff like the video that we saw today really helpful. I can get that into a one-sentence talking point for a legislator, but I wouldn't be able to if I didn't know the story out of the mouths of the folks that are doing the work. I don't feel confident in representing that unless I've heard kind of the level of detail that was shared today. So I know my chairs will be wanting to move us towards a vote before too terribly long here, and I just ask that you guys don't conflate this decision about what is frankly in the OWEB portfolio a pretty minor amount of funding that we're sending to collaborative partnerships to talk with the public about their work with OWEB's need for a communication strategy. But you vote as you vote, but please vote for what's on the agenda here. And I'm happy to reconvene around a communication strategy. I think that would be an important thing to revisit in our board conversation, in our committee conversation, as Jamie said. But please, let's keep our lanes clear on voting here. And I agree that we need a more robust communication strategy. We do not have a communication staff, and we're dependent on our partners to tell their stories in the way that they wish for those stories to be told, that reflect their local values and commitments and work.
Audrey?
Thank you. Yeah, Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator, would just like to add, in the context of a larger agency communication strategy or plan, there is, we mentioned earlier, the grantees often use pieces of the products that are produced through this offering and recirculate a short video clip through social media, through a targeted social media campaign. So we mentioned that earlier, and I just wanted to add that in addition, OWEB does have a social media presence and does use the products in that same way as an agency at this time. Thank you.
Lindsay?
Yeah, what Sarah and Audrey said, I second that. And just as a practitioner on the ground, you know, we use tools like this to demonstrate capacity and also attract additional funding. So while the OWEB board is one piece of the audience, it's not the sole audience. And I'd be happy to make a motion if folks are ready.
I would entertain one.
Okay, I move the board allocate up to $250,000 in support of telling the restoration story grants with funds from the quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes line item of the 2023-2025 spending plan, and delegate to the executive director the authority to distribute the funds through appropriate agreements with an award date of January 28th, 2025.
I second that. Oh, sorry. And I appreciate, Sarah, your comments of doing some additional exploration and how we can increase the effectiveness of these funds.
It's been moved by Lindsay, seconded by Jamie. Is there further discussion? I just want to say thanks for all the explanation of this, that knowing that we are the audience today, but it does get a lot broader. And knowing that our partners are the ones out there telling the story with these videos. So I'm very comfortable voting yes on this. So Bruce? Oh, you're muted, Bruce.
Thank you, Barbara. With accepting the commitment of our executive director to put this on the table for a more robust discussion, I too am happy to support it.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Any abstentions? All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. You guys ready for 15 minutes and then take a break, or do you want to take a break now?
Keep going.
All right.
Take it away,
Yeah.
Kelly.
Okay, so we will roll right into item H, the 2024 tribal report, and I am going to hand it off to Ken. Oh, Ken, you're on mute.
Oh, how's this? Sorry about that.
Good.
Okay, cool. It's always a tricky to share your screen and unmute at the same time for some reason. So my name is Ken Fetcho, and I'm OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator and Tribal Liaison. And this is agenda item H. We're providing an update on OWEB's 2024 annual tribal report that was completed and submitted to the Legislative Commission on Indian Services and the Governor's Office in December of last year. This completed report is included as an attachment in your binder under agenda item H and begins on page 53 of your ebook. All right. So before I highlight some of the accomplishments that are described in the report, I just wanted to emphasize that OWEB has a tribal policy and we follow it to guide our efforts to include tribes in our decision-making processes. At last year's January board meeting, co-chair Kelly Coates and I described what OWEB's government-to-government relationship looks like. And while we don't have enough time to go into that level of detail again this year, that presentation was recorded and just serves as a great resource for the board members if you are interested in diving deeper into the topic of tribal engagement, especially given that we have new board members joining us periodically over the year. OWEB's tribal policy is the guiding document that describes how OWEB engages in government-to-government relations with federally recognized tribes in Oregon. This policy was first established in 2007 and was revised in 2018 with tribal input. The goal of this policy is to maximize tribal relations and collaborative efforts to resolve potential concerns by enhancing the exchange of information, ideas, and resources. So this policy includes, but is not limited to the following elements. OWEB will include a tribal rep on the OWEB board, and OWEB staff helps assist the governor's office to reach out broadly to tribes to seek interested volunteers to participate on the board when there is a vacancy coming up for the tribal rep position. And we've had tribal representation on the board since 2000, and page 2 of the report has a description of who has sat on the OWEB board as a tribal rep. OWEB will also engage tribes in a variety of ways and seek early tribal involvement in policy development and in the review of projects to make funding recommendations to the board. And finally, OWEB will provide training to staff to ensure that they are aware of the sovereign nature and authorities of tribes to improve their capacity to promote collaboration with tribes. So what does implementation of the tribal policy kind of really look like on a day-to-day basis? So as we work to engage tribes early and often in policy development and implementation, we use multiple communication pathways at key milestones to incorporate the tribe's feedback into our decision-making processes. So for example, in recent rulemaking efforts, we sent out emails to tribal key contacts to recruit Rules Advisory Committee or RAC members. And also, as draft rules come out of that RAC process, we send the draft rules to the tribes before the board meeting. We'll deliberate and be asked to approve those. And so we encourage the tribes to provide written comments that the board can consider, but also to invite them to provide verbal testimony to the tribe in case they want to oppose or support those. In these emails, when we send out the draft rules, we also provide contact information for the staff leading the rulemaking effort and encourage tribes to contact us for one-on-one phone conversations or in-person meetings so we can listen to the tribe's questions and concerns related to the rulemaking effort. Then finally, we also utilize the quarterly Tribal Natural Resource Workgroup meetings to update tribes on key initiatives that we're working on and occasionally present in greater detail for efforts we are working on to bolster tribal input and participation. So there's just a ton of information in this report, and I'm only going to be able to highlight a few things today due to limited time. I just really want to encourage you guys to read this report when you get a chance. Special shout out to Linda, our publishing specialist, who helped me develop this document, make it look good, include photos. And this year we embedded some links to videos to better illustrate what these projects look like. OWEB's work to engage with tribes and include them in our policy development and implementation process is really a testament of OWEB's leadership and staff's efforts to embrace this work in a meaningful way. So I just want to acknowledge that it is truly a team effort to develop and foster relationships with the federally recognized tribes in Oregon. And we make a concerted effort to include tribes in many different processes, decision-making processes. And one of those is the review of grant applications. And so I just wanted to include a few examples here to help quantify what that tribal representation looked like in 2024. So last year, all 9 of the federally recognized tribes participated in Oregon's small grant program. Tribes sat on and participated in 20 of the 28 small grant teams. And some of these small grant teams have more than one tribe participating, and some tribes sit on more than one small grant team. All 6 regional review teams have at least one tribal natural resource professional participating in the review process. In 2024, 7 tribal agency representatives participated on OWEB regional review teams, and several of the FIP, Technical Focused Investment Partnership, or FIP, technical review teams have tribal participation. In addition, last year we recruited tribes to participate on the Water Acquisition Grant Program Review Team, and recently for the upcoming Drinking Water Source Protection Grant Program Review Team that will be meeting in March to review those applications that were submitted. And finally, we had tribal participation on the Small Grant Program Rules Advisory Committee. Annalise Ramthen with the Confederate Tribes of Grand Ronde served on that Rules Advisory Committee, and we just greatly appreciated the time and effort she put into this important process. In 2024, staff continued to make a concerted effort to implement recommendations to reduce barriers to tribes accessing OWEB funds that built on the assessment that was completed by Allie Miller, a Portland State University graduate student that performed this by completing interviews with all the tribes in Oregon to better understand what were some barriers to accessing our funds and recommendations to overcome those. And so there was 2 major efforts in 2024 where we tried to address these barriers and incorporate these recommendations we received from the tribes. And so one was that I completed meeting with all the tribes in Oregon to better understand their potential interest in OWEB's land acquisition grant program, had a really focused conversation around that specific offering to better understand what are some barriers that might exist to accessing those funds, and then to listen to them and talk about some potential solutions to overcome those. I summarized and presented these findings to OWEB's management, and they're currently discussing those internally, and we hope to have an update for tribes in 2025. The second one was the second effort to address these barriers was really led by Courtney Schaff. And she and I worked to receive input from tribes to help us establish OWEB's first tribal-specific grant opportunity to support tribal capacity for natural and cultural resources staff. This grant is currently open. This grant offering is currently open, and we are still promoting this grant opportunity to encourage tribes to apply. So as I mentioned earlier, an important element in our tribal policy is to provide training to OWEB staff and management to ensure that they're aware of the sovereign nature and authorities of tribes to improve all of our capacity to partner and collaborate with tribes. So this slide just summarizes a few of those learning opportunities, and a few I'll just mention is that in June of last year, Dr. Alexa Main provided a presentation at OWEB's all-staff meeting. And Alexa is a biologist with the Confederate Tribe, the Umatilla Indian Reservations, Freshwater Mussel Research and Restoration Project. And her presentation taught us about the cultural and ecological significance of freshwater mussels and how they fit into their natural resources programs, first food policy to inform the restoration and stewardship of their traditional homelands. I'm currently working with the Burns Paiute Tribe, Diane Tiemann and Trey Wall, and they're going to be joining us next month in Salem for a presentation to help us learn more about their natural and cultural resources programs, priorities, and opportunities for us to collaborate to meet mutual goals and objectives. And as part of these learning opportunities described in the previous slide, just connecting in person is a great way for OWEB to develop and foster relationships with the tribes at just many levels within our organization. So in June, Lindsay McClary and her colleagues at the Confederate Tribes of the Grand Ronde hosted an all-day meeting and just provided a great opportunity for OWEB's executive director, our deputy director, OWEB's Willamette Region Program Rep, and I to meet in person with their natural resource program staff to tour their native plant nursery and to visit two of their conservation properties that they're managing to meet their goals and objectives. Many of you guys will recall that Lindsay also hosted a field trip at the July board meeting to visit the Rattlesnake Butte property to learn more about what they're doing to help manage prairie and oak woodland habitats. And then one of the things that I attended last year with co-chair Kelly Coates was the annual tribal summit that the Cow Creek Band of Umpqua Tribe of Indians hosted at their casino in Canyonville. This annual event convened by the governor's office provided an opportunity to visit with Kelly, and we were able to network with other tribal and state agencies, leaders, and participate in a full day meeting where we just learned about a variety of tribal priorities, challenges, and solutions. And finally, the recently hired cultural resource specialist, Shane James and Courtney Schaff, made a significant effort to meet in person with tribes' cultural resources staff on tribal lands to discuss the new responsibilities OWEB will assume under the National Historic Preservation Act based on a programmatic agreement we're currently negotiating with NOAA Fisheries and the State Historic Preservation Office. And so OWEB really just want to take a proactive approach to develop these relationships with cultural resources staff and to hear any questions and concerns they may have before the programmatic agreement is signed. And so this is the last slide before I'll pause for questions and comments. And just, it's my opinion that our efforts to engage tribes and encourage them to pursue OWEB funds, it's working. Since 1998, OWEB has awarded just over $13 million in grants to tribal governments. In 2024, OWEB provided almost $1 million to tribes across all grant programs. And this report included 3 projects that were funded through the Focused Investment Partnership, or FIP, grant program, where funding was provided to non-tribal grantees, but that funding was spent implementing restoration on tribal lands in coordination with tribal governments and organizations. And sometimes those projects are not highlighted in these totals because the grant went to someone else, but the tribes are still benefiting and partnering on those projects and benefiting from those investments from OWEB. In 2024, there were 12 completed grants that included tribal match contributions. Tribes provided $1.6 million in cash and just over $130,000 of in-kind support to OWEB grants. This underscores a key way tribes participate in implementing watershed enhancement projects in Oregon. Not only do they receive OWEB funding to implement restoration projects, tribes provide important matching funds that our grantees leverage to increase the scope and scale of restoration in Oregon. So with that, I'd just like to pause and see if you guys have any questions or comments, and thank you for the time.
Okay, I saw Mark and then Mark Webb and then Jamie.
Thanks, Ken. That was great. So I'd appreciate some clarification on which tribes we're working with. Are we just working with federally recognized tribes? And I ask that because I assume, or I think there are tribes in Oregon that are not federally recognized. And many of OWEB's offerings would probably benefit them. And they're, I'd say, independent of that government to government relationship that's established when they're federally recognized. So I'm just curious the extent of tribes we're working with and whether we shouldn't go beyond federally recognized if there are those tribes. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. So for the record, Ken Fetcho, OWEB's tribal liaison. So there's state law that dictates which tribes for state agencies to work with. And again, that's covered in that presentation that we just presented to the board last year. And those are the 9 fairly recognized tribes in Oregon. We also work with the Nez Perce tribe. They're a fairly recognized tribe that have traditional homelands in Oregon, and they've been a part of our grant program since 1998. So 9 fairly recognized tribes in Oregon, and the Nez Perce tribe are we currently actively working with. We our partners, the watershed councils, SWCDs, other nonprofits, they work with non-fairly recognized tribes, and some of those engage in our grant program. So it's just that we cannot establish, due to state law, formal government-to-government relationships with fairly recognized tribes, and we've been advised by the Legislative Commission on Indian Services. And so we need further clarification before we can really create formal relationships with non-fairly recognized tribes.
But just to clarify, Ken, a non-recognized tribal organization that's established as a nonprofit or something like that could access our grants like any other partner. That doesn't preclude us providing grant funding.
That's right.
To other tribal organizations. And I think what Mark said was going beyond the government to government relationship.
Yeah, it just seems fair. All I hear is about federally recognized, and I assume that they probably have more capacity than the non-federally recognized. I could be wrong. And to the extent we're attempting to work with community partners, however they're labeled, we would want to reach out to them. But if in statute that's precluded, that's a problem with the statute, I think. So I
guess what I was referring to was incorporating them in a government-to-government relationship to include them in our decision-making processes. But absolutely, as Sarah mentioned, nonprofit organizations are able to access our funds. There's been situations where we've encouraged non-fairly recognized tribes who have reached out to us to work with their local watershed council, because that's where that capacity lies to implement projects and to develop these projects. So we have been contacted at staff level by non-fairly recognized tribes, and we do encourage them to work with local partners and even within their own ability as a nonprofit organization to seek our funding.
Okay, thanks.
Jamie.
That's a great question. Thanks, Mark. Ken, great presentation as always. And I really love the fact we've been talking in the past few years about leaning in. And so getting these presentations and this information is super helpful. In the previous reports that we've seen, there's been, in receiving feedback from tribes, there's been a request for co-management. And so what I'm trying to understand is what's the difference between our current practices and what would be defined as co-management?
Well, I think it really depends on the agency's authorities, right? And so that conversation that Kelly and I had with you guys last year is our authorities really lie as a funding agency, right? And so we incorporate tribes in our review teams. and our rulemaking processes, but co-management typically, like for ODF&W, looks very different because they regulate and they manage and they have those authorities, whereas OWEB doesn't have that. So, I think what co-management looks like for OWEB is looks different than other agencies that actually have more of a regulatory or management authority.
Barbara?
So of all the years that I've been on this board, it's been really, really neat to see the tribal engagement increase, and that today's presentation shows that it is just our standard best practice. So I just wanted to throw that comment in there.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Bruce?
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. And Barbara, I agree with your comment wholeheartedly. Mark, I am pleased every time I open the Daily Astorian and see the North Coast Watershed Council with a story about the relationship they've built up here on the upper left edge with the Chinook tribe, a non-federally recognized tribe, and involved in their decision making. So it is happening at the local level, as Ken said, and I just happen to see it here. I'm sure it's happening elsewhere. Thanks.
Thanks, Bruce. And thank you, Ken, for that presentation and all of your hard work. I know those annual reports they're a lot, and I appreciate it. And it looks great this year, and just appreciate you giving us a synopsis of it and a rundown. And I would just say, and maybe if you want to add anything to this, Ken, if anybody has any questions, I know we've got some new board members on, please feel free to reach out. I think I'd be, happy to provide more information. Ken, I'll give you a chance to talk here.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, so as new board members are onboarded, I do try to join those as I'm available to try to give a bit of a summary on and bring attention to our tribal policy. The recording of that presentation that you and I gave, people can listen to learn more. So certainly, with some of the new board members, happy to do that, but also longstanding board members that are curious and any kind of questions that you guys have, and they're all good questions and suggestions. So I know Sarah and I are open about this. We meet and talk. We with Stephanie and met with you, Kelly, to kind of touch base before the presentation and just kind of reflect on the year. And so I just really encourage people to engage us outside these meetings. If they have questions or suggestions on how we can better partner and engage with tribes.
Folks, if questions or information requests come up after the meeting, feel free to just send a note to Nicole and myself, and we'll loop in co-chairs and Ken and other staff as needed.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, so we are at a break. We're a little behind schedule here. Should we still do 10-minute break, come back at 2:38? Is that a little too much? Did I make it 2:40?
Make it
That's the chair's
2:40.
prerogative.
2:40.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll see everybody back here at 2:40.
Thank you. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is 2:40. All right, we are going to start for our final stretch of the day. We're on agenda item I, which is committee updates, and we're going to start with the Water and Climate Committee first. And we have both Jamie and Bruce giving this update. I'll let you guys decide who goes first.
Well, I'll kick it off and then Bruce will follow up with anything I miss. Two things. One, for those who are not part of the committee, we developed a template for our meeting a few years ago to focus on emerging issues, how we're coordinating, OWEB is coordinating with other agencies to address emerging issues, and then also getting updates on how OWEB is incorporating our climate resolution into our work, our day-to-day work. And that also includes deep dives into things like the water acquisition process. Some board members will remember the board referred that to our committee to review some of those in detail. And then also we always touch on intersectionality between committees to make sure nothing's dropping in the cracks. Through the cracks. In December, we had some special guests, the co-chairs of the Oregon Legislative Water Caucus. So Reps Owens and Helms, two outstanding legislators from across our state. We also had the governor's water policy lead attend. And they presented on current work, they answered questions. They also, this really impressed me, invited information and learning and input from the public, because they said the Water Caucus is in the process of really getting a fuller understanding of what's going on statewide, just to make sure that, you know, it's something that's such a precious and limited resource, to make sure that the legislature is serving all Oregonians to ensure safe water and reliable water and providing that in an equitable manner. So it was a great conversation. And they are currently looking at the Water Caucus is looking at strategic investments for this next biennium through the legislative cycle. So they're welcoming, again, input. I say this for also members of the public who are listening in. It was really impressive to hear two legislators who are great experts in the field themselves, but also approach this with great humility and and really encourage that the insight and insights from across the state. So that was greatly appreciated. The staff report provides some detailed notes on the conversation. Great job, Alexa, on that. And also just really wanted to say great job, Stephanie, for providing such a doing all the behind the scenes work to make sure we had the great presenters and had great content for that meeting. And that's it in a nutshell. Bruce, is there anything I missed?
The only thing I would comment on is the incredible support that both legislators gave to the support to OWEB, their sense of what we do, how we do it, the efficiency of our staff. So throughout it was a recurring theme throughout their presentation.
Any questions or comments from this committee or for this committee? All right, not hearing any. Dan, I'm going to have you take the grants committee, please.
Right on, yeah. The write-up in the ebook pretty much is a good summary. I don't need to reread that, but I will just emphasize on the open solicitation timing cycle. That we'll hear about the shift that OWEB staff are making. That's something that they can have the discretion to do without board approval. But they gave a great presentation to the grant committee, and we very much appreciated the presentation and fully supported their decision to shift the cycle on the open solicitation. We talked about the setting of the FIP ecological priorities. It's going to be a big chunk of work, and we talked about maybe some sort of a subcommittee or something to do that. That might be part of the conversation later this afternoon. And then on the FIP progress tracking reports that we'll hear about tomorrow, they asked the grants committee for input on what the board would like to learn through that. And so if there's something that you would like to learn that is not delivered, you can blame that on me for not getting the members of the committee to speak up and speak on your behalf of what you want to learn. And that'll be a lesson learned for next time. And I'll leave it at that, unless anybody else from the committee wants to say something.
Any questions or comments for Dan or in the committee members? All right, not hearing any. We're making up some time. Kelly, I'm going to pass it to you.
Great. Thanks, Barbara. Okay, we are going to move on to agenda item J, committee structure discussion. And I will hand it over to Sarah to get this one started.
This item will end my weird domination of staff presentation. Tomorrow we can go back to normal and you guys can hear from other staff members like you like to do. We do have folks on a variety of other phone calls kind of responding to other stuff that you will have seen in the news today. So that's part of the reason that I'm making a greater appearance than usual. So in our October meeting, we talking about board committees, shared a little bit of background from staff's perspective on kind of current committee structure and some suggestions for moving forward. We'd planned to have a full kind of brainstorming discussion there. Didn't make it with some of the other kind of more urgent time-sensitive stuff on the agenda, which made a ton of sense. In the intervening period, as our co-chairs just shared, had a great couple of additional committee meetings. We did pause on the equity, the DEI committee this quarter, and really want to come back and present you guys with some fodder for discussion and a staff recommendation on committee structure and content going forward that will focus around sort of the board priorities and opportunities for board engagement that I shared as part of the director's report earlier today. So I'm going to share a little background on that. I've got some discussion questions. I've got a staff recommendation that you will have found in your packet. I promise not to talk for too long, but we did hear from folks that it would be helpful to have a little kind of historical and statutory background as part of this conversation as well. And then I would appreciate it if we could try to get to a vote by 4 o'clock today. If folks need more time for discussion, of course, that's up to the board and to the chairs. But we got a lot of work to do this year, so we'll start forming something other than committees to get some of this stuff moving if we're not careful. So I really would appreciate the board's guidance on how to move forward after we present this today. So one of the weird things about OWEB's enabling statute, which I didn't realize certainly until I came here and started reading it, is that our agency name is the same as our board name. So when statute says Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board or the board, it's actually sometimes really hard to tell what the agency is doing, what the board is doing. And this even persists and has been flagged from, even just legal review of our documents and agreements internally. Like, it's probably something that we need to think about fixing at some point. But reading between the lines, knowing what we do about sort of the history of our constitutional mandate, of our enabling statute, we can kind of read between the lines and understand a little bit better, I think, what's in statute that the board should pay attention to, take responsibility for, and sort of weigh in on. And the primary duties of the board and statute are really to conduct a watershed enhancement program to benefit all the users of the waters of this state, which is a lovely mandate. I kind of envy us that in a weird way. It's a cool way of framing it. And to do that, as I said in my introduction today, in a way that provides the greatest possible opportunity for volunteer participation, which I think in kind of the modern lens we read as that way of implementing our grant making work that builds local capacity and prioritizes local partnerships. That means administering a grant program. It means coordinating and funding our decisions and actions with other agencies, establishing statewide and regional goals and priorities, and connecting to those offered, as OWEB so often does, by other agencies, to establish funding criteria. not just offering grant making to do monitoring, but actually assessing the effects of investment ourselves and doing the data management, monitoring, and evaluation, and now storytelling that it takes to communicate the outcomes of conservation investment statewide within the realm of our mission. And promoting public awareness and involvement, which starts to get us back to the conversation that we had before the break. And it is part of OWEB's mandate and mission and work under statute and under you guys' direction in the new strategic plan to make public awareness and involvement and communication, effective communication, part of our business. So that's the work we do together. The way that this board has evolved, I will do my best based on my memory and understanding and conversations with folks from the way back days to describe this. But some of you folks have been around, again, a lot longer than I have, and feel free to sort of jump in and course correct as needed. I do know from my very early time in Oregon that GWEB kind of pre-Measure 66 days, what eventually became the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board and was then GWEB, was seen as this like interagency agency for improved watershed health outcomes. We were established with the kind of board that we have because of that mission, and before the establishment of the Governor's Natural Resource Office, and that is kind of a key interagency coordination point on natural resource issues. There was a vision that this board would serve some of that role and to kind of play a interagency state and state, federal, local coordination role. So that's part of the reason that our board looks the way that it does right now and why we have representation from so many of our partner agencies, boards and commissions. In the early Measure 66 and 76 days, the board took a really active role. It reminds me, looking back at that time when I was in the audience watching other OWEB directors do some of this work with the board, reminds me of almost kind of the startup days at a small young nonprofit where the board was pretty heavily influential in technical details of putting together plans, structures, investment priorities, programs, and processes. It was a pretty working board, and it was a board that was really into the technical and process details of what it takes to do the stuff we looked at on page 1 to connect a watershed enhancement program like we do today. Over the last 10 years, what I've seen watching from outside of OWEB and being a sometimes spectator at board meetings is both for the staff or the board an increasingly strategic approach, refinements in our program and outcomes, and our links to other agencies, state, regional, local priorities, and sort of connecting to partners about what their goals and priorities are in watershed health. Building systems and kind of professionalizing our grant making work. A lot of staff have described to me what a sea change it was at OWEB in the sort of culture, staff and board culture of the time when Measure 76 passed, and it was the first time that it became apparent that this was a permanent work. Before that, there was a sunset on the funding under Measure 66, and everybody was doing their best to build programs and work together to make that a reality. But the clock was ticking, and we really didn't know whether this would be a permanent effort or not. Measure 76 made that lottery funding permanent. And so that was a big step for the board and the staff to kind of develop strong, lasting professional systems to do our grant making work. There was also a transition, and I remember previous director Maida Lofsgarden was a neighbor of mine, and we used to go for walks and talk about, the ways that our boards were evolving and changing. And so I heard some during that time of some of the cool work that the OWEB board was doing to sort of prompt and catalyze and support, staff's attention to climate and DEI policies and priorities, and to make sure that that was really fully integrated in the way that we do our work. I have heard, and I did not witness this myself, that before we had these 3 committees, we had 7 committees. And that's a lot of committees, even for an 18-member board. And it's certainly a lot for a 45-member staff to wrestle with, although my colleague Bruce Buckmaster reminded me that we shouldn't lean too heavily on our staffing constraints. In the last meeting, Bruce reminded us that this is part of the work of the agency, and it's important that we properly staff and resource board committees and do that work together. So I accept the course correction again. 7 committees is a lot to keep up in the air, though. 7 is a lot of any plates to keep up in the air. I made a little amendment to this one based on our previous conversation. Bruce, I don't know, when I look at this list now, as I did over the lunch period, I think policy resolutions actually reflect all of the things on the front end of the bookend there, that the policy resolutions that you guys have worked on influence the way that we do all of these things, and I think have helped set direction. So we'll figure out how to represent that. But just a reminder of these bookends. And this is what brought us to kind of ask the board to reconsider the current committee structure. So I've been watching those for a couple of quarters now and attending them consistently. If you think about these again as bookends, the sort of initial policy and strategic guidance, and then the follow-up of oversight and accountability. The proposal that staff are coming to you with is basically, we have seen the equity and climate and water committees go through this policy development phase. It's hit the ground in implementation, and I don't know what the symbol is that Linda will eventually let me put, like a sausage maker or a washing machine or something like here, that in the middle here to demonstrate what happens when things are like getting fully operationalized at the staff level. But just as an example, your DEI resolution got stepped down. Oops, you can't see it. It's blurred out into this DEI action plan that the staff are actively working on. It got integrated fully into our strategic plan, and part of the reporting is part of the reporting that we do there. And I was just flipping through this yesterday and realized that, you know, we're almost ready for an early refresh on this thing, because a lot of the goals and actions established in the DEI action plan that followed on from the board resolution are pretty fully implemented. Pretty much everything is in the process of being implemented at this point. And so that shifts us into this oversight and accountability space. There's a question to the board at this point whether that belongs in the full board or in a board committee. And one of the reasons that I'm coming to you with the recommendation I am today is that I think that the full board needs to hear some of that stuff. I think the full board needs to hear our sort of report back, our oversight and accountability, our metrics, our implementation of the DEI work. And honestly, I had the same feeling when I sat through, I had a terrible flu, by the way, at the last Water and Climate Committee meeting. And thanks to Stephanie for showing up on short notice to kind of be the face on screen and provide leadership, because I couldn't even open my eyes, even though I was listening. It was very unpleasant, but it was a really cool conversation. And it was actually just an hour or two before the meeting, or maybe the day before the meeting, that we thought, oh my God, we should have invited the whole board to this, because it's such a cool opportunity to be able to engage with lawmakers and talk about policy priorities and represent the agency as a board. And so what I'm proposing is no kind of stopping the work that began under the Equity and Climate and Water committees, but rather to keep that fully integrated, to ask direction from you guys how best to report on the results of that work, and how best to sort of nest it in you know, the ongoing full work of the board, if that's the path that you choose to take in committee structure here. I did mention last time, I think too, and I know we've heard from folks on the grants committee a couple of times, the volume of work there is making it difficult for that committee to keep up. We have 21, depending on how you count, 22 different programs in our grant portfolio at this point. And we really, especially with some of the program modernization and refresh work that the governor's office has mandated us to dig into, and some of the continuous improvement changes that staff are working on, we really want every program in the agency to have a home on a board committee that can pay attention to them as sort of needs and priorities arise, not only to grant decision making, but to really making sure that we make these as accessible and as, you know, transparent and equitable and accountable, and easy to walk through the front door and get the good work done, as supportive to partner capacity as they possibly can be. So we really are requesting the board's partnership in building and rebuilding programs, and perhaps integrating and kind of simplifying our program structure and some of our processes. And we would really welcome your oversight and accountability on that, as well as your, you know, sort of strategic guidance and direction on it. I'll come back to this slide in just a minute. I just like to seed the discussion questions before I make the recommendation, so that you can be thinking about what questions or answers you might want to provide while we go. I think it really raises the question of what committees are good for. And my hope, as I was talking to folks a little bit before the meeting in one-on-one conversations, my hope is that even folks who are newer to this board, or maybe play a non-voting role on this board, you guys, I bet, serve amongst you on a lot of boards and commissions and committees that might be different, but that have good learning to share about what works well in a committee structure and processes. So one of the things that we're asking is, you'll all remember Jeff Huntington's comments from the last meeting, focus, focus, focus on our core mission. Well, we've described our core mission. All our programs fit well within it. But our core mission is grant making and doing that in the ways that, that we talked about before. Given the board's duties and the organization's duties and statute, where should we really be focusing our attention? That's one question. And then there's a lot of additional food for thought around what have you guys seen work well with current committees on this board or other committees or boards that you might serve on? What should we consider changing? What's worked well or poorly in your other engagements? And, it would be interesting to hear from anybody in particular who might say, hey, here's something that we talked about as a full board that I wish had gone through committee first, or something that I would have loved to dig into in a committee in order to get, still a public conversation, but a smaller group public conversation before something comes to the full board. So I have just 2 slides here on my recommendation, then I'll pull up the questions again and hand it back to the co-chairs for discussion and deliberation and vote if you get to it. What we've recommended, mostly for the sake of kind of coming in with a straw dog for you guys to hum across and just thinking about that trajectory of 2025 topics and items that we expect to be in front of the board over the next year. What we've suggested is basically 3 committees that are fully focused on the grant agency's grant-making role and core mission. They would provide guidance and oversight for program improvements, as I described. They would review funding recommendations before those get to the full board, give you a chance when we do come to full board meetings to talk together colleague to colleague. So it's not always staff providing you the information and the board responding, but you would have a cohort of your colleagues that had really mulled over some of these difficult questions with staff in a more nuanced and kind of nuts and bolts way that could help inform those conversations effectively. And also a place for us to start to flag relevant policy or rule updates. There's a little bit of nuance in Oregon Administrative Procedures Act laws about sort of how we form and when we form rules advisory committees versus the rules of the role of the board. But for us to be true to that first bookend, I think we will like to have a space where for particular programs, we're having early and often conversations about proposed rule and policy updates. I really would also like to ask you and encourage you to share with us your clear expectations for staff reporting on board oversight, not only on our strategic plan, but also on board adopted policies and resolutions. We're doing our best on that, but it's hard for us to know how you hear it from meeting to meeting. So if you have advice on that, we'd really welcome it and we'll show up. We're doing the work and we want you guys to see it and we want the public to see it. And as I described, one of the funny things that I didn't realize until I ran a grant-making agency is how weird everything is all the time, always. Like, we kind of joke about having little snowflake programs or snowflake projects. And the truth is they're all snowflakes. And we kind of run into, on a fairly regular basis, this thing that's just like, whoa, we didn't anticipate that when we set the rules or designed the program. And the ability to come back to a trusted set of advisors on our board in a public forum where we know we have some transparency and accountability and ask your advice on how we run these programs on a really nuts and bolts basis would be extraordinarily helpful. So this is the really straw doggy part, but we sat down and sort of crosswalked, and I can pull it back up if it's of interest, that 2025 priorities, sort of what's on your radar as a board for 2025, and thought about how you could sort of crosswalk an even workload with 3 committees that were split up in a way that both reflects like commonalities and differences across our program, each of which would have kind of a priority work area potentially for 2025, where we feel an urgency to get some pre-processing about stuff that's going to come to the board. And also that led to a set of categories where for all of our 21-ish programs, we could say, yeah, this one belongs here, this one belongs there. And I'll leave the crosswalk of that behind the scenes for now, but there would be a home for everything this way. What we propose is basically 3 committees. That feels like a comfortable number, and it means that if we have a couple of folks absent for each committee member, that we still have enough there to keep the work going. And we recognize folks are busy and that it can be difficult to get full attendance at those meetings sometime. An acquisitions and restoration group. I think we're always kind of back and forth on whether to call our land and water transactions work transactions or acquisitions, but that is an area that, as you know, will be undergoing kind of a refresh modernization effort this year. We will need focused board effort and around that. Still aiming for a quarterly meeting in between board meetings, by the way, not an increased request of board members necessarily, but on the same pattern, more or less. So that would be the focus of that group, and all of our both general fund and lottery fund acquisitions and restoration related programs could go there. We have a body of work related to partnerships and capacity, and I definitely heard the message from folks during the spending plan conversation today that this is a priority. There are a lot of ways that we get capacity funding and support on the ground to our grantees. Certainly the operating capacity grants are one. But our ability to provide technical assistant grants, engagement grants, like all the different things that we do that help people lay the groundwork and get the enabling conditions in place to be able to do the acquisitions and restoration work on the ground, I think would fall in here. This is where I probably would put the FIP ecological priorities discussion that Dan flagged as a upcoming kind of heavy touch topic for this year. And then the third committee recommended here is more around tracking and communicating outcomes. And I owe you guys one for bringing up the topic of a communication strategy in our previous conversation, because I had not quite connected the dots here. What we were imagining was like the agency has its own monitoring and reporting role, plus we do grant making around monitoring, but also communicating the outcomes of investments. Plus, we need a place to do a more robust sort of reporting on our own strategic plan and policy implementation, even though I just said most of that should come back to the full board. It's good to have a set of thought partners and sort of how do we communicate our own agency outcomes more effectively. I think that idea of some work on a communication strategy would work really well in this committee. The point is that part of the way that we do our mission is to track and communicate the outcomes of both the work that we fund and the work that partners are doing with a diversity of funding sources in our realm. In our past conversations too, just kind of picked up during board meetings during my tenure so far, I've heard a lot of kind of cool ideas about best practices for managing these committees, some of which are already underway and some of which folks have just kind of recommended in passing as we started to raise the topic in past conversations. I love having a good board committee with a concise charter and an annual work plan so that folks can kind of come to agreement on that early in the year and either stay focused or amend it as needed as conditions change. I understand there's been kind of a standard agenda format developed for the committees. I think that can really help with regularity and probably propose continuing that. I understand that there's been an effort in the past to populate these committees based on a combination of member preference and representation and expertise and tenure, and that makes a ton of sense to me. Sort of mixing and matching in a way that makes sure that every committee is well staffed. Rotation of chairs and membership is another idea that I've heard folks bring up, maybe every year, maybe every couple years as needed to kind of stay fresh, but also keep some consistency on those committees. And just the ability to create additional work groups as needed if there's an overflow of work, as there may be in the course of this year when we're doing a couple of years where we're doing some heavy program refreshes. Possible that we would need to do that. And this is another area that just we'd welcome the board's ideas and directions on. These are your committees. I used to run a lot of boards as a facilitator, so I have some opinions of my own about what makes, a committee run well, and I promise to keep my hands in my pockets when appropriate, and my co-chairs are helping me learn how to do that appropriately too. But I think we've all been part of more and less effective board committees over time. And this is just such a big, powerful, collaborative, important board that I really want to make sure that we make good use of everybody's time on these committees, that you give us the direction and guidance we need to staff it effectively, and that we really remain focused on the work of the organization, the work the agency needs to get done this year in order to complete our mission and meet our mandate from the governor's office as well as our mandate from the public. So I'll briefly pull back up my questions. I'd welcome just an overarching discussion about some of these topics. I'd welcome, of course, your direction and amendments to the proposed structure here, but I will conclude my comments and leave it in your able hands, friends.
All right. Thank you, Sarah, for that overview and intro to this topic. Lindsay.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, thank you for like a really thorough overview, and like providing some direction to focus the discussion. I sit on both the grants committee as well as the climate and water committee, and have for I think the past 2.5 years or so. Most of my homework comes from the grants committee, especially when it's FIP solicitation time, and those FIP applications are longer than any other application, which most of our applications are long in general. So that said, while I've enjoyed the climate and water committee, it seems like it's not so homework focused. It is more kind of not nuanced, but different areas of interest and presentations on those, which actually would be really good for the whole board to see some of those presentations. So all that to say, I am super supportive of reorganizing, and thank you so much to the staff for outlining these 3 committees. I mean, it really spreads the workload. It gets all of us touch points on certain grants that are coming through. I don't have any edits. I support all of it, and would love to give this recommendation a try.
Thanks, Lindsay. Mark Labhart.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. So this would be my 3rd reinvention of OWEB, and the 3rd process of going through a different scenario. So don't take that as a negative. And the reason I say that is, as I read the report and listened to you, Sarah, there's probably some fine tuning. There's probably some, well, what about this and what about that? And does it cover everything? But you're the new director. And so a new director comes in with a new set of eyes and a new look. And staff's probably wondering, oh my God, we're changing again, So, yeah, but that's the way it is with when you change leadership in an agency. And I'm sure you've talked this over with your staff. And, boy, they had some questions, and probably you modified some things based on their input. I hope you did. And so I'm willing to move forward with, and I know you're going to immediately say, well, it's a group process and we need to work together. But you're the leader, and this is something you've thought about for a while. I can clearly tell that you've done your homework. I can clearly tell you've had experience in doing this before. And so I'm willing to give it a try. I'm willing to say, let's see if we can move this forward and see if I can make it work for you. And under your leadership, I hope we can do that. So I generally think we're on the right track. Let's give it a try. So I'm there.
Thanks, Mark. Russ?
Sarah, thank you. This is really helpful, and I like the way you use the visuals to describe what you need. And I emphasize what you need. As a director, our job is to make sure you're successful and to support you in any way you feel necessary to get the job done. And if you feel that this format will really help you to deliver effectively, I'm all in. I give great deference to your needs, and I think that I'm there to support you and give this a shot.
Thanks, Russ. Bruce?
This is my 4th or 5th change, and I think each one of them has been good. Each one of them has started with the board saying, how do we do our job better? It was board focused on getting our portfolio in order. We recognize that with an 18-member board, we had a great wealth of expertise and interest. We recognize that deep dives at the board level, and that was one of the problems, how we ended up with 7 committees one go around, that if you got into a deep dive with 18 board members present, 3 minutes for each board member took up an hour. And there's rare, and it often went much longer than that. We talked about longer board meetings. We were concerned about staff resources, what it took to operate a functioning committee. I look at our staff today, the great staff we have, and some of the additions, like Alexa with water and climate. So we actually have a staff person who was coordinating. The deep dives there took up a fair amount of time. If you wanted to have each one of those at a board meeting, you would expand the time required. The same way with DEI. I like the idea of splitting up the responsibilities on grant making as an alternative to the proposal of Sarah. I would like to look at a possibility of the Water Climate Committee gaining acquisitions. You've got Brian and Alexa that are both, Brian working on acquisitions in water. They could take on some of the roles and still do deep dives. Some of the new information that comes out on climate that's coming in from other sources is important for OWEB to get. And how we would do that at a full board, I think, is problematic. You look at DEI, yes, we have the resolution, but the commitment of how we're doing equity and justice moving forward. When you look at the work Ken's doing and Shane and Courtney with her work, a natural link there would be capacity. It would seem to me to be capacity, and then splitting up, having a single committee for FIP and all it includes, and a committee for open solicitation would cover all the things that Sarah talked about, but still allow us to have the deep dive, to use the expertise and interest of the full board, the operations of rotating board membership or committee membership and chairs. That looks fine to me. So, but I think maybe the proposal of just 3 is going to, by time, disallow us to look at some of the things that I have found so interesting and important moving forward in my 9 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. Jamie.
Well, I really appreciate the start of the conversation with the background, because it really underscores the long-standing commitment of not just legislators, but also of the public to this work and this need to integrate. And OWEB is really unique in this role and brings together a really important partnership of state and federal and public members at large to have these conversations. One of the reasons why I was hoping we would start this conversation at our last meeting is just to get out some of the ideas from the board members on the table to give you, Sarah, a chance to hear and think about as you were formulating your ideas. And when well, also just to mention, yes, we do go through this process with each new ED and utilizing expertise. It's good. It's fine. It's part of the process. But I appreciate Bruce's comment also about the DEI work, because this actually started back with MEDA. You mentioned MEDA, and we incorporated, and the board really leaned into this concept of this is work we need to do, and also it's ongoing work. And it's not that it's going to be in a report and check the box and that's done. It's continue growing was really the commitment, the essence of that commitment. So how do we incorporate that to our work? And I remember first we had a committee, and then the idea was to take away that committee because that work would be incorporated into all the other committees. But then that kind of went away. And so we ended up reestablishing a committee so that we could really maintain some focus. And that's why, as part of the water and climate, we've actually talked about that integration, because we're trying to continue those that note of it's not just what we do, it's how we do it. But the big picture perspective I have on the work we do and the opportunities for our committee work is to almost have that past, present, future perspective. So that's looking back at what we've done in the past and those grants that we funded. So how are they going and how are we monitoring them? The present, the partnership work you talked about, the telling the story work that was mentioned earlier, how we get that messaging out and doing some of the deep dive conversations that I think is a really helpful way to engage the expertise of the board, but also have those more in-depth conversations. It was mentioned before of the 3 minutes per board member, because it is important to have board member input on these topics, but not take those times in full board meetings. So it's really, board meetings are more for having overall discussions and making decisions. And then the future work, those are emerging issues, and that ties very much into climate and water, and that's really where this committee has leaned in, because it's looking at what's coming. But the effects of climate change and climate impacts that impacts all work is just a given, and we have to be creative and thoughtful about how we're preparing to address and do this work. And even the legislators that spoke at the recent meeting, that we're talking about how do we protect water resources. So that's really that future look. So when I'm looking at the potential for committee assignments, and I think having 3 allows enough, but not too many people per group, is looking back at what we're doing well, continuing that accountability piece with grants and monitoring. So what we actually do and looking, that's more tied into the past of what we funded and what we want to maintain. The how we do it and the present is really that strengthening our partnership. So it ties in. I really like that emphasis on partnerships in your recommendation, showing our value, telling our story, tracking and communicating outcomes, that capacity building. I see that more as that future. That kind of current how we do in our work. But we also, I think, need a piece where we're looking at preparing for and responding to emerging issues. And so that's, the acquisitions and restoration, leaning into the impacts we know are coming and how we're responding to them. And actually, the Water Committee did that looked at the acquisition process before that was referred to by the full board, because the full board didn't want to go through the full discussion, and we came up with some recommendations. So the work for land acquisitions, that would be a natural and that future leaning. So what's on the horizon, what's in the future. So I appreciate going back and looking and having the conversation. I would recommend that we group these slightly differently to have more of those buckets, because that will be the constant. The ongoing projects, the things we're working with now, and those emerging issues are all things that as I see the committee structure in terms of best practice and approach. What the actual names are, it probably doesn't matter, but in terms of workload and folks bringing things to the table and also grappling with ideas so that can be brought to the full board for discussion decision, I think is a real opportunity for the committee structure.
Thank you, Jamie. Dan.
Let me lower my hand here. I was just gonna, the names of the committees, I think are whatever works for people. I mean, it's the work. I think, Sarah, what I think I'm hearing you say is that you really want to utilize this board to help, get a lot of the work done outside of a board meeting, so that because we're always kind of running out of time at the board meetings, and that makes sense. I mean, there's 18 people on this board, trying to get consensus and make a decision is going to be challenging, even when a good number of us don't even vote. So I would, as the idea of, what I like about what you said is creating I forget how you wrote it in your notes, but the structure for these committees moving forward. And what I think is would be good to consider based on, clearly some board members have said, well, there's stuff that we want to talk about, and that probably fits in the relevant policy and rule updates. I guess what I'm saying is there should be space in these committees for initiatives brought forward by the board, like, hey, yeah, we got to do all the OWEB work, but we still need to have some space for something that a board member thinks is important to talk about, maybe in a committee. And then, so that's just one thing. And then the second thing is back to, if in an ideal scenario, a committee is going to do work on behalf of the whole board and hopefully bring forth a recommendation that's pretty solid, that they legitimately believe the board can get behind and roll with it. I think that's what we're trying to get to. And if that is the case, because that doesn't always happen, right, with this board. But if that's sort of a goal, I think what would be important as we move forward is to have the structure of these committees such that board members could ad hoc add themselves. In other words, if a committee is going to be talking about a topic that is important to somebody on the board and they're not on the committee, I would suggest that they be encouraged to participate, because anybody who's like passionate about something that a committee is going to be talking about should be in that committee, even if it's just on an ad hoc basis, because otherwise the committee will bring it back to the board and they're going to hear that passion and it may conflict with or not have been accounted for in the committee. I think you know what I'm saying, but just as we think about operationalizing these moving forward. That's it, just those two comments. Space for board members to bring stuff to a committee, and opportunities for board members to join committees to participate in a particular subject, I think would be good.
Thanks, Dan. I'm gonna jump in really quick here. I try to get as many board members as possible before I ask my own questions, but I'm gonna jump in because I have one clarifying question about the proposed committee structure, and that is that the FIP would be in committee number 3, tracking and communicating outcomes, as opposed to being in the restoration.
Actually, what we had envisioned was FIPS being under this partnership and capacity heading number 2. And it was exactly for the reason that Dan described earlier, which is that FIPS are like an umbrella under which other categories of work fit. And they do go through something very similar to the open solicitation process around that. So I kind of see FIPS as a partnership building tool. But, like anything, you could slice it about 30 different ways and it would totally make sense. So that was more of a workload balancing among the committees than a direct no, FIPS have to go right here. But that's what we had envisioned. And to real quick to Mark Lavert's previous comment, that we hashed through this with our executive team, with all of the section managers to a pretty significant degree. So this has been part of a staff conversation.
Thanks for that clarification, Sarah. On that one, I was reading the report and then trying to just figure out where it might go. And then I just wanted to say really quickly on the best practices, I really feel like you are hitting the nail on the head with what you have outlined as the best practices, and your question about what's worked well in the past, what hasn't worked for you, being on a board or a committee. And I would have to say that, of all the boards that I've been on, having that standardized agenda is really, really helpful in keeping everybody on track. Also, rotating out at specific times your chairs, I think is really helpful. So people don't get just, pigeonholed into you are the chair of this committee for the rest of your life.
It's
I
not
think
meant to be a life sentence.
Right, right. So I think that that is really helpful and also brings in a fresh perspective, which I think is really helpful after a period of time. I would also say that having co-chairs for the committees is really, really great and very helpful to kind of spread that workload out for folks. So I would suggest we continue with that. And then to Dan's point and other folks, other boards that I'm on and committees that I'm on, you have your assigned committee that you go to, and that's your committee, you're a part of that. But then the committee meetings are open, as OWEBs have been, for any of the board members to attend those committee meetings and participate in them, right? Because we do want to encourage other board members to come to the committee meetings if they can, recognizing everybody's, limited capacity to, show up at every single committee meeting. That's why we assign people specific committees. But if there is a specific committee meeting that you're very interested in the agenda topics, and OWEB's great about getting the agenda out ahead of time, right? It's on YouTube. We have to notice all of these things ahead of time. Then you can come to the meeting and you can engage in the conversation or participate in it. And so I think that's also really helpful. I think also making that space to have the ad hoc committees as necessary is really huge for any board to have, because who knows what we're going to get thrown at us in 2025, right? So we need to be able to adapt and shift as necessary. It could be, really great. We could get, I'm being glass half full, guys. We could get a huge windfall of money to OWEB, and then we would need to figure out what to do with that, right? And so we need to be able to be nimble. So I just think that that's really important moving forward with our committee structures as well. Okay, I will stop talking now, and I think it was Jesse.
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, so I think I agree with the best practices that Kelly pointed out. I would also say, I think having an annual work plan is helpful so that co-chairs aren't like scrambling before the meeting to come up with the agenda items, even though they might be standard. You're still like, what's our talking point? When you have the annual work plan that the committee has talked through together, I think that can be really helpful just to reflect on and like to help guide like what's going to occur on the agenda in the future. And then the idea behind a charter, I also support, but because to the point that OWEB's committee structure has changed multiple times, it might be more beneficial to have sort of a general charter that applies to all the committees, that like gives the general structure of what they are, rather than like, this is the program of work for the committee number one. This is it for, because like, it's just, you're going to be updating that in another couple of years, probably. You're gonna be like, dang it. So that's my only recommendation for the charter. And then in terms of thinking about the climate and DEI work, which I think everybody here knows they're like very near and dear to my heart, I spent a lot of time working on. I actually think nesting them within this structure is actually really beneficial, because I think, to your point, Bruce, having those deeper dives, they're going to be specific to a specific grant program or topic that you want to talk about in terms of climate, like its impact on, maybe you're doing a specific monitoring component and you want to talk about it in terms of climate. Like I'm thinking of the work that Rose is doing with TNC and all of that work. Like that's very monitoring specific, and you can spend some time on that. It might be the same in acquisitions and restoration. You're getting feedback on grant applications because of the climate questions. And really, it's really targeted towards the feedback on the water acquisitions application, for example. So I think there's space within this structure to really dive, like just to have those as standing agenda items. And the same with DEI, and I think in my mind, what the board's, what I would see is like our role would be to provide that guidance to staff, like Sarah recommended, of like, what do we want them to be sharing with us and reporting on, and we help decide that so it fits within this agenda structure, and they can be sharing back on that. And then we also have that space for deep dives. And if it happens to cross these different ones, which they have already do, you're ending up repeating it anyways at the board meeting. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Jesse. Bruce.
You're on mute, Bruce.
I'm sorry. I think Liz was next, Chair.
Okay. Go ahead, Liz, and then I'll come back to Bruce.
Okay, thanks, Bruce. I thought you were next. Anyway, I just want to agree with Dan and his suggestion of this more, really think about the fluidity of these committees, and for all board members, voting and non-voting, to be able to step in and join that dialogue on those committees. And I especially think that's going to be even more important, as you said, that is available already, Kelly, to some extent. And just look at the potential unknowns that we're going to have in the months ahead. And the idea not only of the fluidity of the committees, but this idea of let's, structure up some ad hoc committees because of the unknowns in the near future. And, as Jamie says, on the horizon and in the future. I just think just keeping our knees bent in the months ahead is going to be really important to keep us as successful as we are as an OWEB board. So just want to throw my support in for what both Dan and Kelly have raised. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Bruce?
I appreciated the comments about Jesse's comments about climate, equity, justice, having applications across all grant types. The proposal from staff basically, if you distill the wording, is 3 different grant committees, grant types. There is not a specified home for climate. There's not a specified home for equity and justice. To say that we can cover it on those 3 committees. The generally the agendas are full, and I'm reminded that everybody's job is nobody's job. So I would hate to just stop right now without designating a home and an established place for discussing new climate activity, some of the most insightful and wonderful comments I've heard from my colleagues from the federal agencies have been at committee meetings. There tends to be more interchange there, and I've really appreciated it, whether it was on serving on different grant committees or on some of these newer committees or the strategic plan committee. So I don't want to lose that. I'm happy to change to go to something more focused on grants, but I would hope that we can somehow designate a continuing look, an agenda spot for these resolutions. They were important enough to do resolutions. They should be important enough to continue to look at.
Thanks, Bruce. Sarah, did you want to jump in response to?
I've been mostly just trying to listen to the conversation and take some notes here, but I just want to follow up on Bruce's suggestion and say that you know, we had talked about the possibility of that tracking and communicating outcomes, the third group, being a space for us to report back on policy resolutions in greater detail and board implemented policies in general, or board adopted policies in general, more robustly. And so I wonder whether a combination, I think part of what Jesse was suggesting was like make part of the standing agenda a check-in in each group as well. I don't know if that's an either or. Another option that came to my mind would be to incorporate that specifically into the third group and to make that part of the mandate of the third committee.
I don't know if it's appropriate to jump in, but the only reason I raised my hand is because when I read what that group 3 was, that's exactly what I thought it was. Because we have, you know, it says right in there to board resolutions and other board.
I think I put more detail on that in the memo than I did on the slide. So yeah, I apologize if I dropped that in my presentation, but it is something we talked about with our executive team at least.
Thanks. Jamie.
Yeah, a couple comments and question. I really like Jeff's idea of the charter for all that allows for some future flexibility because we've seen it before, we'll see it again. So that was a great idea. The ad hoc as needed, I think, is also a good idea. The reference back to 7 committees, I think if it was during the time when I was on the board, because I know we had a lot at one point, there were 2 ad hoc committees, and then I think there was also the chairs of each would meet with, instead of just the co-chairs meeting with the director before meetings, it was kind of a little gathering. So it was real specific to that in terms of those numbers. I think the idea of having Dan's idea of that flexibility, I mean, it's technically there now, but would we run into issues of quorum if we had one topic that the majority of the board members were interested in and would want to attend? And so then what I've heard before is, well, you can attend, but you can only listen, you can't weigh in. So I don't know if that would be a quorum issue. And Sarah, I see you're off mic if you want. I've got a couple of comments, but if you want to jump in on that.
I don't think so, Jamie, just because those are publicly noticed and recorded meetings like any other, but we can definitely seek some more guidance because things have changed recently on that front for sure. So I'll get some greater clarification, but they're already public meetings so that we don't have to worry about having a quorum present.
Yeah, I think to that point, and credit goes to Lisa, our former director, for pushing for this to be public. The thing is, if it's a majority of voting members and they all indicate an intent or a preference prior to coming to the full board, so it's more on that piece rather than being noticed. So just a thought on that. And I just want to double down on a couple concerns. And it sounds like, you know, there may be options or opportunities through the structure we're looking at, but I'm very concerned that we would only be reactive to emerging issues if we don't have a specific focus on them in a committee structure. And so now, just to make a true confession of one of the reasons why in the Water and Climate Committee, we've really pushed on some of those interagency deep dives and those conversations on work, is because asking the question from board members or policy members, when you ask the question, it brings attention to. And so those conversations between interagencies, yes, there has been ongoing coordination that was reported out on, but also when that's a specific question and questions are asked, it helps to drive that interagency cooperation. And there's a more subtle, and Sarah, I'm sure you appreciate this, having worn multiple hats and been in many of these different roles, but actually having those deep dives, those conversations about that interagency or interorganizational collaboration also helps to drive some of that collaboration. Is just a side to some of the work that was done there. But also, again, Jesse, I appreciate your comments on climate and DEI, and in this new climate, we come up with better language for it, so we're not targeted for it. But serving all Oregonians is what I like to say on it. The one concern I have about just saying we're going to cover it in each of these different committees is that we tried that and we didn't do it. And I remember back again, this was when Maida was, she said, why don't we do that? And so we all said, okay, we'll try it. That sounds like a great idea, because we should be incorporating, it's the how we do our work. There's what we do. And this proposal is very focused on what we do, but there's also a fundamental component of how we do our work that makes OWEB special. And so that work, we tried that before, and I flagged at the time. Now this is going back, I don't know how many years. I flagged at the time, we may lose that focus on this work. We may fall into the habit of saying, we checked the box, we already talked about it, it's done, it's behind us, we don't have to continue to do this work. And I was told, no, we're going to work very hard to make sure we incorporate into all our discussions. And so I said, let's give it a try. And we didn't do it. And we came back later, a year or two later, and there was that gut check of like, yeah, we've dropped these topics. We've lost the focus on these topics because the main thrust of the committee work was elsewhere, and it was rightfully taken in that direction. And that's why we actually developed the committee and worked towards even developing a resolution on both, because we had lost that focus. So I just, unless it is a key component of a committee, I worry about us losing that. I've raised that before. I was right before. I worry about it again. I can't emphasize this enough, that I think it's an important part of how we do our work, and we cannot step away from it.
Thanks, Jamie. Liza Jane.
Thank you, Kelly. So I have some simple thoughts. Who creates the work plan? Who creates the charter? And are we assigned or do we choose? That's my first part, and then I have a second part.
Well, I'm asking your advice how to set it up. I shared with you my ideas, but I can share in more detail my ideas. My hope, my imagining was that the staff could present a sort of straw man at the first meeting, but I mean, that needs to be the board's work and the board committee's work to make those determinations. What we can tell you is the work that we see ahead of you on the horizon and ahead of us on the horizon, and what we think the agency needs to get done this year. Where we most seek input from the board. I think that, I don't think staff would feel comfortable just setting that for the committee. Similarly with membership, I think I remember that you guys took a similar approach to this last time, but correct me if I'm wrong. The way I generally like to do this with boards is to ask folks for their 1, 2, 3 preference, and then come back with a proposed committee membership that balances stuff like tenure and expertise and numbers, and kind of lived experience as much as possible to be able to get a good diversity of perspectives and ideas on each of the committees. So that's what I imagined.
Okay, thank you. Sounds good. An example that I'm thinking of that the board may benefit from working on prior to full board conversation is what we started this morning with on this reserve fund. How much do we put in a reserve fund? And in just wrapping up a grant that I'm writing for, what am I writing it for? A disaster plan for climate related disaster on the ranch. And so I'm thinking, does OWEB have a disaster plan? Do we talk about that? Do we, I experienced a little bit with the board when COVID hit and lottery tanked, but it always feels better to have some framework of a plan when stuff goes wrong. And I see that relating into the reserve fund. And is that something that a committee that you've already thought of, there's a home for that? Or how do we approach issues like that?
I don't know that there's an obvious home for that within what I've suggested here, Liza Jane. And I almost thought a couple members' conversations or comments ago, we might have been heading in to just create 3 committees and then, kind of create them a work plan and a shared charter and maybe, I don't know, I think we probably do need committee names realistically. I think part of the balance that your comment strikes in mind for me too, though, Liza Jane, is like, what belongs in a committee and what belongs in front of the full board. And I think one of the things that led us to propose this structure that's really focused on like kind of our core grant making responsibilities and the mandate we have from the governor to improve in some areas was also was also the comments that I heard when I first joined about concerns that this was becoming a rubber stamping board. And I think the best way for us to avoid that is to look at the things that we have to do as an agency, board and staff together over a set time period and set some shared priorities. And as a new director, I am in a little bit responsive mode on that front right now. I got a mandate from the governor that is a little challenging to implement in light of everything else going on in the world and also standing up a Monsanto fund at the same time. So we got a lot on our plate, but also circling back, I think, to Dan's comment from earlier, if we can move some of the work from full group conversations into committees, that doesn't just make the board meeting shorter, although it might, but it frees up some space for discussions that we might have at a higher strategic level, like the reserve conversation, Liza Jane, and sort of disaster planning or sort of kind of scenario planning mitigation. And I don't know if that's where the board wants to go, but I think it creates some space for us to ask you guys more about what you want to spend this time on. Whereas now it feels like we're just trying to get as many action items in front of you as we have to in order to keep the grant making happening. So I'm trying to create some space for substantive engagement, and I don't totally understand the balance or how that'll work best going forward in terms of like what goes well through a committee or what might be better as a full board conversation and how we balance that work. So those are two really cool ideas that I wish I knew how to fit into the committee structure, but it's not the kind of thought process I built into this recommendation, and I think they're really important.
Thank you. I remember, going through the different phases of different committee for creation for OWEB and how best to feel useful. Like our time is that we're actually providing some use to OWEB as a board member, and that ideas that could be maybe delved into deeper and not take up this quarterly meeting time could be addressed by committee, and then they could push forward. And if that was like we've talked today, a topic of interest, somebody can join to listen, to be updated and know if they have input. But what I've seen in the last few years is that at one of these quarterly meetings, a topic will come up like, oh, we'd really like to know more about that. And so we spend agenda time learning more about that. And it is taking up quite a bit of time, even though I hope we're becoming better board members. So some balance there of helping you get the work done as board members that you actually need done, I think is what we're saying we'd like to be part of as the committee so that we're on.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. Thanks, Liza Jane.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Russ.
So a couple of thoughts as it relates to DEI. I've been impressed by the work so far that I've read from the board, but I've always taken it as direction from the board that is to be executed on annually by the 48 staff, and that the board's challenge is to make sure that we're hitting the principles that were outlined in the DEI committee work, and check in on that on a periodic basis. So I'm comfortable with not seeing the committee continue, but an execution on the values that already have been embedded in the work done to date. As to the climate discussion and the concerns that I'm hearing from Bruce, it raises a question for me, Sarah, about how you as a member of the governor's natural resource cabinet address climate on an interagency basis, as you're charged by the governor to make sure that we all own it and we all share best practices, and how that relates to your thought processes about how we deal with climate as we move forward here.
That's a broad question, Russ. I mean, it's certainly I mean, I'm mindful of Jamie's comments too, and I don't want to say this lightly, but it really is integrated with everything we do now. I think what is different from a previous phase of this board and this organization's work is that you went through the resolution process. We integrated the work, the results of that work into the strategic plan, into the DEI action plan. And it is something that is so thoroughly woven into this governor's priorities in both climate and equity, that there is a natural level of accountability that wasn't there before. And I understand we live in a changing political landscape around all of those issues. I think similar to the way that we brought forward our director delegated award information this time, we can do a better job of upfront transparency and reporting to the full board around sort of implementation of some of this work. It is so nested into the way that we do our work under the strategic plan, that it's difficult to even tear apart in a way that makes it more transparent, because everything kind of connects behind the scenes. So I don't entirely know how to answer your direct question, Russ, and I know I'm kind of circling around to other folks' comments as well, but there is nobody in the governor's cabinet that has a question, any of the governor's cabinets that has a question about whether we have a climate or an equity mission or not, and whether we are going to be held accountable on that, certainly for the rest of this administration, gubernatorial administration. And it is the lens through which we report a lot of our outcomes and priorities at the governor's cabinet, natural resource cabinet table, is climate resiliency. And that is the common language that I think we have among natural resource agencies at this point. And I honestly think that the work that this board and other boards and commissions have done to catalyze that work is part of what got us there. It is a huge priority of the governor's, but it's not only a priority of the governor's. The conversations that you guys had here long before my time, I think landed us in that position to a much greater degree. But sorry, Russ, I'll come up with a better answer before morning if you want.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, so I see I have 3 more hands up, but I do want to do a time check. We are at 3:55, and we were hoping to get to a vote this afternoon. So what I'd like to do is just does anybody have anything new that they want to bring up? Okay, Barbara does. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call on Lindsay, Barbara, and Bruce, and then we're going to figure out what we're going to do from there. So, Lindsay.
Yeah, thanks. On that note, I mean, the way I'm reading the way that it's structured is Committee 3, tracking and communicating outcomes, does talk about the board resolutions and the other board adopted policies. So I throw out a proposal that in that committee, there's a standing agenda item that checks in with the progress and any potential new topics that are coming down the line, and let the committee deal with it in that space. But that's just a minor clarification of what's already existing. And I would love if we could get to a vote.
Thank you, Lindsay. Barbara.
So, I agree that that's where the resolutions would sit, is in Committee 3, whatever it's named. But I view resolutions as once a resolution's made, it's implementation time. And I fear that if it's a standing topic at all times, that we're not giving staff the freedom or space to implement it. So I agree with revisiting them, and I think any board member can call it forward, but I would be nervous to make them standing topics at all the committee meetings. Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Bruce.
Sarah, you asked if there were any examples of something that was coming up in committee that might not come up at the full board meeting, and I would add that might not show up in this new proposed committee structure. 6 PPDQ, emerging contaminants, something that Jesse originally brought up. Alex also talked about it. We've had members of the committee now are aware of that potentially a problem that we may be looking at grants. I don't see where that would come up on an agenda item. there needs to be room that we can do that. I don't care how it's done. How do we make room? I'm not talking about revisiting resolutions. I'm talking about how we look at new information that's coming in from our federal agencies, it's coming in from research that gets discussed that has potential application to our mission statement. So I'd like this thing to be fleshed out a little more to find a home, a solid home for these things. That's all.
Thanks, Bruce. I acknowledge that you didn't really ask me a question, but my answer, had you asked me a question, would be that I think that comes up in our restoration grants conversations with grantees all the time. I think the first committee would be a great home for that. But your request and your feedback is so noted, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that's who I hear it from a lot, is folks who are doing on the ground restoration grants.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Being mindful of the time, I know this is a big topic for us to discuss, but I would like to just get a sense from the board if folks are ready for a vote. I believe Lindsay is prepared to make a motion if we need it. I think she's alluded to that earlier. Can I get like a thumbs up from people if they're interested in moving forward with a vote? Okay, I'm seeing like half the folks with a thumbs up here. Okay, so is there anyone that would like to, you know what? Is there anybody that would like to, so here's what I'd like to see. So what we have on the table right now is a 3-committee structure that's been proposed. It seems like we have the ability within those 3 committees and the structure that has been laid out to flex as needed moving forward with these topics. So I just want to put that out there. I'm also curious if anyone would like to amend the current motion on the table. I'm getting a head nod from Liz.
I don't have the words to do it. I think maybe Bruce or Jamie might have better words, but it would be something like amending, replace the current committee structure to the 3 described with the ability to address emerging topics, issues on the horizon. Something like that, and that reflects what we just talked about in climate and DEI. So I don't know, Jamie, maybe?
Yeah, Jamie, go ahead.
Chair, it's from the conversation. We've had the conversation. There's been a lot of put on the table. It feels to me like there's some pieces missing per Liz's comment, and I know we're tight on time. I know the goal was to make a decision tonight. We do have tomorrow in terms of thinking about some modified language, because I think there are, in my personal opinion, there are some really key things that need to be specifically added, whether or not it changes the name of the committee or whether it just gets baked into it. So I think the 3-committee structure, I haven't heard anyone speak against that, but I think how it's laid out, it needs a little bit, it's just a little bit underbaked, is my opinion. And so if we could even bump it to tomorrow, like after lunch, so we could kind of continue with our agenda, but give time to have some additional conversations, or even have people provide some input to Sarah, and she might come back and make a modified if she's heard some of the concerns. That might be another way to do it. I think if we go forward with, well, to Liz's point, I don't have the exact language, but I know that the topics I think that need to be there. So I think if we gave ourselves, now that we've had the conversation, a little bit of thinking time, I think we're really close. But I also don't want to set us up to have people voting against it just because there's a feeling that it's not, doesn't describe it as proposed.
Okay,
Kelly, can I jump in for a second?
go for it.
I mean, I know, we're trying to figure out our schedule tomorrow. Maybe instead of a working lunch, maybe cutting lunch to a half hour and only leaving a half hour for the discussion. And so it doesn't continue like we have a hard stop. It's just a suggestion.
Thanks, Barbara. Yes, Mark Webb.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever y'all decide. I haven't provided any comments because I trust OWEB staff on this. I feel like it's robust enough, but also flexible enough. And we're the kind of board and staff, or the kind of staff they are, that we can make adjustments as we go along. And it's probably premature to sort of make it so fine-grained before we approve it. We'll probably have to revisit it later. So that's why I was happy to go forward with it. I think it's good as is and can be amended as we go forward.
Okay, thanks, Mark. So I think just in the interest of time and feeling like there are some folks that wouldn't feel comfortable voting on it this afternoon, I like Barbara's compromise, but I am going to look at Sarah and Nicole for this to get the head nod on it, because I am not going to mess with Nicole's agenda without making eye contact with her first. Would it work tomorrow if we cut lunch to 30 minutes and then did an additional 30 minutes on this agenda item?
Yes, it will, although I will like to say that we should do this before lunch and then have lunch be our break before we go into our FIP reports, because our FIP reports will be very interesting and we're going to need to be focused on those. So lunch will be before those.
That works for me. I know we will lose Mark Webb very likely about 3:30 tomorrow. So lunch sounds like a good time to me. I want to make sure that we have all the voters here that we possibly can at the time we undertake that. I think I understand the direction, guys. To be honest, I think to Mark's point, I think that what we proposed, I'm a little struggling to know how to be more specific in the motion without being restrictive in the motion. I'll try my best overnight, but you guys think about wording too, because I feel that I could do what you described with the motion than with the committee structure we've proposed here. So I'm probably not the best messenger to wordsmith it. I'll do my best overnight. We'll probably be talking to DOJ and some other folks overnight tonight too. So I don't want to commit myself to too much either.
Okay. I think that sounds good. So let's see here. Okay, so that's the last agenda item that we have for today. Just a reminder that the second half of our meeting will kick off tomorrow morning right at 8:30 sharp. So we'll see everybody back here then. And Barbara, do you want to add anything to that?
No, thanks a lot, Kelly, for your leadership today.
Thank you, Barbara, for your co-leadership today. And thanks everybody for your time. And we will see you all
Kelly,
tomorrow
sorry, Russ
morning.
has a hand up.
Oh, wait, sorry. I got going. Okay, Russ.
Everybody jumps around.
I just want to acknowledge that Sarah's probably going into another 8-hour session to address the issues that just are coming down today. So we thank you.
I'm going to try not to dream about it, which is what happened last night. So I think we are working on it as a state team, and everything is going on behind the scenes that needs to go on right now. But I appreciate the acknowledgement, Russ. It's been a very surprising time.
Thank you, Sarah.
Take care, everybody.
Thanks so much for the conversation today, guys. It was great.
Thanks, everyone.